Chapter 148. The Cloud Ridge stronghold had been destroyed without a single survivor. The mountain had become a dead mountain with corpses everywhere. Ning Qin descended the mountain in the heavy rain. His clothes were neat and tidy without a single drop of blood. The rain continued to fall, but it didn't touch his clothes at all. The women in bandit robes carried the purple-robed woman as they walked in the rain behind Ning Qin. They kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a single word. The imperial court was filled with people covered in blood. From the head of the court to the guards, none of them had ever seen such a cruel scene. Ning Qin walked at the front, his expression indifferent. He was a heretic's emotionless, a heretic's indifference. He had long since been covered in blood. He no longer knew what a soft heart was. It was the same yesterday, it was the same today, and it would be the same in the future. Yin Wugo was tired of blood and slaughter, so he had left him behind and come alone. If one person was evil, two people were also evil. Why should he let one more person sink into depravity? The heavy rain flowed from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The two of them didn't look back. Behind them, blood dyed the mountain and the ground below red. It was a miserable and tragic scene. After returning to the Marquis' estate, Ning Qin silently washed his hands. Little Mingyue woke up and ran over, but Ning Qin gently pushed her away. Mingyue, go to sleep. Be a good girl. Her clothes were clean, but they were still covered in blood. Ning Qin didn't want Mingyue to be tainted by that. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but he couldn't do that now. Mingyue's thoughts were sharp. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, she obediently nodded and lay back down on the bed. The next day, Ning Qin left the Marquis' estate early in the morning. He went to the imperial court. When he arrived, he entered a dark room with the woman in bandit robes. There was a wooden cross in the room. A purple-robed figure was bound by chains. Her clothes were tattered and her hair was dyed with blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. "Did you confess?" asked Ning Qin. "No." The blue-robed woman shook her head. "Go out first and guard the door." "Don't let anyone in," said Ning Qin. "Yes." The blue-robed woman quickly walked out. A moment later, the mournful cries spread throughout the dark room, one after another, and continued for nearly 2 hours. At the door, the blue-clothed woman's heart jumped as she heard the cries. A bone-piercing chill spread throughout her body. When the cries stopped, she couldn't help but collapse against the wall behind her. The door of the secret room opened, and Ning Qin walked out. He said calmly, "Take them out and bury them. Don't let others see them." After he finished speaking, Ning Qin strode away. He was as cold as ever, and he didn't speak or smile. The woman in blue walked in and saw that the purple-clothed young woman on the wooden cross was no longer breathing. Her clothes were still intact, but they were stained with blood. The blue-robed lady took 2 steps forward, and just as she was about to reach out to touch it, she suddenly felt a surge of jinqi seeping out from it, causing her finger to be cut open. The blue-clothed woman frowned. She checked the purple-clothed woman's pulse. In the next moment, her expression changed. Just what had the department head done? The purple-clothed young woman's meridians had already disappeared. The jinqi flowed through her body, opening up thousands of new pathways. Blood rushed in, drowning all of her internal organs. What kind of torture could cause someone to be like this? What kind of person could have such a cruel side? The blue-clothed woman didn't dare to think about it. Her hands trembled as she untied the young woman. She was even more terrified of the young department head. Ning Qin once again entered the palace. He waited for a long time in the heavenly mandate hall before Zhang Sun and Qing Ning slowly walked over. "Your Highness, please give me a handwritten order to enter the imperial mausoleum," Ning Qin said respectfully. "What are you doing in the imperial mausoleum?" Zhang Sun frowned and asked in confusion. "Asking eunuch Pei to come out," Ning Qin said honestly. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Suin's expression changed, and she said angrily, "If you go out now, you'll die. Ever since His Majesty passed away, even I can't control Eunuch Pei. His Majesty wanted to kill you when he was alive. If there's a chance, Eunuch Pei will definitely take your life. Your Highness, please don't worry. I won't die. Even if Eunuch Pei wants to do it, it won't be in the Imperial Mausoleum," Ningqin said seriously. "No." Zhang Sun still didn't feel at ease and refused. "Your Highness, Eunuch Pei is very important. You must ask him to come out." "Please give me a handwritten order," Ningqin begged again. Zhang Sun thought about it and finally gave in. She said in a low voice, "Let Qing Ning go with you. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion." "Thank you, Your Highness." Ningqin nodded and agreed to this request. He also knew that this was the limit of what Zhang Sun could accept. The handwritten order was quickly written. Ningqin and Qing Ning went together to the Western Emperor's mausoleum, which was more than 200 li outside the imperial city. The two of them walked very quickly and arrived in less than an hour. With Zhang Suin's handwritten order, the soldiers guarding the mausoleum didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed and welcomed the two of them inside. In front of the stone chamber of Emperor Xia's mausoleum, the two of them stopped. Ningqin turned sideways and said softly, "Sister Qing Ning, let me go in alone." "No," Qing Ning said without hesitation, shaking her head. She knew very well how much Eunuch Pei wanted to kill Ningqin. She couldn't let him take the risk alone. "Don't worry, Eunuch Pei won't do anything here. Even if he wants to kill me, he won't take the risk of the mausoleum being destroyed," Ningqin said patiently. "Just were you thinking? Why do I feel like I can't understand you anymore?" Qing Ning looked at Ningqin with a complicated expression. She was a Xiantian and could sense things that ordinary people couldn't. The smell of blood on Ningqin's body was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, there were many things that he didn't tell her or Her Highness anymore. Compared to before, the shy young man who occasionally smiled shyly had gradually disappeared. "Sister Qing Ning, you're thinking too much. I'm still the same person as before." Ningqin smiled brightly, making it difficult for people to tell the difference. "I'm going in. Don't worry, nothing will happen." With that, Ningqin took 2 steps forward and pushed open the stone door. He walked step by step into Emperor Xia's mausoleum. The stone mausoleum was very large. It was even larger than the mausoleums of previous emperors. It was majestic and imposing. Every stone slab in the mausoleum was made of white stone mixed with green iron. It was incomparably hard and difficult to damage. At the very center of the stone mausoleum was a wooden coffin. It was extremely eye-catching. Without a doubt, this was where Xia Rui was sleeping. Old Eunuch Pei was kneeling below the stone platform. His entire body was shriveled and withered, making him seem like an evil ghost. "Eunuch Pei." Ningqin bowed politely. "Why have you come here? Are you here to throw away your life?" Old Eunuch Pei's voice was hoarse. It was like a piece of metal cutting across ice, causing people to shiver. "I've come to ask Eunuch Pei to leave the mausoleum and help me with something," replied Ningqin. Old Eunuch Pei was startled, but then he began to laugh crazily. His laughter was piercing to the ears. Ningqin didn't get angry. He waited for the old eunuch to finish laughing before calmly saying, "Eunuch Pei, you should know that it won't be that easy to kill me. Otherwise, I would have already died when Emperor Xia was still alive." "What are you trying to say?" asked old Eunuch Pei coldly. "I can give you a chance to kill me. No one else will interfere. Just the two of us will have a fair battle," said Ningqin. Old Eunuch Pei snorted. "Don't think that just because you've reached the 9th rank that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Xiantian realm is a realm that you will never be able to comprehend. Unless you use some underhanded tricks, you have no chance of winning. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you're willing to leave the mausoleum with me, I'll definitely fulfill my promise," said Ningqin calmly. While the two of them were talking, Qing Ning was outside the mausoleum, paying close attention to what was happening inside. Half an hour later, a huge explosion rang out from within the mausoleum. Qing Ning's expression changed, and she immediately charged in. She saw Bai Yi fly out covered in blood. When she landed on the ground, she vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the mausoleum red. "This is the interest you have to pay in advance," said old eunuch Pei coldly. Qing Ning's gaze turned cold. She twisted the two halves of her spear and was about to attack when Ning Qin stopped her. "Sister Qing Ning, don't be impulsive. Let's go." "Humph." Qing Ning flung her sleeves and helped Ning Qin up from the ground. They walked out of the mausoleum. The stone door closed with a rumble. Old eunuch Pei stood in front of the stone platform, an indescribable light flashing through his eyes. This child was truly extraordinary. In this world, there were many people who were ruthless to others, but there were very few who were ruthless to themselves. Ning Qin was undoubtedly one of those few. To be able to endure what ordinary people could not endure required great willpower. To be able to give up what ordinary people could not give up required great willpower. He would leave the mausoleum, help him this time, and then kill him. In a fair fight, Ning Qin had no chance of winning. Both old eunuch Pei and Ning Qin understood this, but Ning Qin still made this promise. On the way back to the imperial city, Ning Qin once again vomited blood. The blood dyed his robes red. "Hold on." Qing Ning supported Ning Qin, pouring her true qi into his body. She was doing her best to stabilize his injuries. "I'm fine." Ning Qin grinned. His mouth was full of blood, and it continuously flowed down from the corner of his mouth. "Don't talk anymore." Qing Ning sped up and rushed towards the imperial palace with Ning Qin. There were medicines in the palace that could help heal his injuries. After an hour, the two entered the palace. Zhang Sun was still waiting in the heavenly mandate hall. When he saw Ning Chen's miserable appearance, his expression changed immediately. "Lady, I'll go get the medicine." Before he finished speaking, Qing Ning had already disappeared. Cough, cough. Bobo's blood dyed his clothes red again and again, as if he was paying back the blood debt of last night. The heavens were right, and the retribution was not good. This mouthful of blood was not enough compared to the blood that covered the mountains and rivers last night. There was a big difference, a big difference. "You." Looking at Ning Qin, Zhang Sun did not know what to say. He used the handkerchief in his hand to wipe the blood from the mouth of the person in front of him. Over and over again, he could not wipe it clean. Qing Ning quickly rushed back with 2 medicine bottles. She poured out more than 10 pills from them and stuffed them into Ning Chen's mouth. Immediately, she circulated her martial arts to quickly dissolve the medicine and stop the bleeding in his internal organs. After a long time, Ning Chen's injuries finally stabilized temporarily. He staggered to his feet and said tiredly, "Lady, I still have something to do. I'll go back first." Without a moment's delay, Ning Qin got up and prepared to leave. "Do you want to die?" Zhang Sun shouted, unable to hide the anger in his heart. "Lady, this is a critical period. I can't stay any longer. Otherwise, it will ruin things." After speaking, Ning Qin bowed respectfully and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't die." As he turned and left, his back was full of exhaustion. Once, he and Fan Lingyue had different ideologies. Now they were on the same path. One shoulder to bear the blame of 10,000 people, and one hand to rebel against the world. The evil in it, if you can bear it, you have to bear it. Chapter 149. 2 days later, the news of the Yunling stronghold's destruction spread throughout the imperial city. It was said that everyone who went up vomited. The entire Yunling mountain was covered in corpses. After a day of rain, the corpses were swollen. It was a terrifying sight. The Yunling stronghold had always been a threat to the imperial city. Other than the imperial army, the rest of the army had been mobilized countless times. Unfortunately, they all returned in failure. The Yunling Mountains terrain was too special. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without carriages and horses, the army couldn't use their advantage and could only accept failure after failure. No one expected that such a place would be massacred overnight. A total of 4,317 people were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Other than on the battlefield, so many people dying at once was something that had never happened before. This was a strange case, so there were no survivors. No one knew who did it, except for one person, Qing Ning. She could see the change in Ning Chen's aura. She was very sensitive to these things. Since the day Ning Chen entered the palace, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Zhang Sun looked at the memorial in his hand and thought. Qing Ning said softly, "Empress, it might be Ning Chen." Hearing this, Zhang Sun frowned. "Are you sure?" "It's very likely," Qing Ning said seriously. Zhang Sun was silent. Worry flashed through his eyes. Did he discover something? Why was he so impulsive? The Great Xia was a dynasty governed by the Confucian ideology. They were very against such things. Last time, when Ning Chen was conferred the title of Marquis, several old fogies in the imperial court were strongly against it. The reason was that Ning Chen had killed too many people in the battle of the Buddhist kingdom. It was unreasonable. However, all the soldiers in the Great Xia were paying attention to this matter. To the soldiers of the Great Xia who were bathed in blood all year round, these excuses were nonsense. If the Marquis Jiming's achievements couldn't make him a marquis, then who else could? Because of this, some of the old fogies in the imperial court had been dissatisfied with Ning Chen for a long time. If this matter was exposed, it would definitely become an excuse for these old fogies to condemn him. After a long time, Zhang Sun stood up and said slowly, "You don't have to pay attention to this matter. Ning Chen shouldn't make any mistakes in his work. Tell the shadow guards to secretly keep an eye on the movements in the imperial city. Once they discover anything, report back immediately." "Yes," Qing Ning replied. The Jiming Marquis residence was as peaceful as usual. The news of Ning Chen's injury had spread out at the right time. Many people in the imperial court already knew that the Jiming Marquis had fought with eunuch Pei in the imperial mausoleum and had returned with injuries. Many people were surprised by this. Everyone knew about the feud between Jiming Marquis and eunuch Pei. No one expected Jiming Marquis to have the guts to step into Emperor Xia's mausoleum. However, behind the surprise, what was even more shocking was the strength of Jiming Marquis. That day, many people in the palace saw Qing Ning bring Jiming Marquis back to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Not long after, Jiming Marquis left. It could be seen that Jiming Marquis was not seriously injured, which was the most frightening thing. Among the 10 Marquis of the Xia Kingdom, only the head of the 10 Marquis, Marquis Kaishan, had truly stepped into the Xiantian level. Now that Jiming Marquis had fought with eunuch Pei and was only slightly injured. Didn't this mean that Jiming Marquis' strength had surpassed the other Marquis and was close to the military god of the Xia Kingdom? In the world, no one would doubt eunuch Pei's intention to kill Jiming Marquis. This old dog was the most trusted person of Emperor Xia. As long as he had the chance, he would not hesitate to send this Marquis of the Xia Kingdom to hell. In the dead of night, Ning Chen came to the courtyard. 2 black figures appeared and knelt in front of him. They looked respectful and bowed their heads to listen to his orders. "Keep a close eye on Duke Shiyu's residence and the 10th prince. No matter what, report back immediately." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 black figures disappeared. The night wind blew gently, stirring up some sand. The empty courtyard was still quiet, as if no one had ever appeared. Ning Chen turned around. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter the room, he suddenly retracted his hand and covered his mouth. He coughed heavily and violently. Blood was glaring and flowed out from between his fingers. He couldn't even stop it. In a room in the corner of the courtyard Lu Ruashi, who couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and wanted to go out for a walk, accidentally saw the scene. She was aghast, and her beautiful face turned pale. Lu Ruashi subconsciously opened her mouth and wanted to call for help, but her eyes suddenly blurred and her red lips were covered by a large hand. "Don't make a fuss. Cough, cough." The oppressive coughing echoed in the courtyard. Ning Chen let go of Lu Ruashi, but blood was still flowing out of his hand. A Xiantian level palm was difficult to block. His light injuries were just for show. "Let me help you in." Lu Ruashi supported Ning Chen in a flurry and walked step by step into her room. "Marquis, please have some tea." Lu Ruashi helped Ning Chen sit down and poured a cup of tea. "Thank you." Ning Chen took the cup and was about to drink when he vomited another mouthful of blood, instantly dyeing the tea red. Lu Ruashi was frightened and at a loss. She didn't know what to do. In her eyes, the Marquis was cold, powerful, and omnipotent. She had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Chen only held the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He circulated his cultivation and tried his best to suppress the injuries in his body. Soon after, Ning Chen got up and glanced at Lu Ruashi beside him. He whispered, "Thank you for the tea. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight." After saying that, Ning Chen walked away. In the room, the red candle swayed. Lu Ruashi stood there quietly with an inexplicable expression. It turned out that the invincible Martial Marquis could also be injured. However, what they saw was always his most glorious side. It wasn't until this moment that the trace of fear and hatred in Lu Ruashi's heart disappeared. The Marquis, who used to be aloof in her eyes and didn't care about the life and death of others, had fallen to the mortal world tonight. Perhaps he had his own responsibilities and difficulties that she didn't know about. In the next 3 days, the spies sent back information like snowflakes. At this critical juncture, Ning Chen didn't dare to miss any details and could only carefully read them one by one. There was no doubt that there was a problem with Duxiu. All the information he got from the purple-clothed young woman pointed to the head eunuch of the Grand Xia. What he couldn't figure out now was what role the 10th prince played in this matter. Marquis, the Empress, sent someone to deliver medicine. Just as Ning Chen was lost in thought, outside the front hall, the old steward walked in with a foot-long white jade box in his hands. He carefully placed it on the table before him. Ning Chen frowned and gently opened the jade box. After seeing what was inside, his pupils shrank fiercely. 9 Wonders flower. There really was such a divine item in the world. In the white jade box, there was a purple divine flower quietly lying in it. Its exotic fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. It was rumored that the 9 Wonders flower had the miraculous effect of regenerating broken limbs. Except for the head and internal organs, it could quickly repair any physical defects. This was a divine medicine that only existed in legends. Who would have thought that it really existed? After a brief moment of shock, Ning Chen's eyes became slightly moist. He knew very well how precious this thing was. In this vast world, it was probably the only one that existed. Who knew how much effort and price Zhang Sun had paid to find this thing? That day, Zhang Sun said that he would help him solve his birth problem in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. He didn't take it to heart because he knew how difficult it was. He didn't expect that Zhang Sun would really do it. Ning Chen stood up and said in a deep voice, "Men!" Here, a guard jogged in and knelt down. "Send this medicine to the Qilin Pavilion for auction. The starting price is 100,000 gold, Ning Chen said slowly. "Yes." The guard immediately got up and took the medicine box before leaving. "Marquis, you can't." The old steward was slightly shocked and hurried forward to persuade him. "No need to say more. I know what to do." Ning Chen stopped the old steward from persuading him and said calmly. 2 days later, the Qilin Pavilion released a piece of news that shocked everyone. At the end of the month, which was 5 days later, the biggest auction of the year would be held. The final item would be the world's rare treasure, the 9 Wonders flower. This time, not only was the Xia imperial city shocked, even the world was shocked. No one would have thought that this kind of divine item really existed in this world. Because of this, the Qilin Pavilion specially sent a young woman to the Jiming Marquis manor to deliver a golden card that symbolized the most honorable status. Ning Qin accepted it, just as the young woman left. He threw it to little Mingyu as a toy. 100,000 gold was not a small amount. Those that could afford it could be counted on one's fingers. However, he wouldn't care about this, and neither would the Qilin Pavilion. His goal was to use the Qilin Pavilion to publicize this matter to the world, and the Qilin Pavilion would only take the opportunity to expand their reputation. As for whether the 9 Wonders flower would be auctioned or not, no one would care. The third prince has arrived! Half a day later, the third prince came once again. He was dressed in green armor, looking heroic and extraordinary. Brother Ning, are your injuries better? Xia Yanwu walked into the hall and asked Ning Qin, who was seated in concern. Thank you for Brother Yanwu's concern. It's no longer a problem. Ning Qin lightly laughed as he replied, Then I can be at ease. Xia Yanwu impolitely sat down himself and picked up the tea that the maid served. He drank a mouthful and casually said, That's right. Has Brother Ning heard that the Qilin Pavilion is preparing to auction the 9 Wonders flower? There's actually such a thing? Ning Qin pretended to be surprised. Hypocrisy. Xia Yanwu sneered in his heart, but didn't expose him. He continued, Brother Ning is recuperating in the manor, so you might not know. This auction is in 5 days. Brother Ning must grasp this opportunity. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell me. Ning Chen's expression also became serious as he slowly said, What's the starting price of this 9 Wonders flower? 100,000 gold. Xia Yanwu said seriously. Ning Chen's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, Housekeeper. Present. The old housekeeper walked over. How much silver does the manor still have? Ning Qin asked seriously. The old housekeeper glanced at Xia Yanwu, then walked to Ning Chen's side and whispered a number into his ear. So little. A hint of astonishment flashed across Ning Chen's face as he cried out involuntarily. Chapter 150. The two of them talked for a long time. When the sun was setting, Xia Yanwu left. He had shown enough sincerity and was only waiting for Ning Chen to give him an answer. He believed that Ning Chen would make the right decision. The situation in the battle for the throne was complicated, but it was also gradually tilting. In the end, strength would decide everything. After the third prince left, Ning Chen still sat quietly in his seat, drinking tea and pondering seriously. It was time for him to make a choice. Whether it was the third prince or the 10th prince, one of them had to ascend the throne. Mingyu, between the third prince and the 10th prince, who do you think is more suitable to be the emperor? Ning Chen looked at the little girl who was fiddling with the luminous pearl and asked softly, You're suitable, Mingyu said without looking up. Ning Chen was speechless. There was nothing to talk about. At this moment, the old steward walked into the hall and respectfully said, Marquis, someone outside delivered this letter. Ning Chen frowned. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. Seeing the signature at the bottom of the letter, his eyes narrowed. It was him. This was a letter of challenge sent by Mu Qianshang. He was about to enter the Xiantian realm, but before that he wanted to finish the unfinished battle. He owed him a favor. If Mu Qianshang had not let him enter Azure Frost Valley, he would not have been able to obtain the water caltrip flower. This time he had to go. Mingyu, I'm going out. Are you coming? Ning Qin glanced at little Mingyu and asked softly, Yes. Mingyu jumped down from her chair and put away the luminous pearl. She stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Ning Qin took the little girl's hand and gave the steward a few instructions before leaving the Marquis' residence, Hawu Manor. As the first prince to be conferred the title of king, Xia Zi's manor was also the largest among the princes. It could be seen how much Emperor Xia valued this eldest prince of the Xia kingdom. When Ningqin and Mingyu arrived, the ninth princess was preparing to leave. Seeing the two of them, she sat down again. "How are your injuries?" Xia Zi asked. He knew that Ning Chen's injuries were much more serious than what the rumors said. "I'm fine for now," Ning Chen replied. "Why are you here at this time?" Xia Zi asked suspiciously. "Has the ink sword been fixed?" Ning Chen asked slowly. Xia Zi shook his head and said, "You still need some time." "Why did you suddenly ask? With your skills, you can deal with anyone below the innate realm even without using a sword. Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's different this time," Ning Chen said with a soft sigh. "My opponent is Mu Qianshang. I have no choice but to use my sword." "The young master of the Celestial Sword Pavilion?" Xia Zi frowned slightly. He had heard of this person before. His sword Dao was self-formed, and even an elder of the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion had been defeated by him. Now he was only waiting for the moment to step into the innate realm. Ning Chen nodded and briefly explained what had happened between them. "It is indeed a little troublesome," Xia Zi said with a worried expression. Others were still fine. But this Mu Qianshang was a genius swordsman that only appeared once every 100 years. If Ning Chen did not have a sword, his chances of victory were too slim. Given the two's cultivations, ordinary swords would not be enough. After a few moves, they would not be able to endure and self-destruct. The autumn water in Xiao Chen's hand was stained with too much of the Confucian sect's righteous qi. It would affect Ning Chen significantly. "Imperial brother, have you forgotten that there is another sword in the palace? I just don't know if Imperial Mother is willing to lend it to me." Xia Xinyu reminded him. Great Yin's green sparrow sword. After the ninth princess reminder, Xiadi also remembered it and frowned again. This is a sword from the previous dynasty. Imperial Mother might not agree. Xia Zi said with some uncertainty. Ning Chen thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "We can't care too much. We have to try. Mingyue, let's go." "Right now." Xia Zi was startled and asked. "The time is tonight," Ning Chen helplessly said. Xia Zi was startled. It seemed that Mu Qianshang was about to make his move. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. "Xinyu, you should also go back." Xia Zi turned his head and said softly, "Un." Xia Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. The three of them walked towards the palace. Because Ning Chen had something on his mind, he did not say anything. Xia Xinyu was a little embarrassed. Ever since the last betrothal, she had been afraid of being alone with Ning Chen. Mingyue's heart was as clear as a mirror. She did not make a sound. She looked at the bad guy, then looked at Xia Xinyu, and then curled her lips. She felt that the ninth princess of the great Xia dynasty was not worthy of the bad guy. After Xia Xinyu felt Mingyue's gaze, she became even more embarrassed and deliberately avoided Mingyue's gaze. Ning Chen also came back to his senses at this moment. He looked at the little girl and immediately understood what was going on. He lightly patted Mingyue's cloth hat and said, "Little girl, don't let your imagination run wild." Mingyue laughed foolishly, looking as pure as a little white flower. The three of them quickly entered the palace. Logically speaking, it would be very troublesome to enter the palace at this time. However, Xia Xinyu and Ning Chen's status was not ordinary, so no one dared to stop them. The guards at the palace gates saw the tokens in their hands and immediately let them pass. Zhang Sun was not in the Heavenly Mandate Palace, but had returned to Weiyang Palace. It was not convenient for Ning Chen to enter the harem, so he could only wait in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. After waiting for a while, Qing Ning arrived first and asked him and Mingyue to wait for a while. After a long time, Zhang Sun and the ninth princess arrived. In Xia Xinyu's hands was a 5-foot-long mahogany box. It was engraved with dragon patterns and covered with a yellow turban. It looked very noble. "Return it immediately after you use it," Zhang Sun said seriously. This was a sword from the previous dynasty. Logically speaking, it should not be used again. However, it was related to Ning Chen's safety, so she had to make an exception. Definitely, Ning Chen promised. Borrowing the sword went much more smoothly than expected. Ning Chen did not stay any longer and left with Mingyue. Be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat, Zhang Sun said as Ning Chen left the palace. Ha! Ning Chen paused for a moment, chuckled, and then continued walking. Admit defeat? Perhaps he would. After Ning Chen left, Zhang Sun looked at her daughter beside her and sighed softly. Xinyu, mother hopes that you can carefully consider your marriage with Ning Chen. Don't regret it after you miss it. Xia Xinyu was silent and nodded gently. On the way back, Mingyue was tired and did not want to walk. Ning Chen had no choice but to carry the little girl on his back again. He had not carried her for a long time, and Mingyue was much heavier. Bad guy, are you confident you can win? Mingyue leaned on Ning Chen's shoulder and asked softly. She did not understand these things, but that did not mean she could not see the worry in the other's eyes. The bad guy was still injured. Ever since he returned from the Buddhist kingdom, he had not fully recovered. Little Mingyue did not know that Ning Chen had been seriously injured again 2 days ago. Now he was covered with new injuries and old injuries. Of course I'm confident. When have I ever lost? Ning Chen said lightly and smiled gently. In front of Mingyue, he always showed his best side. Mingyue tightened her arms and said softly, I'll wait for you at home. I won't cause trouble for you. Ning Chen smiled and said, When did you become so sensible? Looks like our Mingyue is about to grow up. I don't want to grow up. Mingyue did not say the rest. When she grew up, he would not be able to carry her on his back. A gentle breeze brushed past the two of them. The small cloth hat swayed, and the long hair within it carried the most beautiful trust in the world. In just a few short months, too many things had happened, but this trust and dependence had never changed. The two of them returned to the residence. Mingyue ate some food and went to sleep. Tonight, she did not pester Ning Chen to listen to stories. The Dayan green sparrow sword was stabbed into the stone slab in the courtyard. Ning Chen stood quietly and rested. He raised his fighting spirit to the peak of his life. This was the fairest battle since he came to this world. There were no grudges or interests. It was a battle of martial arts. In Prince Yan's residence, the legend of the Great Xia kept looking in the direction of the Marquis residence. The sword rack in front of him did not move. He thought that Ning Chen would come to borrow the sword. However, Ning Chen did not come. This was good too. This was a fair battle. He would wait and see what kind of brilliant sparks would fly. The most important thing for a martial artist was to focus. Ning Chen was distracted by too many things. Ever since he entered the martial arts path, he had never fought for himself. Once a battle was mixed with schemes and interests, he would lose too many things. He wanted to see how far Ning Chen could go if he unleashed his full strength. In the Marquis residence, the fighting spirit grew stronger. The Dayan green sparrow sword moved without wind and trembled slightly. In the next moment, the sword shot into the sky and drew a beautiful ray of light. It's here. A young man hundreds of miles away from the imperial city saw the ray of light in the sky and said slowly, In the imperial city of the Great Xia, many people saw the sword overflowing with fighting spirit. They were shocked. This sword came from the Marquis residence. Let's go take a look. In the Lingyan pavilion, Su Fian stood up and walked out. Yes. Qiulan answered and followed immediately. In the Divine Wind Battalion, Xia Yanwu walked out of the tent. After a moment of silence, he walked out of the camp. At the same time, in other parts of the imperial city, all those above the 9th rank came out. They wanted to see with their own eyes if the Marquis of the Great Xia was as powerful as the rumors said. In the Weiyan Palace, Qingning stood in front of the door with Zhang Sun. They looked to the west and prayed for this battle. In the West Hall of the Imperial Court of Justice, the red candles flickered. In Wugo stood quietly in front of the window. He wore a bright red robe and looked calm. He did not say a word. "Master, are you not going to watch?" Shanghan asked softly. He knew that Master was concerned about this battle. "No need. Master will not lose." In Wugo shook his head and said calmly. The moon was like a hook, drawing out the lights of 10,000 homes. Ning Chen walked out of his residence, neither fast nor slow. After a few steps, he left behind a faint shadow. The great Een Azure Sparrow sword fell from the sky and returned to its scabbard with a clang. Tonight, Su-Yi was no longer bound by schemes. Her fighting spirit was sharper than a sword. After a quarter of an hour, Su-Yi appeared hundreds of miles away from the imperial city. The moon at midnight illuminated the entire world. "Please." Under the white cloak, his demonic eyes were like the moon. This was the most handsome person in the world. His body and his sword were everything in the world. "Please." Su-Yi spread out her arms. Her calm face was as before. Only her fighting spirit was sharper than a sword. The two strongest people below the Xiantian level were finally standing face to face. Tonight would be the peak battle for those below the Xiantian level. Bang! In the next moment, snow fell, and the two bodies collided. Chapter 151. Demonic eyes, silver with a tinge of ink, a pure snow sword, white and flawless. With Mu Qianshang's sword in hand, heaven and earth wailed. The black sword flowed freely, each sword drawing a picture between heaven and earth, drawing a cage, trapping heaven and earth. Ning Chen took advantage of the situation. His sword finger drew lightly, a silver light flowed. Cutting open a cage, sword chi broke out. Mu Qianshang leaned to the side. With a bang, the ground behind him was cut open with a long sword mark. The snow sword turned cold. Black and white covered the sky. Ning Chen retreated with a tearing sound. His plain clothes were torn apart. The two did not show any mercy. Each move was a killing move. Each move was fast. Each move was dangerous. The brilliant battle dazzled the eyes of the spectators. Ning Chen did not draw his sword. The great Een Green Sparrow sword was still in its scabbard, however, when the sword chi from his two fingers drew across. Rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook. The snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand was also unstoppable. The black and white light from the tip of the sword swept out. The heaven and earth lost its color. The two strong forces clashed. The sound of metal clashing did not stop. The sword finger shook the famed sword. The earth shook. The void trembled. The space was already at its limit. Those who were also in the 9th level realm, even if they were at the peak of the 9th level, felt a strong pressure at this moment. Facing the two people in front of them, they were not at the peak. From afar, Su Fian watched this shocking battle. Her beautiful face could not hide her surprise. The power of the great Xia Jiming Marquis was well known, but without seeing it with their own eyes, no one could understand. "Miss, if one day we become enemies with the Marquis, can we stop him?" Qiulan asked with a worried face. "It will be very difficult," Su Fian said honestly. The Marquis of Jiming Marquis, no one below the Xiantian stage could stop him. The 5th string of the spring lightning could only be plucked at the Xiantian stage. Just the power of the 4th string was not enough to stop this powerful Marquis. What was more frightening was that the Marquis had not drawn his sword. This meant that this battle was not yet at its peak. Both of them were still holding back. On the other side, the 3rd prince narrowed his eyes, similarly watching this battle. A Marquis who was unrivaled in the acquired stage. Was worth it for him to rope him in at all costs. Martial strength was not absolute, but absolute martial strength was the guarantee of everything. He did not have an innate master, which was his biggest shortcoming. Although Jiming Marquis was not an innate master, he was not far from it. More and more people walked out of the imperial city. It was obvious that this battle had attracted a lot of attention. In this battle for the throne, the existence of Marquis Jiming was always a variable. Everyone wanted to know how far this strong cultivator would go. White moon illuminates the sky. In the middle of the battlefield, the snow sword was brandished. The white moon was bright in the sky. A sword chi streaked across the sky. In this extremely fast martial art, an extremely beautiful sword mark was drawn. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks and condensed his chi with his sword finger. Frost filled the sky as he unleashed a sword attack with all his might. With a hong sound, the two swords collided. The heavens were distressed, and the earth was miserable. Sand flew about chaotically, and the shock waves rose 10 zhang into the air. Both of them took half a step back, but before they could stop, their bodies had already disappeared. In the next moment, an even more brutal confrontation ensued. Outside the battlefield, Qiulan was puzzled. She asked, "Miss, why is Jiming Marquis not drawing his sword?" Su Feiyan frowned and said softly, "It should not be the time yet. His opponent is the young master of compassion, sword Heavenly Pavilion. If he cannot raise his sword to the peak, even if he draws his sword, it will be useless. Both of their strengths have not reached the peak yet, but it will be soon." At this moment, in the middle of the battlefield, the ink-white sword chi was stronger than the previous one. The sword intent was finally formed. Mountains and rivers appeared. Between the mountains and rivers, the scenery around the two instantly changed. In this realm, you have no chance of winning. The snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand turned. His sword aura was even stronger than before. In between his movements, a strong pressure pressed down. It was so heavy that it made people unable to breathe. Ning Chen felt the space around him freeze. Before he made his move, he slowed down a bit. Ink-white sword chi attacked his body, and in the blink of an eye, his right shoulder was dyed red. This compassion sword Heavenly Pavilion's young master is really close to the Xiantian realm. In the distant night, Duke Xiu gently fanned herself. Beside her, Yin Ma Xiao nodded. He was also at the peak of the 9th grade. He could clearly sense the faintly discernible Xiantian aura in front of him. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Mu Qianshang would quickly step into the Xiantian realm. These two people will be your strongest opponents on the martial path in the future. You must be careful. Duke Xiu reminded. Disciple understands. Teacher, please don't worry. Yin Ma Xiao's lips curled as he replied. On the battlefield, the situation took a turn for the worse. Within the landscape realm, Mu Qianshang became stronger as he fought. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Each sword was faster than the previous one. The injuries on Ning Chen's body grew more and more. Blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. His injuries did not cause any hesitation in Ning Chen's moves. His palms shook the heavens and earth. His sword finger broke through the ink-white sword chi. Although he was injured, he was not defeated. Those outside the battle frowned more and more. Everyone could see that the Jiming Marquis was beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. The wind and snow on his body could not hide his blood-stained clothes. Finally, the snow sword pierced his left shoulder. Once the sword entered his body, he retreated several zhang. Xiazi came and saw this sword. He also saw the great green sparrow sword that was still hidden in its scabbard. Just when everyone thought that the Jiming Marquis was going to lose, only Xiazi's eyes were fixed on the great green sparrow sword that was constantly trembling. He believed that before this sword was unsheathed, Ning Chen would not lose. Waves shake the heavens and earth. Ning Chen pinched the snow sword with 2 fingers, temporarily restraining it. His left palm flipped and raging waves surged. Each wave was higher than the previous one. In an instant, the entire world was turned into water. In the landscape painting, the water moved. The white water gathered and was guided by the blue waves, forming a huge blue and white wave that reached the sky. The landscape realm began to show signs of instability. The ink-colored mountain collapsed and fell down. Mu Qianshang's eyes turned cold. He gathered the shocking landscape realm and flipped his palm to meet it head-on. Instantly, the 5 peaks lost their color and gathered in this palm. With a loud boom, the world exploded. The landscape painting shattered. Amidst the sandstorm, Ning Qian retreated another 10 steps. Before he could stabilize himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Qianshang retreated 3 steps. The corner of his mouth was dyed red for the first time. In this battle of palms, Ning Qian lost. But he had successfully broken the landscape realm that was drawn by the snow sword, exchanging injuries for moves. It was not right or wrong, but it was the only way. This is the most satisfying battle I have had since I started learning the sword. You are worthy of my full strength. With that, Mu Qianshang took a step forward. Immediately, the wind and clouds around him swirled. The vast power of heaven and earth gathered continuously. It was as if a god had descended, causing every figure in the distance to change color. Innate realm. In this world, only the innate realm could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between the acquired realm and the innate realm. Mortals could not defy the heavens. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they could not go against the vast power of heaven and earth. One step into the innate realm was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. If one could leap over, a dragon would roar to the 9 heavens. If one could not leap over, a fish would swim in the shallows. This young master of the compassionate sword, heavenly pavilion, had already leaped over half of his body. Even if he fell, he would fall to the other side of the dragon gate. He would not return to the mortal world. Facing such a strong opponent, Ning Qian unexpectedly smiled. In his life, this was the only fair battle. Facing such a strong opponent, it made it difficult for him to conceal the excitement in his heart. As a martial artist who did not want to have a fair battle, Ning Qian also wanted to, but he could not. In the past, he could not afford to lose. So, he could only use schemes and schemes to strive for every victory. Winning was necessary and also a responsibility. Today, the burden of victory had been lifted from his shoulders. He could finally fight to his heart's content. It had nothing to do with him. It was only a competition of martial arts. How could he not smile? 100 miles away in the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning saw this smile. She felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. She softly said, "Empress," he smiled. Zhang Sun was startled. Soon after, she deeply sighed. As long as he was happy. Clang! The great green sparrow sword was unsheathed. The sky changed color. Frost covered the sky and covered the earth. The sword force was at its peak. Even the sky could not withstand it. A huge crack appeared, shocking everyone. In ancient times, a smile from a beauty could topple cities. Today, a smile from a knowing destiny could shock the heavens. Battle intent and sword force. Ning Qian was at the peak of his life. This was also his strongest moment. This sword would determine victory and defeat. Facing Ning Qian in his strongest state, Mu Qianshang did not dare to be careless. The snow sword was raised to the sky. In the wind and snow, it bloomed with a poignant beauty. A bloody light rose and shot straight to the clouds. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. The strongest sword gathered the endless power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the bright moon lost its color. It was completely covered by the bloody light. On the other side, Ning Qian also released the power of 2 scrolls, the Scroll of Life and the Scroll of Earth. With the addition of Heaven's might, an unparalleled huge sword appeared in the sky. It shook the 9 heavens and 10,000 gods. First defense waves splitting 10,000ly, the huge sword slashed the sky and shattered the space. This sword shocked the world. It surpassed the limits of the postnatal realm and was infinitely close to the unattainable postnatal realm. The 2 extremes collided. Heaven and earth suffered a calamity. The earth could not withstand the huge force and began to shake violently. Huge gullies appeared and stretched out for thousands of zhang. The two people who were sent flying were dyed red. Blood spurted from their bodies. Both of them were seriously injured. The final move was still a draw. After Mu Qianshang landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. The snow sword stabbed into the ground and stopped his retreat. He wanted to raise his sword and fight again. However, at this moment, Mu Qianshang's footsteps paused. A look of regret flashed in his demonic eyes. Ning Qin, this battle ends here. I will wait for you at the postnatal realm. Ning Qin was stunned. Before he could understand the meaning of these words, he saw an inky white light pillar shoot up to the sky. The world was shocked. In the dark night, the inky white light penetrated the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the world saw this shocking scene. Postnatal realm. There was no doubt that this was a postnatal vision. It was powerful and heavy. It dyed the entire sky black. Ning Qin came back to his senses. His expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Mu Qianshang. Almost at the same time, in the darkness, 3 palms shot out. They carried the power of thunder and crashed down. Ning Qin, who was seriously injured and at the end of his rope, forcefully used the last of his strength. He moved with his sword and blocked the power of the 3 palms. Boom! The aftermath roared. His hair was dyed red. How could Ning Qin, who was under the protection of a crossbow, resist the full power of 3 ninth-grade peak martial artists? The inky white light pillar behind him became more and more brilliant. In the light pillar, Mu Qianshang closed his eyes. His divine sense was tightly locked as he used all his strength to unleash the heavenly demon tribulation. With this Marquis here, no one can take half a step forward today. The sword on the ground trembled. Ning Qin stood in front of Mu Qianshang. On his shoulder, he once again shouldered the burden of life and death. Chapter 152. In this world, the Xiantian realm was high and mighty, and it was also feared by others. Just as Ning Qin had said, the Xiantian realm was a monster that should not exist. There was always a limit to the strength of a martial artist. However, at the level of an innate expert, it was no longer something that could be resisted by a human. Only an innate expert could kill an innate expert. However, there was an exception. When one first entered the Xiantian realm, the Xiantian phenomenon and the heavenly devil tribulation of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations would arrive at the same time. This was a test of inner demons, and one could not afford to be distracted. Mu Qianshang had stepped into the Xiantian realm at the most inopportune time. For this battle, he had suppressed it for a long time, and at the final moment he could no longer suppress it. This battle was very delightful. Even though there was no clear victor, even though he was in danger, Mu Qianshang did not regret it. Many people in the world did not wish to see an innate expert appear, especially when this innate expert was not on their side. Being able to kill an innate expert without any resistance was actually a very tempting thing. However, they didn't expect the Jiming Marquis to block them. There was no turning back. Since he had already taken action, he could not regret it. 1 death was death. 2 deaths were also death. Pools of blood flowed on the ground. Some of it was Mu Qianshang's, some of it was Ning Qin's. The blood was mournful, forming tiny streams. Ning Qin stood alone in front of Mu Qianshang, his plain clothes stained with blood, and he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. However, as long as this figure was still standing, no one present dared to underestimate him. The person in the dark made another move. This time there was another sword chi, 3 palms and 1 sword. Their power was extraordinary. If Ning Qin was at his peak, or if he still had half of his strength, he wouldn't care about these 3 palms and 1 sword. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as an assumption in this world. Xiazi, who was 10 miles away, reacted. Her figure instantly moved, and the autumn water filled the sky. With a boom, she blocked the palm power. As for the remaining 2 palms and a sword, it was unavoidable and unstoppable. The only option was to fight to the death. Wrath of the 9 heavens, void waves! With the last of his strength, a divine waterfall fell from the sky, and the Milky Way of the 9 heavens hung upside down, blocking the 2 palms. However, he was unable to block the sword light that was rushing towards him. "Ci." The sword chi entered Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen took a step back and stopped. He was not willing to take another step back. Blood gushed out from his chest, and the ground before him instantly turned scarlet. Dayan's green sparrow sword twisted to the ground and became the only support for the person standing. He had not fallen because he once owed the person behind him a favor. At this moment, no matter if it was those who wanted to recruit Ning Chen or those who wanted to kill Ning Chen, none of them made a move to save Ning Chen. Instead, they watched the development of the situation. In any case, these experts from the royal capital didn't wish for this unknown variable to survive. Normally, they wouldn't be able to kill him, but today, there was an opportunity to do so. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Xiazi was 10 miles away from Ning Chen. When he blocked the palm strike, he was 7 miles away from Ning Chen. Now, after another 3 miles, there were only 4 miles left. For Li was nothing to a rank 9 powerhouse. However, at this moment, it was the distance that separated life and death. Another 3 palms and a sword broke through the air. Xiazi was infuriated, his hair fluttering in the wind. This prince of the great Xia dynasty had never been so infuriated as he was today. Autumn waters slashed down, and this time he was even closer to Yi Futian. However, he had already reached his limit and could only watch as the remaining 2 palms landed on Yi Futian's body. The sword that was twisted to the ground supported the figure that refused to fall. After taking the 2 palms head-on, she stood silently. She really didn't take another step back. Fresh blood flowed down Dayan's green sparrow sword and seeped into the ground. The sword of the previous dynasty had reappeared in the world after 1,000 years. For the first time, it was stained with the blood of the current Marquis. How ironic and sorrowful was this! In the blink of an eye, Xiazi was once again 3 miles closer. There was only a distance of 1 mile between him and Su Yi. This time, Xiazi blocked 3 palms. Or rather, these 3 palms blocked the path of this prince of the great Xia dynasty. The last sword was aimed at Su Yi's throat. No one could block it in time. Xiazi couldn't, nor could the beautiful green figure that flew over from Weiyang Palace. However, at this moment, a snow-white sword blocked the sword light. It was like a pair of demonic eyes, so stunning that it was unforgettable. "Let me do it," Mu Qianshang said calmly as he tapped Su Yi's body a few times. At this moment, Xiazi and Qingning also arrived. They supported Ning Chen and stuffed 3 life-saving pills into his mouth without saying a word. The figure in the dark wanted to escape, but Mu Qianshang spread out his spiritual sense. With a move, he immediately disappeared. "Let's go back." Ning Chen didn't care about these things anymore. He coughed twice and said in extreme exhaustion, "N." Qingning and Xiazi responded. They supported Ning Chen on both sides and walked towards the imperial city. The people in front had already moved aside. At this moment, no one dared to block them. Before dawn, Ning Chen returned to the Marquis' residence. His clothes were clean and new. There was no trace of blood. In the Marquis' residence, no one knew what happened to their Marquis. They only felt that since this day, the Marquis coughed more and more frequently. Ning Chen took the extreme breath pill that Su Fian had given him. Together with Qing Ning's Xiantian power, he saved his life again. "Your Highness, the sword is back." In Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning returned with the great Yin green sparrow sword and said in a lonely voice, "How is he?" Zhang Sun didn't look at the sword in the sword box. Instead, he asked, "Alive?" Qing Ning said softly, "Alive, that was all." Ning Chen had survived once again. She couldn't remember how many times it had happened. How many more times could he endure such a laughable and pitiful word? It's good that he's alive. Zhang Sun sighed deeply and said slowly, the remaining 3 to 4 days were when the 3 princes of the great Xia came the most. Xiazi didn't say anything, but the other 2 princes' motives were clear. The 10th prince was cautious by nature. He knew that a letter didn't mean much. Therefore, when he came, he sent gifts big and small. Ning Qin only asked one question. 10th prince, why are you hiding your martial arts cultivation base? Who is it for? The 10th prince was silent for a long time. In the end, he said a name. Ning Qin wasn't surprised. He had already guessed it. However, it was better for the 10th prince to personally admit it. After the 10th prince left, the 3rd prince came a day later. He was the prince with the greatest hope of becoming the great Xia emperor. Since he didn't see Ning Qin die, he hoped to pull him to his side. The 2 of them talked for an entire day. The content was nothing more than a transaction of benefits. The 3rd prince was different from the 10th prince. He was someone who was good at using small things to gain big things. Ning Qin could see that clearly. Therefore, he was even more careful. Have you decided? Asked Xiazi calmly. Almost. After tomorrow's auction, I'll be able to make a final decision. Ning Qin coughed lightly. Xiazi was silent. He sat there for a long time without saying a word. First prince, I can only do this much. The rest will be up to you and your highness. Ning Qin sighed. He looked exhausted. Even house arrest is not allowed, asked Xiazi slowly. He must be killed. The winner was king, while the loser was a bandit. Since he was a bandit, he couldn't let him live. He understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Moreover, his opponent was a prince with military power. Do you know about the 3rd prince's contact with Bei Meng? Asked Ning Qin softly. I do. This is clearly Bei Meng's military advisor's trick. It can't be done for real, replied Xiazi. A few days ago, I also felt the same. However, after thinking about it, this trick is very likely to become real, reminded Ning Qin. Do you have proof? Asked Xiazi with a frown. I don't. Ning Qin shook his head. I'm still investigating. In truth, I also hope it's fake. The 3rd prince is indeed more suitable to be emperor than the 10th prince. Xiazi nodded. After a long time, he stood up. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Imperial Mother wants me to tell you something. She won't interfere in your marriage with Sinew. Ning Qin was startled. He sighed and said, that's all. After Xiazi left, Ning Qin sat in his seat with his eyes closed. Waves of exhaustion came from his body. It was so clear that it was as if his body no longer belonged to him. In the backyard, Lu Ruoshi was still curled up on the bed. Ever since this stunning courtesan came to the Marquis' estate, she had become much more lazy. Every day, she would wake up naturally and walk around the backyard a few times. When she was tired, she would go back to rest. Other than Xiao Yin, no other servants were allowed to enter the backyard. Lu Ruoshi knew that her identity couldn't be exposed, so she never left the backyard. Ning Qin came to the backyard, knocked on the door, and entered Lu Ruoshi's room. When he saw the beautiful figure curled up on the bed, he said, If you're bored, you can change your appearance and go out for a walk. Lu Ruoshi smiled gently. After that night, she was no longer afraid of the Marquis. She reached out to stroke the hair by her ear and said softly, No need. I'm fine now. Ning Qin smiled and didn't force her. In the past, he didn't see that courtesan Lu wasn't a diligent woman. He guessed that she was forced out in the past. In the words of later generations, she was a standard homebody. Ming Yu likes to listen to stories. If you have nothing to do, you can tell her about your past experiences. Ning Qin said with a calm expression. Okay, Lu Ruoshi said lazily, but Little Lord really is like a little girl. Listening to Lu Ruoshi's seemingly unintentional words, Ning Qin's eyes suddenly turned cold and murderous. I don't want to hear this sentence again. I also don't want to hear you mention it to anyone else, Ning Qin warned. A woman's sixth sense was really troublesome. They had only known each other for a few days, but she had already begun to suspect Ming Yu's identity. Lu Ruoshi heard Ning Chen's warning tone, but for some reason she wasn't afraid. She smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Marquis. Ruoshi doesn't know anything. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Rest well." After saying this, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. Looking at the back of the former's departing figure, Lu Ruoshi was still curled up on the bed. Her peerlessly beautiful face was languid. She was unwilling and didn't want to think about anything else. In fact, she disliked using her brain the most. Chapter 153. In the silent night, the sound of coughing could be heard from a room in the backyard of the Marquis' estate. It was very soft and did not spread outside the room. The person inside the room was deliberately suppressing his coughing. Under the light of the lantern, a plain-clothed figure was still staying up late to look at the intelligence sent to her by the spies. The imperial city was too big, and there were too many things she needed to pay attention to. People like the third prince and Duke Xiu were each more cunning than the other, so it was impossible to find a direct flaw. She could only rely on some minor details from the side branches to find a breakthrough. In this world, there was nothing that could be done flawlessly. The difficult part was discovering it. After investigating the cause of the city lord's death for so long, there was finally some progress. It was now confirmed that Duke Xiu had secretly ordered the city lord's death. The day before the city lord's death, and Qing Marquis had entered Duke Xiu's estate and came out in less than 15 minutes. Coupled with Duke Xiu's secret plan in the Cloud Ridge stronghold, it was now certain that the great Xia's head eunuch was plotting something. "Marquis, Eunuch Pei has left the imperial tomb," a low voice sounded from outside the door. "Understood," Ning Qin replied. Outside the door, the black figure disappeared without a sound, as if it had never appeared. Ning Qin was silent. Eunuch Pei's appearance was the final step. Now he just had to wait for a decision. A person's heart was hard to predict. He couldn't make a judgment easily. He had to try again and again. Late at night, Lu Ruoshi woke up and saw the flickering light in the Marquis' room. She got up and went to the door and gently knocked. Inside the room, Ning Qin frowned and said, "Please come in." Lu Ruoshi pushed the door open and entered. Her plain face looked even more charming under the lamplight. In terms of appearance, this courtesan queen of the imperial city was undoubtedly synonymous with femme fatale. It was just that her temperament was slightly weak. In this era, women were destined to be the vassals of men. After all, a woman like Fan Lingyue, who was more dazzling than the moon in the sky, had only appeared once in 1,000 years. "Marquis, rest," Lu Ruoshi said softly as she picked up the wick to make the flame brighter. Ning Qin smiled and did not answer. He continued to look at the situation in his hands. There was no such thing as a free reward in this world. He was not a god and could not predict the future. When Lu Ruoshi saw that the Marquis did not speak, she no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, she stood quietly to the side and helped grind the ink. Reading at night with a beautiful woman was every scholar's dream. Unfortunately, Ning Chen was not a scholar, but a martial marquis. "Cough, cough!" As the night deepened, the coughing in the room became louder. Lu Ruoshi gently patted Ning Chen's back, took out a silk handkerchief from her bosom, and handed it to him. Ning Chen pushed Lu Ruoshi's hand away and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "The Marquis is a good person," Lu Ruoshi said softly. "Huh." Ning Chen smiled tiredly and said honestly, "I'm not a good person. If one day I find out that you've done something to let down the Marquis estate, I'll kill you without the slightest hesitation." "That day won't come," Lu Ruoshi said softly. "I hope so," Ning Chen replied. 2 hours later, Ning Chen finished reading the last piece of information. He closed his eyes in exhaustion and said slowly, "There's an auction tomorrow. Ming Yue, and I will be going. Are you coming?" Lu Ruashi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Won't it cause trouble for the Marquis?" "Give me your hand." Ningchen opened his eyes and said indifferently. Lu Ruashi doubtfully stretched out her left hand. Her slender jade fingers were crystal clear and flawless. Ningchen condensed a sword into his finger, and a trace of true qi flowed through her arm and into her body. A moment later, the brilliance dissipated. "All right. Tomorrow, just put on a simple disguise and there won't be any problems. Even if a ninth-grade expert investigates, they won't be able to see anything." "Thank you, Marquis," Lu Ruashi said. "Go back and rest." Ningchen waved his hand and said, "Ruashi will take her leave." Lu Ruashi gracefully bowed and immediately left the room. After Lu Ruashi left, Ningchen got up and went to the courtyard. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed in his heart. It was the end of the month again. He only had less than half a month left. In the northern Ming barracks, Fan Lingyue also stayed up all night. He stood in front of his tent and looked in the direction of the imperial city in silence. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure like a fairy blended into the world, as if she would break through the sky at any moment. These were the two most terrifying women in the world. One had the chaos volume, while the other had the travel volume. When they worked together, they were invincible. Even someone as strong as Ningchen, who had many things that transcended the era, had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two. After a moment, Fan Lingyue softly said something. The beautiful figure under the moonlight calmly nodded and disappeared in a flash. The night gradually dispersed, and the first rays of dawn scattered on the earth, reflecting a faint golden color. In front of the Qilin Pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was the most prosperous scene in 100 years. The 9-wonder separation flower was a divine flower that had always only existed in legends. No one had thought that it would actually appear in this world. Ningchen came, holding little Mingyu's hand. On the other side, Lu Ruashi was wearing a mask that covered her peerless appearance, but it couldn't hide her exquisite and alluring body. The dignitaries who came today were all true big shots. Many of them had seen Ningchen before, so they weren't surprised at his arrival. Everyone in the world knew that Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia lacked nothing but this divine flower. "Marquis, please." A young woman walked over and politely bowed. Ningchen faintly smiled. The seemingly delicate woman in front of him wasn't as harmless as she looked. The Qilin Pavilion was one of the largest chambers of commerce in the world. For this woman to be sent to be in charge of this auction, her background was definitely not simple. The four of them walked into a private room. A beautiful maidservant was waiting inside. The woman said a few words to her before she turned around and left. The maid knew that the young man in front of her had a noble status and didn't dare to neglect him. She respectfully stood to the side, waiting for orders at any time. Ningchen started coughing again, one after another. It was very dull, and the 3 people in the box were scared witless. "Bad guy." Ming Yu's beautiful big eyes were full of worry. She stood up and used her small handkerchief to wipe off the blood on his lips. "It's okay. You'll get used to it." Ningchen patted the little girl's cloth hat and comforted her with a smile. "You help him massage his back." Mingyu pointed at Lu Ruashi and said fiercely. Lu Ruashi was stunned for a moment before quickly coming to her senses and helping the Marquis massage his back. The young master's fierce reputation in the Marquis mansion was obvious to all. The most powerful person in the mansion wasn't the Marquis, but the young master. No one dared to go against him. This was the first time Ningchen enjoyed this kind of treatment. He felt a little awkward. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Was this considered taking advantage of him? Lu Ruashi's technique was very good. Her strength was neither light nor heavy. It seemed that she had received special training. It wasn't easy to nurture a courtesan. Everything had to be taught. Otherwise, how could she deal with those picky dignitaries The auction began. The auctioneer was the woman from before. She was wearing a gorgeous palace dress. She looked less gentle and more noble. Because of the 9 wonders separation flower, today's auction was exceptionally lively. Rare treasures came out one after another, except for a few big shots who were enduring. The rest of the boxes had already started to bid. Ning Chen was envious. Unfortunately, he didn't have any money. Zhang Sun had given him countless things, but he didn't give him any money. Ever since the war between Great Xia and Northern Ming, the treasury had always been tight. Talking about money with Zhang Sun right now was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Now, the 9th treasure, 15 kilograms of blazing sun iron. As Hua Xian's red lips moved, a stone platform slowly rose. On the stone platform, a fist-sized piece of fiery red iron lay quietly. It looked ordinary and mediocre, without anything special about it. This was a rare treasure, but the method to refine it had already been lost. It was a pity not to buy it, but if you did buy it, you wouldn't know how to use it. The starting price is 10,000 taels of gold, the woman said. Both inside and outside the box were silent. After a long time, someone indifferently raised the price. 11,000 taels. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone had bid. This blazing sun iron might have caused a mad scramble 1,000 years ago, but today it was already good enough that it could be sold. 11,100 taels. A calm voice came from the box on the second floor. The woman's relieved heart was once again raised. This voice belonged to the Ji Ming Marquis. Bad guy, do we have money? Ming Yu asked nervously from the box. No, Ning Chen replied with certainty. Ming Yu subconsciously looked at Lu Ruoshi behind the bad guy. She had heard that courtesans were very rich. Lu Ruoshi quickly shook her head when little Ming Yu looked at her. I don't have money either. I didn't even bring out a single cent of the money I saved over the years. Ming Yu was somewhat depressed. What should she do? Sell her or sell you, Ning Chen joked with a smile. She's valuable, but I'm a child. I'm worthless, Ming Yu analyzed seriously. Ning Chen pinched the little girl's cheeks. She was so mischievous. Someone from the box raised the price 2 more times. Ning Chen also raised the price, but each time he didn't raise it much, just 100 taels. In the end, the person in the box gave up and didn't make another sound. In the end, the final price of the blazing sun iron was 13,100 taels. It was a cheap price, but it was enough to buy a cabbage as tall as Miji Mountain. Ning Chen's heart was actually very moved by this fist-sized blazing sun iron. He seemed to be casually raising the price, but in reality he was determined to get it. When he was in Tao Tai's stomach, Dao Chief Jiang Wangji had taught him a Dao sect cultivation method, so he was no stranger to this blazing sun iron. Others didn't have the refining method, but he did. The Dao sect's refining method was unparalleled in the world. Even the current Confucian sect was far behind it. After all, the Confucian sect had only been around for 1,000 years, while the Dao sect had been around for tens of thousands of years. In the remaining time, several more rare treasures appeared, causing round after round of competition. Ning Chen and little Ming Yu looked at each other with wide eyes, but they didn't make a sound. If one didn't manage the house, they wouldn't know the cost of firewood and rice. The last treasure, the 9 wonders, parting flower. The starting price is 100,000 taels of gold. At this moment, a stone platform made of crystal slowly rose. On it, a purple divine flower quietly lay. Suddenly, the whole hall trembled. Chapter 154. The 9 wonders separation flower was a miraculous flower that could regenerate limbs. Apart from the head and internal organs, the rest of the body could rapidly regenerate. This was a divine medicine that even Xiantian lords would be envious of. If this flower was placed anywhere else, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. However, this was the Grand Xia dynasty's imperial city, where there were 330,000 imperial guards and Xiantian lords. No one dared to cause trouble here. In order to find this divine flower, Zhang's son had racked his brains. Fortunately, his hard work paid off, and he was fortunate enough to obtain it. In the auction, the price soared rapidly from 100,000 gold coins to over 300,000 silver coins. Moreover, the price was still rising. The main competitors were only 3 or 4 boxes. They raised the price by 10,000 without the slightest hesitation. 500,000. An indifferent female voice came from one of the boxes. In an instant, she raised the price by more than 100,000 and immediately suppressed the other boxes. Hearing this voice, Ningqin frowned. He felt that it was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it carefully, it was extremely unfamiliar. In the box where the Xiantian was bidding, a snow-white robe with a beautiful face without the slightest trace of emotion was Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue was a Xiantian. As long as she didn't want others to recognize her, no one could do it, not even Ningqin. 550,000 taels. Another person from the private room joined in the bidding. This time, it was Ningqin who made the bid. Mu Qingxue didn't speak again. She quietly stood in the box and looked in the opposite direction. Her eyes were as cold as ice. 600,000 taels. Another competitor appeared in the auction and made a bid. 700,000. A box that had been silent until now finally spoke. 700,000 was already a sky-high price. It was impossible for anyone to raise it. After the woman on the auction stage asked 3 times, Zhongzhong struck the wooden hammer in her hand. Mingyu, we have money. Ningqin smiled. Little Mingyu was confused. Lu Ruo she also didn't understand. In the Marquis' mansion, there were very few people who knew about this matter. Not long after, the woman walked in and motioned for the maid to leave. Marquis, this is blazing sun iron and 690,000 in gold notes. Because you are our Qilin Pavilion's VIP, the blazing sun iron will be your starting bid of 10,000. As for the 9 Wonders separation flower, the Qilin Pavilion will make an exception this time. How can I accept that? Although Ningqin said that he was embarrassed, his hands were not embarrassed at all. He smiled as he took the gold notes and the blazing sun iron. Qilin Pavilion's attitude was polite, so Ningqin naturally wasn't stingy with his words. The two of them talked back and forth for a long time, until Mingyu and Lu Ruo were about to fall asleep. Only then did Ningqin reluctantly bid farewell to the woman. The 9 Wonders separation flower was bought by someone, and the buyer was not hard to guess. In this world, not everyone could take out such an astronomical amount of gold. At the very least, Ningqin, who was a martial marquis, could not do it. 2 days later, a letter was sent to Jiming Marquis Mansion from the 3rd prince. Ningqin left the mansion alone. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. He went to the Yanwu mansion alone. Xia Yanwu loved martial arts and was proficient in martial arts. He was the 2nd prince to be conferred the title of king. His title was Martial Arts Demonstration. The 3rd prince rarely returned home. Usually he would stay in the barracks. This time he was invited to the residence. Ningqin walks into the Yanwu Palace. Inside the hall, there is only one person and one flower. The man was Xia Yanwu, and the flower was the parting lily. Jiming Marquis, it's time to make a decision. Xia Yanwu indifferently says, I only want to ask one thing. What kind of agreement did you reach with the Northern Meng military advisor? Ningqin calmly asks. She helped me ascend the throne, and I promised her a path to safely withdraw the troops, Xia Yanwu honestly says. Ningqin slightly squints his eyes, saying, Your Highness, have you ever thought that this might be Fan Lingyue's scheme? As long as the Grand Xia is in my hands, I don't need to fear any schemes, Xia Yanwu proudly says. Your Highness is very confident, Ningqin praises. Xia Yanwu is not willing to be entangled in this matter. He says sternly, Jiming Marquis, I have already shown enough sincerity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ningchen chuckles. He immediately stretches out 2 fingers and points to the heavens. I, Ningchen, hereby swear that I will do my best to help the third prince ascend the throne. If I violate this oath, I will be burned by the heavens. The oath is witnessed by the morning sun. Once you enter the 9th rank, you will be closest to the heavens. How can you so easily swear an oath? Ha. Arrogant laughter comes from the main hall. In the blink of an eye, it spreads throughout the entire manor. The heavens have eyes, and oaths will be obeyed. This is something that all martial artists above the 9th rank know. This oath is more reliable than any guarantee. Today, the Jiming Marquis swears that the 10th prince is in great danger. One decision in exchange for a flower. This is a win-win situation. It also means that the chaotic battle between the 2 princes of the Grand Xia is about to come to an end. In the Lingyan pavilion, Su Fian Zither is no longer calm. The worst thing has happened. The 10th prince sat at the table, his brows slightly furrowed as he drank cup after cup of wine without stopping. Go ask Duke Xiu. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better, Su Fian suggests. Xia Mingri gently nods, then stands up and leaves. On this day, Duke Xiu leaves the manor and goes to the Grand Guardian's manor to discuss the selection for the throne. For hours later, Duke Jingwu also arrives. The 3 dukes gather and discuss until sunset before leaving. Duke Jingwu's point of view hasn't changed. He supports the 3rd prince. Duke Xiu supports the 10th prince. But the Grand Guardian's point of view has changed. Duke Xiu clearly says that the 3rd prince and Northern Ming's side are likely to have some secret relationship. Duke Jingwu doesn't believe that, believing it to be Northern Ming's scheme. The Grand Guardian doesn't say whether he believes it or not. He only says that the 10th prince is indeed more suitable. Of the 3 dukes, 2 of them support the 10th prince. This caused the originally one-sided situation to once again change. 2 days later, news comes from the Weiyang Palace that the Empress is also leaning towards the 10th prince's ascension. This is like a stone that raises 1,000 ripples. Even the Empress, who hasn't expressed her opinion, has spoken. Doesn't that mean that the selection for the throne will soon be decided? What's going on? Xia Yanwu is sitting on the main seat in an unremarkable courtyard, next to the Yanwu Manor. Below him are all powerful officials of the 3rd prince's side. There is the Divine Wind Battalion's commander Ming Chuan, as well as the commanders of the Swift Rain and Violet Lightning Battalions. Adding on 7 powerful nobles, there are 10 of them. The 10 of them didn't say anything. They knew this question wasn't directed at them, but at the Jiming Marquis. It should be a rumor. I went to the palace today, but unfortunately the Empress said she wouldn't see me, said Ning Chen in confusion. Xia Yanwu frowned. He wants to ascend the throne in a proper way. But if he can't do it, he won't be stingy with other methods. Whether it's true or false, since even you can't enter the palace, it means there really is a problem with Mother, said Xia Yanwu. Ning Chen was silent for a long time before he slowly said, I'll try again tomorrow. Xia Yanwu nodded. You have to be prepared for everything. Jiming Marquis. As a martial marquis, you have the authority to mobilize an army of 100,000. You must be prepared to mobilize soldiers at any time. Ning Chen was startled. Your Highness, please reconsider. Mobilizing soldiers without reason is the same as rebelling. Who says without reason? The 10th prince is plotting a rebellion. This prince is merely suppressing the rebellion. Xia Yanwu said coldly, Isn't it too rushed? Below him, one of the marquis asked worriedly. Another marquis shook his head. Your Highness' considerations are reasonable. Once the 3 dukes and the Empress really issue an edict to establish the 10th prince as the emperor, it will be too late. At that time, we won't have the right to do so. Even if we mobilize soldiers, we will have no chance of winning. Sigh. The rest of the Marquis sighed. If possible, no one would want to reach such a stage. The 3 imperial army commanders also frowned. After a while, Ming Chuan opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, it's still not appropriate. Out of the 4 city gates, 2 are in the hands of the Empress and the first prince. 1 is in the hands of the 10th prince, and the last one is in the hands of the Marquis Nengong. Even if the army arrives, they will not be able to enter in a short period of time. This prince has already made arrangements." With that said, Xia Yanwu clapped his hands. In the next moment, a young figure walked in and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the Nangong Marquis establishment is ready for your Highness' orders." Seeing that, everyone's pupils constricted. That person, Nangong Qing. So, the Nangong Marquis had already sided with His Highness. Ning Qin sighed. The imperial army had 11 camps, and the 3rd prince had 4 of them. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Xia Yanwu's trump card had greatly exceeded his estimation. Everyone dispersed and left in the night. Ning Qin also returned to the Jimingho residence and went straight to his study room. On the 2nd day, Ning Qin entered the palace again, but he was once again stopped in front of the heavenly mandate chamber. "Marquis, please do not make things difficult for the subordinate." An imperial army soldier revealed a difficult expression. "Why is the Empress not meeting me?" Ning Qin asked. The Empress did not say. She only said that if Marquis enters the palace, she will not meet you. The imperial army soldier said helplessly, "Esteemed Empress, Ning Chun requests an audience." Ning Qin took 2 steps back and shouted. His voice rumbled and shook the entire imperial palace. But in the deep heavenly mandate chamber, it was still calm and not a single sound came out. "Marquis, please go back." The imperial army soldier sighed. "Humph." Ning Chen flung his sleeve and left angrily. The news that Jiming Marquis was once again refused an audience by the Empress in front of the heavenly mandate chamber spread like wildfire. Everyone in the imperial court knew about Jiming Marquis' background. Even if he was not personally taught by the Empress, it was close. Now, Jiming Marquis could not even enter the heavenly mandate chamber. One could imagine how angry the Empress was. It seemed that the matter of Jiming Marquis taking a side had completely angered the Empress. However, this also made everyone see one thing clearly. It turned out that the Empress had in mind the Empress's choice of the Emperor was the 10th prince. It was understandable that Jiming Marquis stood on the 3rd prince's side for the 9 Wonders flower. No one could say anything about it. Such an opportunity would only come once. If it was lost, it would never be found again. 2 days later, the 3 dukes and Zhongsun met again in the heavenly mandate chamber. The 4 of them talked for an entire day, but no one knew the result. However, this time, Duke Jingwu sent a letter to the 3rd prince. The letter was very simple and only had 5 words. Teacher has done his best. Chapter 155. The manner of Jiming Marquis was as peaceful as usual. No matter what happened outside, it was always a peaceful place. Ning Chen did not allow any conspiracy to disturb the manor, especially the backyard. There was not much time left in the 1-month period given by Prince Yen. Fortunately, the chess pieces that needed to be set were almost all set, and it was time to finalize the game. This fight between the 2 kings was actually a farce. The one controlling it was Fan Lingyue, and the one watching the show was also Fan Lingyue. He was powerless to stop it, and could only use the smallest price to end it. It was still the same statement. Whoever became the emperor had nothing to do with him. "Marquis, Eunuch Pei has sent a letter." A low voice rang out from outside the study. "Send it in," Ning Chen said calmly. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the letter turned into a streak of light and flew into the room. However, he didn't enter the room and continued to wait in front of the door. Ning Chen took the letter. After reading it, he said indifferently, "All right, you may leave. There's no need to keep an eye on Eunuch Pei." "Yes." The black shadow left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed like Duke Xiu thought highly of him and would only be at ease if he died. The night was intoxicating. The lights in the study were still on, but the person had already disappeared. In the palace of the great Xia dynasty, a black shadow entered under the cover of the night. The patrolling imperial guards passed by, but they did not notice anything unusual. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning, who had rested after a tiring day, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and asked alertly, "Who is it?" "It's me," said Ning Chen. He entered in a flash and took off the ghost mask. "Why are you here at this time?" Qing Ning asked helplessly as she leaned against the bed in her thin pajamas and covered herself with the blanket. This brat really didn't know that men and women should keep their distance. How could he barge into a woman's room in the middle of the night? "I can't get in during the day," Ning Chen said honestly. "If there's something you need, go find Her Highness." "What are you here for?" Qing Ning said unhappily. "It's too late. It's not convenient," Ning Chen said, embarrassed. Qing Ning felt like punching someone. After taking a few deep breaths, Qing Ning suppressed the impulse in her body and said, "Her ladyship has already done what you asked her to do. However, neither she nor I understand what you're planning. Why do you want to pretend that the 10th prince will ascend to the throne?" "This is not an illusion." Ning Chen's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Qing Ning was stunned when she heard this. She did not know what was going on. "If I don't force the 10th prince into a corner, Duke Xiu's side will remain silent. Only a silent dog bites." "I don't want to be bitten at the last moment," said Ning Chen calmly. "You're saying that Duke Xiu isn't sincere in helping the 10th prince ascend the throne?" Qing Ning asked with a solemn expression. "I only suspected it before, but now I can confirm it," Ning Chen said seriously. "By the way, the 3rd prince already has the idea of using military force to force the abdication. He might take action very soon." "This is rebellion." Qing Ning's expression changed, and she said angrily. Ning Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Since ancient times, the winner was king and the loser was always in the wrong. He wasn't surprised that the 3rd prince would choose this path. The 3rd prince's personality was one that liked to use small to gain big things. Moreover, this time, under the circumstances of a sudden attack, the success rate was much higher than expected. That's still not right. The 3rd prince doesn't have enough soldiers, and the 4 city gates aren't under his control. Even if you could mobilize soldiers, you wouldn't be able to enter. Qing Ning shook her head. "Marquis Nangong is one of his people." Ning Chen smiled. Qing Ning was shocked. How could this be? When the 3rd prince had been crowned king, Marquis Nangong had spoken out against it. It was no secret that the two of them didn't get along. No one would believe that Marquis Nangong was one of the 3rd prince's people. "I'm leaving. If the 3rd prince really wants to force the abdication, I'll send a letter in advance." With that, Ning Chen put on ghost face and got up to leave. "How did you obtain the 3rd prince's trust?" Qing Ning hurriedly asked. "Huh." Ning Chen laughed calmly, and then his feet moved as he instantly vanished. Hearing this faint laugh, Qing Ning didn't know why, but an indescribable feeling of foreboding arose in her heart. The changes in the situation these days had caused everyone to place their attention on the Empress. However, the true source of this was the Grand Tutor's sudden change of heart. Everyone in the world thought that it was Duke Xiu's silver tongue and the fabricated news of the 3rd prince colluding with Northern Meng. However, they didn't know that the true evidence had already been sent to the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was just putting on a show. The crux of the entire matter was how Ning Chen obtained the 3rd prince's trust. If he didn't say anything, no one would know. Ning Chen returned to the Marquis residence and looked at the Marquis uniform that he hadn't worn since he was made a Marquis. The stone green robe was embroidered with 9 5-clawed pythons, symbolizing his noble status as an official. It was finally time to wear this court uniform. On the 2nd day, the 3rd prince sent a trusted aide to send a message, ordering him to go to Guming and Luoha cities outside the imperial city in 3 days to mobilize troops. These two cities were the imperial cities, defense cities. The total number of troops, there was only 100,000. They weren't far from the imperial city, so one night was enough. The divine wind, swift rain, and violet lightning battalions were as calm as before. However, deep within the eyes of the 3 battalions' commanders, there was much more worry. Forcing the 3rd prince to abdicate meant rebellion. It was a crime punishable by 9 familial exterminations. Although the plan seemed flawless, they couldn't help but worry. On the 4th day, Xiazi ordered someone to deliver the ink sword. Ning Qin looked at the sword that had accompanied him through half a year of trials and hardships. He sighed in his heart. It had made it in time for this battle. On the 5th day, which was also the last day, Ning Chen went to see Xia Yanwu. Xia Yanwu was standing in front of the main hall of the prince's mansion. His eyes looked through the barrier in the direction of the imperial palace. His eyes flashed with passion and arrogance. Marquis Jiming, at dawn tomorrow, the dragon throne in the heavenly mandate palace will have a new master. Yes, it's time to end it, Ning Qin said with a sigh. Ning Qin left to mobilize troops in Guming and Luoha. At the same time, a beautiful figure in green walked out of Weiyang Palace and also left. 100 miles outside the city, the two met and then went south together. After seeing Ning Qin and the Marquis Jiming's commander seal, the two city lords immediately knelt down to greet the Marquis Jiming. As the sun set in the west, the army set out and rushed towards the imperial city in the north. Ning Qin handed the commander's seal to Qing Ning. He glanced at the 3 generals in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't deliberately lower his voice and said slowly, "Take the commander's seal and stay here. If you find anything strange, kill them all without mercy." Yes, Qing Ning nodded in agreement. The 3 generals broke out in a cold sweat. This Jiming Marquis really was as vicious and merciless as the rumor said. In the next moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Within the imperial city, the divine wind was sent out. The entire city was terrified. The Swift Rain Battalion and the Violet Lightning Battalion also moved and quickly took control of the entire imperial city. The 4,000 soldiers of the Swift Rain Battalion surrounded the 10th prince's estate, ready to attack at any moment. Outside King Hao's estate, there were also soldiers of the Violet Lightning Battalion surrounding it. At this moment, all the people in the imperial city who held military power were unable to move a single step. They were all trapped within their mansions. Hearing the commotion outside, the gates of the imperial palace immediately closed and went into a defensive state. Within Weiyang Palace, an imperial guard captain blocked Zhang Xuan's path out of the palace, unwilling to give in at all. "Empress, please forgive us. The Marquis said that no accident can happen to your safety. He told me to stop you no matter what," said the Imperial Guard captain respectfully. This was the Imperial Guard captain who came back alive from the Buddha Kingdom. After seeing the commander's seal of the Dragon Guard in Ning Chen's hand, he accepted this task without hesitation. In the world, if there was anyone who still completely trusted Ning Chen, it would be those soldiers who had witnessed the tragic battle of the Buddha Kingdom. They were not surprised that the 3rd prince rebelled, but it was impossible for their Marquis to do so. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, Ning Chen returned with his sword on his back and walked step by step to the top of the stone steps. The 9,000 dragon guards knelt down to the Marquis and also to the Supreme Commander's seal of the Dragon Guard. There was a gap between the Imperial Guards. If the 30,000 Dragon Guards were the elite of the Imperial Guards, then the 9,000 soldiers in front of him were the elite of the elite. Ning Qin stood in front of the heavenly mandate palace and only said 2 words, "Hold your ground." Outside the first meridian gate, the tightly closed gates of the Imperial Palace blocked the path of the Divine Wind Battalion. The spies that were originally arranged did not move at all. Xia Yanwu's expression gradually became serious. He sensed that something was wrong. In the imperial city, The 10th prince, who was supposed to be in his residence, appeared unexpectedly and led the Blue Sparrow and White Tiger battalions to surround the Swift Rain battalion. On the other side, Xiazi appeared and led the 2 battalions in his hands to surround the Purple Lightning battalion. Sensing that something was wrong, Marquis Nangong wanted to lead his troops to help, but was blocked by Duke Xiu and Eunuch Pei. The red-robed, blue-robed, and red-robed guards of the Taisher Council all walked out and stood behind Duke Xiu. There were nearly 10,000 of them. The Taisher Council was still the Taisher Council of Duke Xiu. The head of the eunuchs still had absolute control. Marquis Nangong was in a difficult position and did not dare to act rashly. He was not afraid of the tricolor guards of the Taisher Council, but he was afraid of the old man beside the Taisher Council. The rebellion in the imperial city was quickly brought under control. Bad news reached Xia Yanwu's ears one by one, causing the 3rd prince of the Great Xia to look more and more unsightly. If he still did not know that he had been schemed against, he would be a fool. But who was the one who betrayed him? Figures flashed through Xia Yanwu's mind, but when it came to Ningchen, he paused. After thinking about it, he shook his head. It couldn't have been him. The night wind was somewhat chilly. Xia Yanwu glanced to the south and sternly said, "Hold on. As long as we wait for the army to arrive, we will still have a chance." "You won't have a chance." Xiazi, dressed in purple, strode forward, his black hair blowing in the wind. The autumn water, sword in his hand, was dripping with blood. The 3 generals followed closely behind him, not daring to overstep. "Surround the Divine Wind Battalion. Kill anyone who resists." "Yes." The order soared into the sky. The 20,000 dragon guards and 30,000 Xuanwu army soldiers that had been waiting for this moment moved out, their banners flying as they surrounded the Divine Wind Battalion. Rumble. The gates opened at noon, and 9,000 of the most elite dragon guards appeared. The person at the very front wore a blue, 9-python marquee robe that flapped in the wind. Chapter 156. When Xia Yanwu saw Ningchen, he calmed down after a brief moment of shock. He didn't feel any fear or panic, only insufferably arrogance. "Jiming Marquis, I really didn't expect it to be you." "It's not strange," said Ningchen. Xia Yanwu glanced at the horizon. "It's almost daybreak. Having someone to accompany me to hell isn't a bad thing. You go first. If you're not in a rush, you can wait for me," said Ningchen. "Of course I'll wait." Xia Yanwu laughed. No one present understood what the 2 of them were talking about, including Xiazi. Perhaps going to hell together was the best ending for the 2 of them. "I'll leave this place to you," said Ningchen. "Yes." Xiazi nodded. Ningchen left, leaving the final battlefield to the 2 princes. After Ningchen left, Xiazi looked at Xia Yanwu, who was still as arrogant as ever. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. "Yanwu, you've gone the wrong way. Being born in this cruel imperial palace is a mistake. If I don't fight, I'll die. The most heartless thing is the imperial family. The winner takes all." "That has never changed," said Xia Yanwu. "Did you really have some secret contact with Bei Meng?" asked Xiazi, suppressing his emotions. "Yes." Xia Yanwu nodded. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Hearing Xia Yanwu personally admit it, Xiazi's expression turned cold. Killing intent appeared on his face. "As a prince of the Grand Xia, are you worthy of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and Duke Jingwu's trust? Why bother with trifles when it comes to accomplishing great things? However, there's no point in saying anything now. Let's fight." Xia Yanwu took a step forward, his golden armor clanging. Although he had already lost, he wasn't someone who would give up easily. Even if he died, he would die in battle. Xiazi slowly raised his sword and sighed. "Among us 4 brothers, 10th brother is the best at enduring. 8th brother is good at reading people's hearts. As for 3rd brother, your martial strength is ranked first. Today will be the last time I'll fight with you." Xiazi unsheathed his sword. His purple robes fluttered in the wind. Xiazi did not use any extreme moves, nor did he release any shocking aura. However, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed it and trembled. Xia Yanwu's expression did not change. His aura rose as he took a step forward. His golden armor clanged as his iron fists met the autumn water's sword head-on. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the autumn water sword vibrated. Xia Yanwu did not retreat even half a step. He let out a light shout and activated his martial arts. The heavy and vigorous aura on his iron fist pressed down as he ruthlessly punched toward Xiazi. Not bad. Xiazi narrowed his eyes and loosened his grip. His sword spun around and turned into a beam of light that descended from the sky. The sword light flourished and pierced through Xia Yanwu's head. Boom! The ground between the two of them was unable to withstand the immense force, and it cracked open. Dust and sand flew into the air, and cracks spread out for hundreds of feet. At the same time, the sword came down. Xia Yanwu wanted to dodge, but he found that his right fist was restrained and he could not move, moving the mountains and rivers. At this critical moment, Xia Yanwu did not panic at all. He flipped his other hand and gathered his qi, sending out a red wave that pushed Xiazi back a couple of steps. Above him, the autumn water sword was also sent flying by this shocking aura. The life and death crisis disappeared in an instant. Xia Yanwu, you really have fallen. Xiazi took half a step back and softly said, the Grand Xia's prince had actually cultivated the technique of Northern Meng's lover. How lamentable. Xiazi didn't know whether it was hatred or disappointment, but a trace of loneliness flashed through his eyes. Was it worth it for the position of emperor? Big brother, do you know what I hate the most about you? It's your hypocritical attitude and expression. Xia Yanwu revealed a mocking expression. There's no need to lecture me. Since I've already taken this step, I'm already mentally prepared. Today, life and death will be decided by the heavens. Xia Yanwu no longer held back, since he had already probed Xiazi. He exerted force with his foot, causing the stone floor to shatter. A tyrannical aura suddenly soared, and a scarlet light reflected off his golden armor. Sighing, Xiazi put away the last of his sorrow and softness. He clenched his fist, and the autumn water sword flew back. His black hair fluttered behind him, and a boundless righteous aura surged out. The golden scroll opened behind him, and the large golden words blossomed with a dazzling light. This was the Confucian school's secret art, boundless sea of learning. Ancient God's martial arts demonstration. Xia Yanwu's fists trembled as he stomped his foot. Immediately, an ancient aura surged out, and a huge statue appeared. It had a green face and fangs, and it looked ferocious. The moment it appeared, a berserk pressure surged out, causing space to shatter and the entire world to violently tremble. Outside the battle, the three generals felt the boundless evil aura that suddenly appeared, and they were shocked. They looked at the first prince with deep worry. The soldiers who were further away didn't know what was happening, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure coming from the front. A battle of this level wasn't something they could handle. Boundless sea of learning versus ancient God's martial arts demonstration. After a loud explosion, both sides were pushed back. Although they were on par with each other in terms of moves, it couldn't hide the difference in their foundations. Oh Hong, who was mentioned by Xia Yanwu, was pushed back dozens of steps before stabilizing herself. On the other side, Xiazi's aura was slightly chaotic, but he didn't seem to be injured. After taking 3 steps back, he slashed apart the aftershock with his sword and refused to take another step back. Half-step Xiantian. Xia Yanwu's expression greatly changed. This was the first time he was shocked since the start of the battle. The 4 kings all had their own strengths. Although the first prince was extraordinary in every aspect, he didn't stand out in any particular aspect. Gradually, everyone began to acknowledge him. They were used to it and no longer doubted him. That was because Xiazi's performance was already very outstanding. Haha, we really were too stupid. Xia Yanwu faced the sky and laughed. Blood flowed down his armor. He was unwilling. His battle intent soared like a raging tide. So what if he was a half-step, Xiantian? This was his final battle. Xia Yanwu let out a wild roar and pushed his cultivation to its peak. The surrounding stone slabs floated up, and he was like a burning furnace that rose into the air, emitting a dazzling light. Jingwu Dongyao. With an unshakable battle intent, Xia Yanwu condensed his entire life's cultivation into his strongest move. His martial arts demonstration light surged and surged, illuminating the entire imperial palace. This final move was still the move that Jingwu Duke had taught him. Perhaps in Yanwu King's heart, he had always maintained the most primitive respect for his teacher. Facing Jingwu Duke's famous move, Xia Zi raised the sword in his hand. The sword moved and starlight gathered. Immediately, his cultivation broke through the limits and faintly emitted a Xiantian aura. Starry sky crossing. Using the same move as the three dukes, the two princes of the Grand Xia finally chose the best way to resolve their grudges. Originally, the two of them had taken the same master. Although they had different masters, they were both disciples of the three dukes. Since they were young, they had secretly competed against each other. At this moment in a life or death situation, the two of them both chose the move taught by the three dukes. It seemed they wanted to use this to resolve their many years of conflict and grudges. Boom! 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 A terrifying sound rang out and the world lost its color. One could only see space explode and a figure flew out, smashing into the ground. His body was covered in blood and even his armor was shattered. PFFF! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xia Yanwu knelt down on one knee. Blood flowed down from his body. He tried to stand up several times but failed. His heavily injured body could no longer support his inextinguishable battle intent. You've lost. Xia Zi slowly walked over and indifferently said to Xia Yanwu, "Huh." Xia Yanwu bitterly smiled. In the end, he had still underestimated his big brother. So the strongest person under the Xiantian realm wasn't the Jiming Marquis, but Xia Zi. Make your move. Closing his eyes, Xia Yanwu's face didn't show any fear. The winner was king, while the loser was a bandit. He had already mentally prepared himself. Time slowly passed, but the expected sword still didn't stab down. Xia Yanwu opened his eyes and looked at his imperial brother. His heart fiercely trembled. In the blink of an eye, his black hair was covered in frost, but the hand holding the sword still didn't stab down. Xia Zi's face was still very calm, without the slightest ripple. Only the strands of hair that were gradually turning white highlighted the sorrow and struggle in his heart. The night wind blew, causing a wisp of white hair to flutter. It was so dazzling that blood dripped down from the corner of Xia Zi's mouth. His cultivation actually became a bit unstable. You can leave. From now on, the Grand Xia will no longer have a Yanwu king. Xia Zi's hand that was holding the sword fell down. In the end, he still couldn't do it. He sighed inwardly and turned around, unwilling to face Xia Yanwu again. First Prince, you've disappointed the department head. At this moment, two hidden figures appeared from the Dragon Guard army. They were glistening with a bloody light and a white light as they simultaneously slashed down. Xia Zi's expression shook. He used his palm to disperse the white light while simultaneously using his body to block in front of Xia Yanwu. He circulated his cultivation to block the bloody sword light. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted. Xia Zi was unwilling to retreat. Despite the blood flowing from his mouth, he still stood firm. No matter how wrong he is, he's still my brother. I'll take responsibility for his mistakes. Xia Zi stood in front of Xia Yanwu, unwilling to move even half a step. The department head wants me to ask you if you can take responsibility for it. Yin Wugo's eyes turned cold. Xia Zi was silent, unable to answer this question. The department head has ordered that if your highness can't do it, then we'll do it. Today the third prince must die. Yin Wugo and Kong Yu's figures moved once more. Their swords shone brightly as they joined hands to take Yenwu King's life. Xiazi blocked them while Autumn Water blocked their swords. For a moment they were in a deadlock. At this moment, a shocking arrow light suddenly descended. Its terrifying might was something that even the heavens and earth couldn't stop. You can't. Facing this terrifying arrow light, Xiazi was aghast. He didn't have time to hesitate. His cultivation sword and a golden pillar of light sword. At this moment, the Grand Xia's vast martial king finally revealed his shocking strength without holding back and forcibly broke through to the Xiantian realm. A generation's heavenly genius. Yin Wugo and Kong Yu were shocked. But the moment they split up, it was already too late to withdraw their attacks. Breaking through to the Xiantian realm allowed Xiazi to break free from their entanglement and once more stand in front of Xia Yanwu. When the arrow light arrived, the golden pillar of light dissipated. The ground beneath Xiazi's feet caved in. Blood wildly gushed out, but he was still unwilling to retreat. Yanwu, I'll always remember that you are my brother. Xiazi's back was facing Xia Yanwu. He allowed the blood to dye his clothes red as he softly said, "It's just that you've walked the wrong path and done the wrong thing. However, your big brother will bear the consequences for you." After the arrow light, 2 more sword lights arrived. If he couldn't withdraw them in time, it would become a regret. Xia Yanwu's heart trembled. Tears fell from his eyes like rain. But his body was about to be seriously injured, and he was powerless to do anything. At this moment he came to a standstill. Scenes of the past constantly appeared in his mind. Being born in the imperial palace, the person he saw the most was neither his father nor his mother. Instead, he saw his brothers who had grown up with him. Ever since he was a child, Xiazi had always been like a little adult protecting them. Every time he was punished by his father, it was always Xiazi who would speak up for them and plead for leniency for them. "Big brother!" After calling out one last time, Xia Yanwu no longer hesitated and slapped his qi. "Ha!" His qi exploded and his body was instantly filled with energy. His heavy injuries were temporarily suppressed. With a clear whistle, Xia Yanwu's figure flickered and arrived between Xiazi and Tyli. He turned his head and faintly smiled before exploding. Blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. Yanwu! The shock wave from the explosion blocked the 2 sword lights. The shocking power sent the 3 of them flying dozens of meters away. Xiazi looked at the blood and bones that filled the sky. His heart trembled and tears silently fell. Uft! Blood sprayed out and dyed the ground red. Xiazi faced the sky and laughed wildly, tears falling like rain. Chapter 157. The third prince lost. He lost completely. He lost tragically. He lost so badly that he couldn't even compare to the flesh and blood that was falling from the sky. The conspiracy and the supreme throne disappeared overnight. Xiazi's mouth was stained with blood. He smiled sadly with tears in his eyes. In the night wind, his white hair was faintly visible. How many innocents were involved in the struggle for the throne? How many soldiers were killed? Now that he thought about it, it was just a bubble. Yin Wugo and Kong Yu left. Yanwu Wang self-destructed. This was the best ending. The rebellion in the imperial city was quickly suppressed. Xia Yanwu, who spent his whole life fighting for the throne, couldn't even enter the palace. It was really ironic. Ah! At this moment, miserable screams sounded in the imperial city. Bei Meng borrowed the third prince's wings, and the martial artists hidden in the imperial city began to move. The nobles on the side of the 10th prince and Duke Xiu began to be assassinated one after another. Even the commanders of the Blue Sparrow Battalion and the White Tiger Battalion were caught off guard by the sudden sneak attack. 3 died and 2 were injured. Ning Chen stood on top of the pagoda in the imperial city. Hearing the screams, he took out the Death Destroyer bow and shot an arrow. The bright silver arrow pierced through the sky and reached the courtyard of the Marquis of Xiaoyi. The expressions of the Beimeng experts who didn't have time to retreat changed. When they saw the arrow, it had already pierced through their chests. Blood spurted out, splashing more than 10 feet high. Their eyes were wide open. They died with grievances. The silver arrow came one after another. Every time it appeared, it would take away the life of an assassin. However, from the fourth arrow, Ning Chen's mouth began to bleed. Drop by drop, the clothes on his chest were dyed red. Swoosh! Suddenly, an extremely fast white rainbow streaked across the sky. A shocking sword slashed towards the pagoda. With a loud bang, the pagoda collapsed. Ning Chen, who was already prepared, dodged the sword. However, he was still knocked back more than 20 feet. His blood splattered on the ground. Mu Qingxue. Ning Chen looked at the elegant and beautiful figure in the sky, and after a short moment of shock, he quickly returned to normal. Mu Qingxue didn't intend to use the second sword. His figure flashed and disappeared. Ming Yu was taken away. She didn't even have time to say goodbye. In the imperial city, as long as Prince Yan didn't make a move, no one could stop Mu Qingxue, who cultivated the travel scroll. Unfortunately, the Yan prince would not interfere in these matters. Ning Chen coughed twice. He took one last look at the direction that the two of them had disappeared in. Soon after, he withdrew his mind and walked towards the direction of the Lingyan pavilion. Tonight, he must settle all his troubles at once. Under the night sky, the man covered in blood walked forward step by step, coughing up blood from time to time. It was obvious that he was nearing the end of his life. The life scroll was a mental cultivation method that paid the most attention to one's foundation. Even so, it couldn't withstand the wear and tear of repeated life and death battles. Ever since he returned from the Buddhist kingdom, Ning Chen's body hadn't been well. He had relied on his peerless foundation and the power of elixirs to survive until now. There was a limit to a person's strength. This was all he could do. As for the outcome, it was up to the will of the heavens. He had never believed in the heavens, but in the end, it was still the heavens above his head that wanted to take him away. Secretary. Yin Wugo and Kong Yu rushed over. When they saw Ning Chen covered in blood, they were shocked and immediately went forward. You don't have to follow me. Just do what I told you to do. Ning Chen's footsteps didn't stop, and he coughed as he spoke calmly. Yes. A hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes, but they still nodded in agreement. In the Tylee department, there were 13 red-clothed people, 600 green-clothed people, and 8,000 blue-clothed people. Ning Chen had been the secretary for a month. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The Tylee department was still the Tylee department of Duxiu, but there was always the shadow of the Marquis of Jiming. No one could completely control these nearly 10,000 people, not even Duxiu. In the heavenly mandate hall of the imperial palace, the 3 dukes and the 10th prince had arrived. The officials of the imperial court also rushed over one after another. Due to the turmoil in the imperial city and the assassins from northern Meng, many important officials had died. In addition, most of the rebellious officials on the 3rd prince's side had been arrested. Now, there were only a few people left in the heavenly mandate hall, less than 30% of the usual number. Old eunuch Pei walked to the side of the dragon throne. Looking at the empty dragon throne, his old eyes were gloomy. The officials didn't say anything about old eunuch Pei's actions. He was a genuine Xiantian expert, and no one could afford to offend him. Grand Secretary, it's time to announce the decision of the 3 dukes. A white-haired old official walked out and said in a trembling voice. After the old official spoke, the other officials turned their gazes toward the Grand Advisor. Tonight's upheaval had come so suddenly. So many people had died, and so much blood had been shed. Not only were the people of the royal palace terrified, but even the officials in court were uneasy. The current Great Xia needed a new emperor to stabilize the hearts of the people. There was no suspense about the choice of the new emperor. The third prince had died, the first prince had withdrawn from the competition for a long time, and the other princes weren't capable. The only candidate for the throne was the 10th prince. Duke Jingwu remained silent. From the moment Xia Yanwu mobilized his troops, he hadn't said a word. Duke Xiyu was also very quiet. He waved his feather fan and didn't say a word. The Grand Secretary was waiting. He wanted to wait for the Marquis of Jiming to come and witness this final moment. Unfortunately, he didn't come. The greatest contributor still hadn't appeared. The Grand Secretary had no choice but to give up waiting and announce the decision of the three dukes. The officials knelt down to listen to the edict. When they heard the words Xia Mingtian at the end of the decision, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. From the beginning, when the four dukes were fighting for the throne, to tonight's rebellion by the third prince, this battle for the throne had finally come to an end. The 10th prince's mouth curved in a smile. Under everyone's gaze, he walked step by step towards the throne. Imperial City, Lingyan Pavilion. Ning Qin had also arrived. His body was covered in blood, and his tired eyes were filled with killing intent. When Su Fian and Qiulan saw Ning Qin, they were startled. They didn't understand what was going on. Jiming Marquis, why have you come? Su Fian felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. To kill. Ning Qin replied. As soon as he said this, the snow began to fall. His ink sword slashed across the sky. 5 months of flying snow. Qiulan pulled out her sword to block, but was directly sent flying. The difference in foundation and cultivation was too great. She was completely unable to participate in the battle. This time, Ning Qin didn't hide his moves like last time. He immediately used his killing intent. The power was completely different. Su Fian saw that the situation wasn't right. The 3 strings of the spring lightning in her hands moved together. A purple light instantly lit up. When the 2 swords collided, Su Fian retreated 3 steps. She was slightly at a disadvantage. Jiming Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Su Fian's face was filled with anger. Tonight, everything had gone according to plan. The third prince had raised an army and then was suppressed by the 3 dukes, the 10th prince and the first prince. Now it was almost time to announce the 10th prince's ascension. Why was the Jiming Marquis here? The Heshi dynasty has already been destroyed for 1,000 years. They shouldn't be stirring up trouble again, Ning Qin said calmly. Su Fian's expression changed. How did he know? The Heavenly Mandate Palace should also have a result. Duke Xiyu is finished. Ning Qin glanced at the palace in the distance. Hearing this, Su Fian's heart sank to the bottom. She moved her feet and was about to rush over. Ning Qin held his sword and a sword light flashed, blocking her path. He said, Even if you rush over now, it will be too late. Tonight, everything will end. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the 10th prince walked step by step to the throne of the Xia dynasty. He immediately turned around and slowly sat down. The officials bowed and the sound of "Long live" echoed throughout the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Everyone rise. Xia Mingri opened his mouth and spoke for the first time since he became the emperor. Thank. Before he could finish, Eunuch Pei, who was beside the dragon throne, sighed softly. Wrong. The word wrong was so sudden that no one could react. They saw that the hand that had once sheltered Emperor Xia from the wind and rain was imprinted on the 10th prince's chest with a bang. Blood spurted out. The sudden change shocked everyone, including the 3 dukes below. The next moment, everyone came back to their senses. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The 10th prince, who was sitting on the dragon throne, his bones and face rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original appearance. Xiyu, the expression of the Grand Advisor, Duke Jingwu, changed drastically in shock. That day, the plan was finalized. The 10th prince and Ning Qin met and decided on the final match of the day. What do you want to say first? Ning Qin asked. Announce that the Jiming Marquis has an audience, Xiaomingri said with a smile. Ning Qin nodded and remembered this sentence. There were only 3 people in the world who knew this sentence: Ning Qin, Xiaomingri, and Eunuch Pei. Duke Xiu was a very careful person. Her actions were watertight. Ning Qin and Xiaomingri could not find anything that could be used against her. However, no matter how cunning Duke Xiu was, her ultimate goal could not escape from the throne. Ning Qin had set up tonight's game to push the 10th prince onto the throne in order to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. He did not need to think too much. It was enough to keep an eye on the dragon throne. Eunuch Pei was the key to this plan. At this last moment, only Eunuch Pei standing beside the dragon throne would not arouse any suspicion. Eunuch Pei had been in this position for 20 years. No matter when he returned, no one would dare to have any objections. The 2 princes did not have Xiantian masters. It was not the first time they had asked Eunuch Pei to come out of the mausoleum. Unfortunately, they had all failed. At this time, Ning Chen went to the imperial mausoleum and returned with minor injuries. This reminded many people in the imperial city. The Marquis Jiming's strength was not much weaker than Xiantian masters. Later, Eunuch Pei was secretly asked to come out, but no one knew who he was. Of course, Ning Chen was an exception. This was because when he was in the stone chamber, he had already told Eunuch Pei to ignore the invitations of other people except for the 10th prince and Duke Xiu. The game of the past was the result of today's game. The person on the throne said the wrong thing and lost the whole game. Even someone as strong as Duke Xiu could not resist the full power of an Xiantian master's palm. The Xiantian true qi destroyed her meridians instantly. A pool of blood stained the dragon robe on her chest. Beside Duke Jingwu, Yin Ma Xiao, who had always been using the appearance of Duke Xiu, was the first to recover. He stomped his feet and rushed out of the heavenly mandate palace. He reacted quickly without hesitation. He did not even look at the figure on the dragon throne. No one cared whether he was ruthless or decisive. The moment he turned around, no one cared. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope appeared in Duke Xiu's dim eyes. She used up her remaining strength and shouted, "Take the princess away!" Chapter 158. Eunuch Pei did not chase after her. Instead, he grabbed Duke Xiu and threw her to the ground. In his eyes, as long as she was not of Emperor Xia's bloodline, no one had the right to sit on this seat. The Grand Advisor reacted and quickly walked to Duke Xiu. After checking, he found that she had already lost her breath. The Grand Advisor felt pain in his heart. They had been in the same hall for 40 years, but he did not expect that today would happen. "I will go save the 10th prince." Duke Jingwu turned and left, unwilling to stay here any longer. The officials were at a loss, not knowing if they should leave or stay. Eunuch Pei stood beside the dragon throne, waiting for Ning Chen to come and fulfill his promise. In the Lingyan pavilion, purple thunder roared. Su Fian raised her hand and plucked the 4 strings, causing the stone floor to crack. Once again, the spring thunder's peerless power appeared. For strings cry, purple thunder frightens the gods. The roaring thunder roared and destroyed everything in its path, dyeing half of the sky purple. However, facing Ning Chen, who was stronger, the purple thunder dissipated in the sky. The ink sword condensed into frost, and the world seemed to have died. "Miss Run." Qiu Lan risked her heavily injured body to block Ning Chen. At the same time, 3 ninth ranks appeared in the Lingyan pavilion, blocking Ning Chen's path. "Do you think you can escape?" Ning Chen moved, sending 4 people flying with 1 palm. His sword was merciless as it swept forward. "Chi!" The ink sword pierced through the body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The 4th ninth rank appeared and blocked the sword for Su Fian. Looking back one last time, he had no regrets. "Princess, run!" Blood flowed from his chest. Even someone as strong as a 9th rank was so weak at this moment. After a short pause, The other 3 ninth ranks stepped forward again, disregarding their lives to fight for a chance of survival for their princess. Tears flashed in Sufian's eyes. She took a step forward and turned to leave. Ning Chen snorted coldly and activated his martial arts. Frost surged, and his sword shook off the 3 people in front of him. The gap between them was as strong as the distance. The 3 could not block the final dazzling light of the Marquis. They flew back with blood and crashed onto the ground. The broken death bow was drawn, and a silver arrow shone between heaven and earth. A moment later, it broke through the air. Su Fei Yan's body trembled. She could feel the killing intent behind her back, but it was already too late to dodge. At this moment, a powerful palm energy swept over and collided with the arrow with a loud bang, forcefully shifting the arrow's trajectory to the right by 3 inches. In the next moment, the arrow pierced through his shoulder, bringing with it a bright flower of blood. Go! Yin Ma Xiao grabbed the injured Sufian. His figure flashed, and he quickly left. Ning Chen was just about to give chase when he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, and his breathing became chaotic. Secretary! Kong Yu rushed over and supported the former, a worried expression on his face. Have you found the 10th prince? Ning Chen steadied himself and asked tiredly. We found it. It's in a secret room in Duke Shiyu's residence. There are 2 rank 9 Deathsworn guarding it. By the time this subordinate and Yin Wugo arrived, the 2 Deathsworn were already dead, Kong Yu replied. Ning Chen nodded his head. The 10th prince's efforts to conceal his strength for so long had not been in vain. Although Xia Mingri's talent in martial arts was not as outstanding as the first prince's, he was not weak either. These princes of the great Xia dynasty were truly blessed by the heavens. It's all over. Let's go back. Ning Chen looked at the sky and sighed. Yes. Kong Yu respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. Ning Chen walked alone on the streets, step by step, towards the direction of the imperial palace. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The imperial palace was brightly lit. This was a sleepless night. Every palace was as bright as day, and the atmosphere was abnormally solemn. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, the dragon guards lined up from the bottom of the stairs all the way to the first meridian gate. On the dragon throne, Xia Mingri looked out of the palace with a lonely expression. After removing his disguise, he lost some of his weakness and became more steady. The officials were still in the dark and did not know what was going to happen. They all looked out of the palace, not understanding what was going on. They're here. Beside the dragon throne, Eunuch Pei, who had been holding his breath, had a threatening look in his eyes. His withered body instantly disappeared, and he appeared in front of the heavenly mandate palace. Tap, tap. In the distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Each step was steady as he slowly walked over. His blood-stained clothes fluttered in the wind, piercing one's heart. Welcome, Marquis. The leader of the dragon guards knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Welcome, Marquis. Along the way, all the imperial guards knelt down and bowed respectfully. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the leader of the imperial guards, who was responsible for the safety of Zhongshan, also knelt down after hearing the deafening sound. He faced the heavenly mandate palace and lowered his head. Zhongshan was shocked. Immediately, an extremely ominous premonition arose in her heart. Without another word, she wanted to rush out. Your Highness, the Marquis has ordered that you cannot leave the Weiyang Palace before dawn. The leader of the imperial guards stood in front of Zhongshan with his arms, unwilling to retreat even half a step. You are rebelling. Zhongshan was furious and shouted harshly. The leader of the imperial guard's expression did not change. He said, Your Highness, please calm down. After dawn, I will ask for punishment. You can punish me as you wish. You. Zhongshan was so angry that she could not speak. However, Qingning was not by her side, so she could not do anything. In the heavenly mandate palace, Eunuch Pei stood quietly on the 1,000-story stone steps. Looking at the young figure below, a rare look of appreciation flashed in his old eyes. Ning Chen was still in his clean white robes. He had taken off his Marquis robes, which meant that this battle was the fairest. It had nothing to do with identity, only life and death. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Eunuch Pei asked calmly. "I wish for the world to be at peace and no more wars," Ning Chen replied with a faint smile. Eunuch Pei did not say anything. He could not fulfill this wish. "10th Prince, I hope you can be a good emperor." Ning Chen glanced at the figure on the dragon throne and said lightly, "I will." Xia Mingri nodded seriously and promised. Ning Chen looked up to the east and sighed softly. "There is not much time. Eunuch Pei, let's set the limit at dawn." Yes, Eunuch Pei agreed. This was enough. At this time, everyone had already seen what was going on. They were all shocked. "Your Majesty," the Grand Advisor's expression flashed with uneasiness as he knelt down. "No need to say more. It is useless." Xia Mingri sighed and shook his head. "We can ask for the Empress," the Grand Advisor said anxiously. "There are many dragon guards in front of the Weiyang Palace. Without the commander's seal, no one can enter," Xia Mingri said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace finally began. The acquired stage against the Xiantian stage. Originally, there was no suspense in the battle. However, Ning Chen did not hold back and used all his strength to fight. With 2 scrolls and the unique martial arts of the Zhongsun family, his power was amazing. Even Eunuch Pei did not dare to be careless. Waves of the East. The torrential river swept through the world. Ning Chen turned his palm and a blue wave rushed to the sky. It was extremely frightening. Eunuch Pei broke the river with one hand. When he was close to Ning Chen, frost drifted and thousands of sword qi condensed into one, breaking through the air. With a boom, Eunuch Pei retreated half a step. His palm was dripping with blood. On the other side, Ning Chen retreated 30 feet. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red again. "Give it your all. I would rather die in your hands than be taken away by God." Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "As you wish." Eunuch Pei took half a step forward. The aura around his body rose rapidly. An unusually strong pressure swept through the entire palace. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, all the warriors in the palace felt their bodies become heavy. They could not stand up straight. For the first time, a Xiantian stage warrior with all his strength showed his most terrifying side. Ning Chen smiled brightly. With such a strong opponent in his last battle, he had no regrets. Ning Chen turned his palm and slapped his own energy reserve. Suddenly, the blue cyclone exploded. An endless violent aura swept through his body. The 2 palms collided. In front of the main hall, the stone slabs exploded inch by inch. The aftershocks spread out. Large pieces of railings collapsed and fell to the ground. The strength of these 2 people shocked everyone. It turned out that Xiantian stage warriors were so terrifying. It turned out that the acquired stage fighting against the Xiantian stage was not just a legend. The shocking battle was tragic. The powerful aftershock shattered the ground in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. More than half of the 1,000 steps collapsed. Broken stones scattered all over the ground. In the Imperial City, all the warriors above the 5th rank looked in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Palace from afar. They were so shocked that they could not speak. What happened? In the city, the people who had been frightened all night heard the noise and looked at the palace. They did not understand what was going on. The night gradually faded away. The first light of dawn was about to arrive. The battle in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace had reached its peak. Ning Chen was covered in blood, but Eunuch Pei was only slightly injured. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. However, Ning Chen was not dead. The sky was about to brighten. Eunuch Pei did not want to delay any longer. He stepped forward and flew up. He gathered the chi of heaven and earth in his palms. Suddenly, a huge vortex gathered between heaven and earth. Wind and thunder roared. It was a scene of destruction. Ning Chen's expression did not change. He used the last of his strength. The aura of silver, yellow, and blue rose, completely illuminating the night. Below the Xiantian stage, he was the strongest person in the world. In a battle with a Xiantian stage warrior, the last move would determine life and death. 100 miles away from the imperial city, Qing Ning, who was leading the army, felt the shocking waves in the direction of the palace. Her expression changed. She moved quickly and rushed forward. Boom! There was an unstoppable collision. At the last moment, the light illuminated the whole world. The remnants of the destructive power destroyed the heavens and the earth. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, it was as if it had suffered a catastrophe. There was no place left intact. Duke Taisher and Duke Jingwu joined forces to resist the attack, but they still could not completely resist it. They took a dozen steps back, the corners of their mouths red. The prosperity was gone, and there was a wasteland. Eunuch Pei landed and looked at the figure in front of him. He sighed softly. What a pity. Yes, what a pity. Ning Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his sword and stood up. Unfortunately, he did not die. Under the first light of dawn, it was so warm and intoxicating. The next moment, the fire of the ninth heaven fell. The warm morning sun gave the most merciless punishment to those who broke the oath. Ugh! With a long cry of pain, Ning Chen's body quickly burned. As a ninth-grade warrior, the heavens reached state, how could he make an oath so easily? No. Qing Ning was shocked. She understood everything. Tears fell from her eyes. She could no longer stop. Chapter 159. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, flames came from the 9 heavens and fell on Ning Chen with the first light of dawn after the darkness. Thunder roared in the clear sky. In the eastern sky, the light of the fire was reflected, forming a shocking scene of burning the sky. The figure below was surrounded by heavenly fire. The snowflakes could no longer drift down, and the ink sword could no longer condense frost. A long, painful cry reverberated between heaven and earth. It was the last song of the man in the fire in the world. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun rushed out of the palace like a madman. The leader of the imperial guards did not dare to stop him. He activated his qi and took Zhang Sun back to the heavenly mandate palace. At the same time, outside the imperial city, a beautiful figure in green flew back at an amazing speed. In just one night, the imperial city was settled. No one knew how much the man in the fire had sacrificed for this night. The third prince of the Xia kingdom was not someone who trusted others easily. In the past, no one could guess how Jiming Marquis gained Xia Yanwu's trust. Today, the truth was finally revealed. In the heavenly mandate palace, many officials had turned their heads away and did not want to continue watching. At this moment, no matter how many conspiracies and dissatisfaction there were, they were all burned away by the fire in the sky and scattered with the wind. In the imperial city, the people who did not know the truth looked at the horrible scene in the sky and were shocked. Someone shouted, "It's Jiming Marquis. Jiming Marquis has been punished by heaven. Jiming Marquis has been punished by heaven." More voices sounded. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and it became the truth in the hearts of the people. Jiming Marquis has done so many evil things that he deserves to be punished by heaven. He deserves to be burned to death. That's right. I heard that the family of the Lord of Ing City was slaughtered by the Minister of Justice. Jiming Marquis is the Minister of Justice. He must be the one who gave the order. Fortunately, heaven has eyes, and the evil man finally got his retribution. What nonsense are you talking about? When the Lord of Ing City died, Jiming Marquis was not yet the Minister of Justice. That has something to do with him. Otherwise, why would heaven punish him instead of others? That's right. Such sanctimonious hypocrites should be burned alive. The people were ignorant and believed in rumors, although there were a few sensible people who refuted. This weak rebuttal was quickly drowned out by the sea of curses. Marquis, is it worth it? In the manner of the Marquis of Jiming, the old housekeeper heard the voices outside and cried. These were the people that the Marquis had sacrificed his life to protect. Was it really worth it? In the imperial palace of the barbarian dynasty, a man clutched her chest. Her pretty face suddenly paled. The connection between their hearts was incomparably clear at this moment. The barbarian emperor stood outside, staring at the terrifying phenomenon in the direction of the Grand Xia royal palace. His eyes narrowed. Which Xiantian, lord of Grand Xia, was undergoing his heavenly fire tribulation. Why would there be such a huge commotion? Your Majesty, the princess has fainted. At this moment, an anxious voice drifted over. The barbarian king's expression changed greatly, and his silhouette flickered, disappearing from sight. In the princess's courtyard, Wild was lying on the bed. Her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. The barbarian king went up to check, but couldn't find anything strange. What's going on? The barbarian king was extremely anxious. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he walked outside and looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance. His heart trembled. It was divine punishment. What had that kid done to provoke the wrath of the heavens? Thunder from the clear sky, heavenly fire descended. The terrifying and shocking phenomenon attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone looked in the direction of the Grand Xia royal palace in astonishment. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning rushed over. They looked at the figure in the flames and felt a sharp pain in their hearts. They rushed over recklessly. Your Highness, no. The ministers were in chaos. The Grand Advisor and Duke Jingwu immediately stepped forward to stop Zhang Sun, not allowing him to take half a step closer. On the other side, Qing Ning rushed into the flames with her body covered in light. Just as she was about to grab Ning Qin, a huge thunderbolt descended from the sky and sent the people who were blocking divine punishment flying. Qing Ning fell to the ground and vomited blood. Her blood stained the ground. Don't come over, Ugh. The pain of being burned by the heavenly fire made Ning Qin, who had a heart as strong as stone, tremble. His burning body was like a red lotus blooming in the flames. Scenes from the past quickly flashed through Ning Qin's mind, from entering the palace, to escaping from the palace, to being hunted down by Emperor Xia, and finally to last night's game of chess. His life was very short, but he had done everything he could. It was worth it. It was really worth it. Ning Qin, I won't allow you to die. You can't die. Zhang Sun was blocked by the two dukes and could not move forward. He stretched out his hand weakly and said sadly. Qing Ning staggered to her feet and moved forward again. However, divine punishment would not allow anyone to stop it. Lightning descended and sent the former flying again. Eunuch Pei, Ning Qin said with difficulty. Hearing this request, Eunuch Pei sighed softly. His figure flashed, and he pointed at Qing Ning, temporarily restraining her. Thank you. That was the last voice in the flames. In the next moment, the flames suddenly rose and completely engulfed him. Not even the heavens can take my sword servant. At that moment, the green sword appeared. Suddenly, the world froze and the burning heavenly fire showed signs of weakening. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and struck the green sword. The green sword trembled and wailed in the lightning. Prince Yan walked out of the void and grabbed the green sword. He slashed at the sky. With a boom, the sword went against the lightning and froze the 9 heavens, temporarily sealing the path of the heavenly fire. Prince Yen walked into the raging flames and grabbed Ningchen to disperse the flames around him. However, how could the heavens be disobeyed so easily? Prince Yen was multitasking. The green sword that sealed the sky could not withstand it and was broken by the lightning and heavenly fire. At that moment, the thunder was like an ocean. Even someone as strong as Prince Yen could not help but stop. The corners of his mouth turned red. The will of the heavens could not be disobeyed. No matter how strong the current legend of the Xia was, he was only one person. It was difficult for him to stop the heavens and protect Ning Chen's life at the same time. Prince Yen was furious. His aura sword and 5 swords flew out in a row to block the heavens. In a short moment, Prince Yen pointed his sword at Ning Chen's sea of qi and forcefully activated the life scroll above the ladder cyclone to protect the last bit of life in his body. The 5 swords went against the heavens and supported the last pure land. However, in this world, where the sun shone, the heavens could not avoid the heavens. Boom! Lightning fell again. The lightning mixed with the raging heavenly fire crashed into the 5 swords, creating a terrifying sound. The legend of the Xia dynasty resisted the heavens alone, shocking everyone present. Everyone in the world had guessed that Prince Yen had entered the Khanate realm. However, only today did they know that the legend of the Xia dynasty was so powerful. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Prince Yen was resisting the heavens with all his might, a ghost carriage appeared outside the palace. Ghost qi filled the air and quickly approached. The imperial guards wanted to stop it, but were directly sent flying. The ghost girl walked out. She was still wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil on her head. Her face could not be seen clearly. Only her red lips were faintly discernible. The ghost girl bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, let me take him to the underworld. The underworld is the only place in the world where the sun does not shine." Prince Yen frowned slightly. After a while he nodded and said, "Lead the way." The ghost girl entered the carriage. Black and white impermanence opened the way. Oxhead and Horseface carried the carriage and rushed towards the north. Prince Yen supported Ningchen and used the 5 swords to resist the lightning and heavenly fire. The underworld was very far from the imperial city. However, the ghost carriage under the ghost girl was obviously a treasure of the underworld. When rushing at full speed, it was shockingly fast. It was even faster than the average Khanate realm expert. After an hour, the 2 arrived at the end of the fog forest. The ghost girl made a hand seal and a blurry gate appeared. The 2 did not hesitate and immediately walked in. The gate of the underworld closed and the heavens disappeared. Prince Yen waved his hand and the 5 swords turned into flowing light and disappeared into the sword rack. "Senior, follow me." The ghost girl got down from the carriage and picked up a red lantern beside her. She walked forward. The road to the underworld was very dark. There was no sunlight here. The only light was the phosphorescence of dead objects. It was very weak and almost invisible. The ghost girl stopped in front of a stone room. She pushed open the stone door and walked in. This was where she lived. Inside the stone room, there were several red lanterns. The ghost girl lit them and then helped Prince Yen put Ning Chen on the bed in the room. After being burned by the heavenly fire, Ning Chen's clothes were still intact. However, the vitality in his body had almost completely withered. In the world, there was no divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. Prince Yen kept injecting true qi into Ning Chen. However, the effect was not great. The remaining vitality was also quickly dissipating. He could not keep it. The ghost girl stood at the side, silently. When the netherworld pearl acted strangely, she rushed over. She did not expect that she would still be too late. In front of the northern Meng camp, Mu Qingxue sent Mingyu back. He looked at the figure in front of the commander's tent and said calmly, "I have repaid the favor that Barren City owes me. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Fan Lingyue nodded and replied. This was the final farewell. They would never meet again. Mu Qingxue turned around and left without any hesitation. Qing Huio, send someone to send His Majesty back to the palace, Fan Lingyue ordered. Yes. Qing Huio bowed and accepted the order. After Qing Huio left, Fan Lingyue stood quietly in front of the commander's tent. Her beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the Grand Xia Palace. She could not say whether she was happy or sad. He was indeed a very powerful opponent. If it were her, she would not have been able to handle the situation in Grand Xia better. What a pity. Men, present. A general quickly walked over and said respectfully, "Order the entire army to head west for 300 miles to Jialing City." Fan Lingyue said. Yes. The general accepted the order and left quickly. On this day, the Northern Ming army moved out with 10,000 heavy cavalry as the vanguard and 100,000 iron cavalry behind. With lightning speed, they took down Jialing City, which was relatively weak. 8 hours later, the army arrived and completely occupied the city. On this day, many cities in Grand Xia rebelled. The number varied from several hundred to several thousand, all under the banner of the third prince. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. On this day, Grand Xia, which had yet to restore peace, was once again in chaos. Chapter 160. Northern Ming's attack on Jialing City was out of everyone's expectations. This was not a very important city, so the defense there was relatively weak. No one could guess the Northern Ming advisors' intentions. The rebellions in many cities were both real and fake. When the news of the third prince's failure spread, the various rebels had already fought with the defending army for a few days. The flames of war had spread throughout the entire dynasty, making it even harder for Great Xia to take care of both the front and the back. Within Beichui City, Marquis Taiping and Marquis Bloodcloth were in a dilemma. There were only 70,000 troops in Beichui City. They could defend the city, but if they went out to face the enemy, they would be crushed by the Northern Ming cavalry. In the imperial city, after Qing Ning brought back 100,000 troops to help suppress the rebellion, they immediately went up north. Duke Jingwu personally led them to stop Northern Ming's attack. After that night, the first prince returned to his residence and did not come out again. Zhang Sun also returned to Weiyang Palace and did not interfere in any court matters. The people who supported Great Xia in the past had all left the stage of history, and Great Xia had entered a new era. After Xia Mingri ascended the throne, he did a huge cleanup of the imperial court. All the officials were replaced. Imperial Court, West Hall. Yin Wugo, who had taken off his red robes, looked at the imperial edict in front of him. He was silent and did not say a word. After a long time, Yin Wugo used his blood sword to cut apart a row of red candles on the table. Instantly, 100 feet of red silk was ignited. The fire spread rapidly and crazily. Shang Han, Lord once said that he would give me a different life. Now that he has fulfilled his promise, why can't I be happy? Seeing the burning red silk light up the entire West Hall, Yin Wugo sighed softly. Young master, you have changed. You have something to worry about. Shang Han looked at the young master who had followed him his entire life and said softly, Young master, let's go. Don't let down Lord's good intentions. Okay. The two of them left. A cold wind blew past, increasing the intensity of the fire. The imperial edict on the table fell to the ground and spread open, following which 13 words slowly appeared. Yin Wugo attempted to assassinate His Majesty. His crime is unforgivable. Death. On the other side, in front of Kongyu, there was also an imperial edict. Red clothed guard Kongyu, for his meritorious service in quelling the rebellion, is hereby conferred the title of Vice Minister of the Department of Justice, temporarily managing the affairs of the department. Kongyu was obsessed with power, while Yin Wugo was the complete opposite. He had long since grown tired of all of this. Therefore, Ning Chen's arrangements for the two of them were completely different. this was also the last thing he could do for them. With Yin Wugo's retirement and Kong Yu's ascension, the change in the Bureau of Justice was merely a microcosm of the change in the imperial court's regime. The replacement of the old with the new had already become an irreversible fact. After the death of Duke Xiu, one of the three dukes was missing. However, Xia Mingri never mentioned the matter of conferring the title of duke. Everyone in the world knew who this position was reserved for. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. In the imperial court, the scribe became the most difficult person. Regarding the last record of Jiming Marquis, he did not dare to write it down. The three historians had asked the emperor more than once how to write it. However, all the memorials they handed over were like stones thrown into the sea. There was no response. Therefore, the record of Jiming Marquis was only written up to that night when he quelled the rebellion. In the nether underworld, a place that had not seen sunlight for many years, Yan Qinhuang and Ghost Girl looked at Ning Chen on the stone bed silently. At the last moment, in order to protect Ning Chen's life, Ghost Girl fed him the Yellow Springs flower, the most poisonous flower in the world. The Yellow Springs flower grew at the bottom of the weak water. After a mortal ate it, their body would gradually rot and enter a state of neither life nor death. It could be said that after eating the Yellow Springs flower, one would neither live nor die. Yan Qinhuang used his vital qi day and night to help Ning Chen resist the Yellow Springs flower's poison, temporarily preventing the latter's body from rotting. However, this was not a long-term solution. Is there anything in the world that can cure the Yellow Springs flower's poison? Yan Qinhuang asked. No. Ghost Girl shook her head. There was no antidote for the Yellow Springs flower's poison. It was also because of this that it could tyrannically turn a dying person into a state of neither life nor death. Yan Qinhuang was silent. After a long time, he said, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Take care of him. Senior, don't worry. Ghost Girl nodded. After Yan Qinhuang left, Ghost Girl stood beside the bed. Ghost Qi spread out and surrounded Ning Chen. Strands of the Yellow Springs flower's poison flew out and entered Ghost Girl's mouth. She didn't finish speaking. Although there was nothing in the world that could cure the Yellow Springs flower's poison, there was someone who could. However, Ning Chen was relying on the Yellow Springs flower to hang on to his life. Once the poison was cured, he would die. Half a day later, Yan Qinhuang returned with the 9 Wonders flower. Senior, it's useless. Ghost Girl shook her head. The 9 Wonders flower could not regenerate the most important parts, such as the internal organs and the head. In Ning Chen's current situation, all his internal organs had been heavily damaged by the heavenly flame. If they couldn't be healed, he could only rely on the Yellow Springs flower to hang on to his life. Yan Qinhuang went forward and checked Ning Chen's condition. There was still no improvement. He only had 1 breath left. If I completely release the Yellow Springs flower's power, he can come back to life, but Ghost Girl didn't continue speaking. However, if she did that, Ning Chen really would become a monster that was neither life nor death. Let him wake up and decide for himself. Yan Qinhuang sighed and condensed a sword. Vast true qi guided the Yellow Springs flower in Ning Chen's body, quickly releasing its power. At the same time, Ning Chen's body began to show signs of being corroded. Ghost Girl's red lips parted and she sucked in the excess energy. Yan Qinhuang's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He continued to help Ning Chen wake up. 15 minutes later, pain flashed across Ning Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes. They were dark and deathly still. Yan Qinhuang stopped and stood to the side, waiting for Ning Chen to wake up. A moment later, Ning Chen came back to his senses. He wanted to move, but he found that apart from his right hand, he couldn't move his entire body. Ning Chen. Yan Qinhuang briefly explained what had happened. Then he asked calmly, "Tell me your choice." Ning Chen was silent for a long time. Yan Qinhuang didn't rush him and waited patiently. I choose to live. After a long time, Ning Qin softly said, I choose to live. Even if you become a monster? Asked Yen Qin Wang. Yes, Ning Qin said with certainty. I respect your choice. Yen Qin Wang nodded. Then he continued, From now on, you will stay in the underworld. I will try my best to find a cure for you. However, don't have too much hope. Thank you, Senior, said Ning Qin seriously. Yen Qin Wang left. Ghost Girl picked up the 9 Wonders flower. She thought for a while and asked, Can you give it to me? Take it, Ning Qin said casually. Thank you. By the way, do you want to stand up? Asked Ghost Girl. What's the price? Asked Ning Qin. Your entire body will rot, replied Ghost Girl. No need. This is good. Ning Qin shook his head. Then I'll help you make a wheelchair. Thank you. Ning Qin thanked her. Half a day later, Ghost Girl made a simple wheelchair and put Ning Qin on it as a means of transportation. Although the Yellow Springs flower's power hadn't been fully released, Ning Qin's body inevitably began to show signs of corrosion. Every time this happened, Ghost Girl would help to suck away the excess energy, barely preventing the former from turning into a monster. Ghost Girl, can you help me send a letter? Asked Ning Qin softly. If there's someone you're worried about, I can lend you the ghost sedan. You just have to rush back before dawn. No need. They'll be more worried if they see me like this. Ning Qin shook his head. Ghost Girl didn't say anything else. Taking advantage of the night, she left the underworld. Ning Qin sat in the wheelchair and looked at his cracked and rotting right arm silently. This was the only arm he could move, but it was also the part of his body that was rotting the fastest. So this was what it felt like to live a life worse than death. There was a price to pay for living. This was his choice, and he couldn't blame anyone. In the great Xia Imperial Palace, the black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface appeared in the gloomy ghost Qi. The patrolling Imperial guards wanted to stop them, but they were sent flying by a powerful force. There was no disagreement at all because the ghost lady had no intention of speaking at all. She rushed straight towards the Weiyang Palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, an Imperial guard quickly entered to report. When Xia Mingri heard that it was Ghost Girl, he sighed softly and said, No need to stop her. Let her go. The ghost sedan drove into Weiyang Palace. Qing Ning was the first to sense it. Her figure flashed and blocked in front of it. It's you. Qing Ning was shocked and cried out. This is the letter he gave you. In the ghost sedan, Ghost Girl waved her hand, and a stream of light flew out and swept towards Qing Ning. Qing Ning took the letter and hurriedly asked, How is he? Read the letter yourself. As she spoke, the ghost sedan left without any hesitation and disappeared in an instant. Qing Ning opened the letter in her hand. After reading it, tears flowed down unconsciously. Just a few words, extremely simple. I'm still alive. Don't worry. The familiar handwriting was reflected in their tears. The only sentence he had written was already their greatest consolation. Qing Ning came to Zhang Suan's room, knocked on the door and walked in. The room was very dark with only one candle burning. Zhang Sun sat at the table, looking at the moon-shaped jade pendant in her hand. Her eyes were bloodshot and dim. Clearly, she hadn't slept for several days. Empress, he's still alive. Qing Ning placed the letter in front of Zhang Sun and said softly. Zhang Sun was startled and looked at the handwriting in the letter. After a moment, tears fell like rain. In Barbarian Palace, a man woke up and sat on the bed in a daze. She could feel that he was still alive. Why did her heart still feel so uncomfortable? In the Netherworld Palace, Ghost Girl returned. When she saw Ning Chen's body rotting again, she immediately went forward and absorbed the Netherworld poison into her body. Don't blame me for talking too much. It's impossible for your body to recover. Moreover, as the poison corrodes, you will gradually lose your self-awareness and become a true living dead. Huh. Ning Qin smiled tiredly. It sounds very scary. If that day really comes, Just sink me under the weak water so that I don't scare others. Chapter 161. There was no day or night in the underworld. Deathly stillness was an eternal theme. Ever since Ning Chin had woken up, the thing he did the most was sit in his wheelchair in a daze. He couldn't go out or cultivate. The ghost girl had said that the more he used his true qi, the faster the poison would spread. He would be one step closer to becoming an undead monster. Ning Chin was very clear that his internal organs had already been destroyed by the heavenly flames. He was relying on the yellow springs flower to survive. Detoxifying the poison would lead to death, but not detoxifying the poison would lead to a life worse than death. The heavens had already blocked all paths of survival, leaving no hope. Only the two of them were left in the underworld. The ghost girl liked silence, and Ning Chin didn't like to waste time talking. Thus, the deathly stillness of the underworld became even quieter. After a few more days, Ning Chin grew tired of staying here. He began to sit in his wheelchair and walk around the underworld. He didn't have any goals, but he didn't want to sit there and wait for death. The ghost girl didn't have anything to do, so she accompanied Ning Chin around the underworld. The two of them were now undead, so what they had the most was time. Ning Chin crossed the Rua Shui and entered the main hall of the netherworld. The mechanism in the hall had already been broken, and the pearl that controlled the illusion had also been eaten by the little white horse. Now on the stone platform, there was only a slender demon blade that was completely blood-red in color and a noble and extraordinary purple divine sword left. In the past, he couldn't take away the blade and sword on the platform. Today was no different. The blade and sword were sentient and would automatically recognize a master. Clearly, he wasn't the master they were waiting for. Ning Chin wasn't disappointed. This world didn't revolve around him. It was impossible for him to encounter all the good things. He was already lucky to have obtained 2 heavenly tomes. He couldn't ask for more. Ghost girl, you can do your own things. There's no need to follow me. I'll be fine for a while. Ning Chin glanced at the red-clothed woman beside him. I don't have anything to do. The ghost girl calmly said, Don't you need to cultivate? Ning Chin curiously asked. The upper limit of the underworld child and ghost girl's martial path is the peak of the Hotian realm. Unless they cultivate together, it's very difficult for them to advance. Unbelievable. Ning Chin sighed. The ghost girl paused for a moment before continuing. It's not absolute. This generation's underworld child is an anomaly. His talent far surpasses anyone from the previous generation. It's very likely that he'll be able to step into the Xiantian realm on his own. What about you? Ning Chin asked. I'm not as good as him. It's almost impossible. The ghost girl shook her head. Give me your hand, Ning Chin said softly after thinking for a while. A look of surprise flashed across Ghost Girl's face, but she still extended her hand. The ghost lady's hands were very white, even whiter than the average woman's. It was not frightening, but rather, it was very beautiful. Ning Chin grabbed the ghost lady's hand and activated the life scroll in his body. Suddenly, a vast aura flowed into his body through the ghost lady's hand. At the same time, Ning Chen's body began to decay, especially his right arm, which was decaying at a shocking speed. Scroll of life. Ghost Girl was shocked. However, before she could be surprised, she felt a vast amount of true qi flowing into her body. She could only suppress the shock in her heart and concentrate on receiving the true qi from Ning Chen's hand. After a long time, Ning Chen retracted his hand and looked at his arm. He pulled up his sleeve and covered his arm. After a quarter of an hour, the ghost woman woke up. She looked at the young man in front of her with a complicated expression and said, Recklessly using your true qi will accelerate the spread of the poison in your body. Ning Chen smiled and said carelessly, It's fine. This cultivation base of mine is just a waste. Why don't I help you break through to the Xiantian realm? The life scroll did not have any attributes, so anyone could cultivate it. The ghost lady had done him a favor, so this true qi could be considered repaying that favor. Feeling the turbulence in her body, the ghost lady carefully warned, "I have to go into seclusion. I don't think I'll be able to come out for a while. I'll leave the ghost palanquin here. If you want to leave, you can sit on it. But remember to come back before dawn." "Don't worry, I know what to do," Ningchen replied. The ghost lady did not say anything else and hurriedly left to enter seclusion. The Xiantian realm was not so easy to reach. However, she had a feeling that even if she did not enter the Xiantian realm this time, she would not be too far off. After the ghost lady left, Ning Chen continued to wander around hell. Unknowingly, his originally numb left arm began to feel something. This meant that the yellow spring's poison in his body had deepened. Just as Ning Chen was suffering in the underworld, the outside world was also in chaos. Great Xia and Northern Meng were at war once again. Fan Lingyue led 10,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 heavy cavalry on a long-distance raid, completely defeating the Great Xia's reinforcements. Even Duke Jingwu was defeated. Less than half of the 100,000 reinforcements remained, and they all retreated back to Yeyang City. The strength of Northern Meng's heavy cavalry was fully displayed this time. In addition to the invincible heavy cavalry, Great Xia's army was defeated again and again, suffering heavy losses. Most of the rebellions had been suppressed, but Great Xia was also in a difficult situation. The people were in a panic, and they no longer had the confidence they had in the past. Within Great Xia's imperial city, there were still many nobles being assassinated. The number of assassins that Northern Meng had hidden with the help of the third prince was far beyond imagination. It was impossible to eliminate them all in a short period of time. The imperial guards of the imperial city underwent a major change, especially the 3 battalions of Divine Wind, Purple Lightning, and Swift Rain. Several commanders were replaced. Marquis Nanyu was also placed under house arrest by Xia Mingri, and his military power was taken back. Half a month later, the 5 battalions of Divine Wind, Green Sparrow, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Crimson Viper moved together. The 150,000 Imperial Guards left the Imperial City and headed north to meet the enemy. The 11 battalions of the Imperial Guards were only left with 6 battalions, and the pressure of guarding the Imperial City increased. In the west of Great Xia, the Eternal Night cult's attacks were even fiercer. The 30,000 heavy cavalry became 50,000. Under the surprise attack, the 100,000 Blackwater army was no match for them and retreated hundreds of miles. In another battle, the Blackwater army was still at a disadvantage. On the other side, the battle between Marquis Kaixuan and the Eternal Night Martial Monarch was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, the Eternal Night Martial Monarch had a special physique and was injured, but not killed. Even someone as strong as the Great Xia War God was helpless and could only retreat hundreds of miles. The situation of Great Xia had once again reached a critical moment. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Mingri frowned as he looked at the urgent battle reports. His mind was spinning rapidly. That day, Ning Chen told him that Great Xia and Northern Meng would definitely fight again. If they couldn't win, they should try their best to drag it out. After autumn, Great Xia would have more than a 90% chance of winning. However, with the current situation, Great Xia probably wouldn't be able to hold on until then. The Northern Meng army came aggressively and bared their fangs. The 100,000 cavalry were invincible, and with the help of 10,000 heavy cavalry, even the Imperial Guards wouldn't be able to stop them. The soldiers of Great Xia were better at defending cities. Hence, Fan Lingyue tried to reduce the number of times they took the initiative to attack the city. He tried his best to choose the open plains to take the initiative. Great Xia couldn't catch the traces of the Northern Meng cavalry, so it wasn't strange for them to lose again and again. The Northern Meng imperial court was a country on horseback. Every Northern Meng person ate sand and mutton as they grew up. The lives of the people of Great Xia were much better as they lived on grains. There was an old saying that a herbivore would never be able to beat a carnivore. The strength of Great Xia was built on the strength of the marquises and border soldiers. Unfortunately, these soldiers and generals who had been through hundreds of battles were either held back or died in schemes. There weren't many of them left. Fan Lingyue was the best at making use of people's hearts. During the process of the war, he spread rumors that Great Xia was going to fall. The matter of Ning Qin being punished by the heavens became the best reason. That day, the sky was clear, and the scene of a sea of fire was still fresh in their minds. The people of Great Xia had no choice but to believe it. The people of Great Xia felt more and more uneasy, afraid that one day the wrath of the heavens would descend once more. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a collapsing mountain. The current situation of Great Xia was like a collapsing mountain. They couldn't defend, they couldn't beat, and they couldn't catch up. The invincible Great Xia had no face left under the iron hooves of Fan Lingyue. Another 10 days passed, and the 150,000 guards arrived at the north. They split into two, one to assist Yang City and one to defend Shilling City. They wanted to block the Beiming army's path down south. These were two iron cities, and in the middle and two sides were natural barriers and city walls. They were the two cities that one had to pass to go down south. If one wanted to go around, one would have to pass through many mountains and hills, which was really disadvantageous for the Beiming iron cavalry. Sieging became their only choice. In the world, everyone was looking at this crucial battle. If Great Xia could hold back the Beiming army and stop them from going down south, there was still hope for the war between the two dynasties to turn around. If not, Great Xia would really be in danger. Logically speaking, in this battle, Great Xia had the advantage of defending the city and would not be easily broken through. At the very least, they could use up a large portion of Beiming's forces. At that time, even if the city was broken through, it would be barely acceptable. However, they had Fan Lingyue on the other side, so no one dared to make any predictions about this battle. In just a few short months, the invincible Great Xia was beaten to such a state. The real reason was that Beiming had Fan Lingyue and Great Xia did not. The true battle was about to begin, and the defending troops of the two cities were really nervous. Yang City and Shilling City had 90,000 and 60,000 guards respectively, working together with the defending troops to face this battle together. However, at this moment, the Beiming Iron Cavalry stopped in a small city 500 miles away. The northern Ming army, which had been left far behind, quickly caught up with them. They brought carriages after carriages of provisions and siege weapons into the small city. In the following few days, the Beiming army started to try to siege the city. The target they chose was out of everyone's expectations. It was not Shilling City, but Yang City, which had more troops. The scale of the siege was not large, and it was more of a probing attack. Wave after wave, it was continuous. Everyone knew that this was the strategy of the Beiming military advisor. However, even if they knew that it was a trap, no one dared to let down their guard and could only deal with it carefully. Deep into the night, Duke Jingwu stood on top of Yang City, looking at the Beiming army in the distance. He felt really complicated. He had been in the court for 40 years and had experienced 3 generations of emperors. He had witnessed the entire process of Great Xia going from prosperity to decline. Today he felt that he was really old. The new generation would replace the old. This era was no longer theirs. Beiming's military advisor was indeed terrifyingly strong. Great Xia also had such a person, unfortunately. Chapter 162. The ghost palanquin streaked through the night sky, emitting ghost chi. The person in the palanquin was wearing black clothes that only revealed his eyes. His entire body was covered in darkness. The ghost palanquin drove straight to Sky Heaven Academy. When it was close, Ning Chen put away the palanquin and pushed the wheelchair towards a small courtyard outside the academy. This was Old Man Lu's residence. Normally, no one would come here. Old Man Lu sensed the wheelchair as soon as it entered the courtyard. He opened the door and frowned when he saw the hidden figure. "Who are you?" "Old Man Lu, I trust you've been well since we last met, said Ning Chin calmly. His slightly hoarse voice still contained a trace of familiarity from the past. Old man Lu's body trembled, and he was filled with disbelief. You're still alive. I'm just not dead, said Ning Chin softly. Why are you dressed like this? Why are you so secretive in front of me? Asked old man Lu. You're old. I was afraid of scaring you. Ning Chin faintly smiled under the black cloth. Old man Lu frowned once more. You can't move your legs again. It's just temporary. I'll recover soon. Ning Chin didn't say anything else. According to the current situation, once he could move his legs again, the Yellow Springs flower's poison would have completely spread. He wouldn't be far from becoming a living corpse. Wait a moment. Old man Lu walked into the room and then pushed a wheelchair out. Change to this. After you left last time, I casually made it in my spare time. When I heard that your legs had recovered, I thought you wouldn't need it anymore. I didn't think I'd give it away today. In the end, it's not a waste. Ning Chen switched to the wheelchair and tested it out. As expected, it was much stronger than the ghost woman's. Old man Lu looked at the youth in front of him and asked, You didn't come to the academy just to see an old man like me, right? I came to find my master and also to see you, said Ning Chin honestly. Ning Chin turned the wheelchair around and walked towards the door. I'm leaving. I'll come see you again in the future. Old Lu watched as Ning Chin left. Many questions were buried in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He could feel that Ning Chin was different this time. He was like a pool of stagnant water, and no one could detect any signs of life from him. Ning Chen sat in his wheelchair and walked to the headmaster's residence without any obstruction. The academy was guarded by many powerhouses, and the headmaster was an inborn expert in the 3 disasters state. It was the safest place in the world, and there was no need for any guards. The headmaster's room was still dimly lit. After Ning Chin arrived, he knocked on the door and waited silently. Come in. The old voice of the headmaster sounded in the room. Ning Chin pushed the door open and entered. He looked at the teacher who stood up to add oil to the lamp and said respectfully, Teacher. The headmaster stopped and glanced at Ning Chin. Trembling slightly, he passed the oil in his hand to Ning Chin and said, You fill it. I'm old and my hands are not steady. Yes. Ning Chin nodded. He took the lamp oil, opened the wick, and carefully poured the oil into the lamp. It's good to be young. There's hope when you're young. The headmaster sighed softly. Teacher, I can't hold on any longer, Ning Chen said in a low voice. The headmaster smiled and stretched out his arm. After a while, specks of dust scattered. His entire hand began to turn gray from the fingers. Not long after, more than half of it disappeared. Your body still exists. It's just that there are some problems now. There will always be hope. Don't give up so easily. As he spoke, the headmaster's hand moved slightly. The gray fingers began to fly back and condense together in the blink of an eye. Do you still remember what Dao Kuei said to you? The headmaster asked. Live. Live at all costs. Ning Chin replied. The headmaster nodded and walked behind the desk. He tidied up the books on the desk and said, It's not easy to live. However, there's only hope if you live. Ning Chin was silent. After a long time, he bowed deeply and said, I understand. The no scroll is about to appear. Dao Kuei and I are old and don't have the strength to search for it. We can only rely on you. The headmaster sighed softly. I'll do my best. Ning Chin replied respectfully. At this moment, in the southeast direction, a shocking light shot up into the sky. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. It's the heavenly book. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. It felt as vast as the starry sky. The possibility of it being the no scroll was not high. As for which scroll it was hard to tell. Headmaster, I'll go take a look. After speaking, Ning Chin turned his wheelchair and left. After leaving the academy, He drove the ghost palanquin towards the southeast direction of the Xia kingdom. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast. In the darkness of the night, it streaked across with a black brilliance. It was astonishingly fast. This was an important treasure of the underworld. Although its attack power was average in terms of speed, it surpassed the average Xiantian. Far off in the distance, the flat ground exploded. A giant tomb appeared and split open with a loud bang. Immediately, Yin-Chi rushed into the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Thunder roared crazily, and bolts of lightning more than 3 meters thick hacked down. The surrounding earth was blasted open. The shocking scene shocked everyone in all directions and attracted countless gazes. What an eventful time! Some living fossils woke up from their slumber and sighed. Their eyes could no longer remain calm. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth changed again. 100 li away, scorching yang energy gushed out like a heavenly spring, rushing hundreds of zhang high. Another large tomb exploded, and boundless waves of fire descended. This was the void burning, and it was incomparably spectacular. It was as if the entire sky was burning, and this world was going to be incinerated. The appearance of the yin-yang tombs caused a shocking phenomenon. The people who were constantly coming were hesitant, not knowing which one to enter. The heavenly book was definitely in one of the tombs. If they chose the wrong one, it would mean that they would miss the opportunity to get the heavenly book. Nearly 2 hours later, Ning Chen arrived 50 miles away from the yin tombs. He stopped the palanquin and stopped. The southeast of the Xia kingdom was the place with the most martial sects and ancient martial families. The appearance of the 2 tombs attracted the attention of many powers. These sects and families had existed for as long as the Xia kingdom had been established. They had once restrained themselves under the invincible might of the Xia kingdom. Now that the world was in chaos, these sects were much more active. Ning Chen sat on the palanquin and came to a high ground. He looked at the scene in the distance and was not in a hurry to enter. These 2 tombs looked abnormally dangerous. It was not easy to enter. In front of the 2 tombs, many important figures of the sects and families gathered. They were carrying treasures of their sects and wanted to force their way into the tombs. Ning Chen looked at the situation in front of him from afar and remained silent. The relationship between the imperial court and Jianghu had always been negative. Now that these sects dared to appear so brazenly, it was clear how chaotic the situation in the Xia kingdom was. Throughout the night, the area within several hundred li of the great screen trembled as if it was about to sink. At dawn, terrifying rays of light rose up from the 2 great tombs, illuminating the entire sky. Not long after, the supreme elders of the great sects retreated in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their sect-guarding treasures were damaged. They were covered in cracks and had lost their luster. Bang! A waterfall of blood bloomed. For unlucky Taishang elders were touched by the flames in the Yang tomb. Their bodies suddenly exploded, and their blood and bones scattered all over the sky. Outside the Yin tomb, a similar situation occurred at the same time. Yin mist filled the air, and bloody broken bones floated in the air. It was truly terrifying. The fire waves and Yin mist that filled the sky mercilessly reaped the lives of the intruders. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 people could enter by luck. After more than 10 people's bodies exploded, the crowd calmed down a little and avoided the Yin and Yang aura that was like the god of death. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. The Yin wind whistled, and the fire waves surged to the sky. The 2 tombs appeared together, and the undercurrent surged as if it wanted to overturn the sky. Ning Chen had already left for a long time. He must return to the underworld before dawn. Many sects and families suffered heavy casualties and had no choice but to retreat. They temporarily rested in the nearby New City and waited for the people inside to send news. However, the Taishang elders who entered the 2 tombs under the protection of their sect's treasures never returned. 1 day later, The 3 treasures in the Een tomb cried and exploded. The fragments broke through the bindings and scattered all over the ground. Blood rained down on the tombs. At this point, the tombs fell silent, and there was not a trace of movement. The black crows screeched and cawed irritatingly. In front of the tombs, some people no longer waited and left. However, there were also some who did not give up and kept waiting not far away, waiting for a new variable to appear. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the owners of the tombs had left behind an extremely terrifying method before they died. It seemed that they did not want their tombs to be desecrated. The murderous intent was shocking, and they mercilessly wiped out those who attempted to intrude. Ah! A terrifying scream resounded through the wasteland. In the Een tomb, a blood-stained hand with white bones was pulled out. The Taishang elder of the ancient martial arts Feng family revealed, his head with a face full of fear. He struggled to crawl out, but the Een wind whistled and countless thin black ribbons stretched out from the tombs, mercilessly pulling him back. At this point, there was a deathly stillness. I can't accept this. I was just one step away, just one step away. After an unknown period of time, the crazy voice sounded again. A bloody person crawled out. Through the Een mist, one could barely recognize that it was a Taishang elder of Mountain of No Return. However, a moment later, the bloody person exploded into a rain of blood and scattered in all directions. What happened? Outside the Een tomb, many onlookers were shocked. They could not help but feel a trace of lingering fear. If they had entered, would they also end up like this? This is a half-step Xiantian from Mountain of No Return. He died just like that? Most people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, these Taishang elders of the great sects that they could only look up to had fallen one after another. It was like a dream. It was too unreal. The vitality is in the Yang tomb. It must be like this. Someone shouted. Everyone was in an uproar. They suddenly realized something and rushed to the other side with all their might. It was a majestic sight. Why? It's all wrong, haha. Another ancient family's supreme elder rushed out, but he immediately exploded. Flesh and blood poured down like rain, and shattered bones flew in all directions. His final roar made everyone tremble with fear. Only no one could hear it anymore. Sinister winds whistled past, and the bloody mist scattered. The ground was dyed in dark red. Outside the Yang tomb, the waves of fire were getting more and more vigorous. The entrance was sealed, and the waves of fire were as silent as before. There was no movement at all. There was a trace of strangeness in the calmness. There were more and more people. At this time, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the Yang tomb. The Een tomb had become a land of death. Logically speaking, the vitality was in the Yang tomb. Chapter 163. 25 miles away from the Een Yang tombs, Ning Chen appeared once more. Every night for 7 days, he would come and watch from afar. In the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning. God was the venerated, nothingness was the end, and chaos was the change. There were the 4 most special scrolls. The life scroll was the beginning of the heavenly tomes, so it had an extraordinary connection with the other scrolls. After a few days of observation, Ning Chen could basically confirm that the heavenly tomes were in the Een tombs. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take it. The Een tombs were a land of death. Everyone who entered died. Although it was difficult for him to die, he would still die if his body exploded like those who entered. If you want to take it, I can help you. Ghost Woman appeared out of nowhere. Her red wedding dress fluttered in the wind. Have you broken through? Asked Ning Chen softly. I'm still half a step away, replied Ghost Woman. Ning Chen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he extended his hand to her. Give me your hand. Ghost Woman gently dodged and shook her head. No need. I want to take the last step myself. Ning Chen was silent for a moment before withdrawing his hand. He didn't force her. Do you want to go in? Asked Ghost Woman, looking at the two tombs in the distance. "Wait a bit longer." "It's not time yet," replied Ningchen. Ghost Woman took 2 steps forward. Her eyes peered through the red veil as she waited with him. Outside the Yang tomb, there were people trying to enter every day. As for the Yin tomb, after the ominous events a few days ago, very few people dared to take even half a step inside. People were dying in both tombs. But generally speaking, those who were lucky enough to enter the Yang tomb were still 10 to 20% alive. Every once in a while, a grand elder of a large sect would use a secret technique to send a message out, letting people outside know that they were still alive. "Do you know where the heavenly tombs are?" asked Ghost Woman. "The Yin tomb," said Ningchen calmly. Ghost Woman looked at the Yin tomb. There was no one there anymore. Those who had entered were all dead. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would escape, but at the last moment, their bodies would explode without leaving behind a corpse. The 2 of them waited for an entire night. When the sun was about to rise, they left in the ghost sedan chair. While the southeast was changing, the war in the north of Great Xia was also getting more and more intense. The northern Meng army was attacking the city more and more frequently, and both sides started to have fewer soldiers. However, compared to northern Meng, who was attacking the city, Great Xia had the advantage of defending the city and had fewer casualties. This was an expected situation. The Duke of Jingwu and the Marquis of Bloody Robe, who had arrived later, were both famous generals who were good at fighting. Naturally, it was not difficult for them to defend the perilous situation. There was no problem with Bei Meng's military advisor strategy. If they couldn't take down Yang City, it was not something that could be changed by manpower. Great Xia had suffered too much at the hands of the northern Meng military advisor. Hence, no matter what the situation at Yang City was, Jingwu Duke and the Marquis of Blood-Clothing strategy was to defend to the death. In the nether underworld, Ning Chen was deep in thought. He wasn't thinking about the Yin Yang tombs, but the war in the north. The tomes of Arcane were in the Yin tomb, and no one would be able to get it in a short period of time. They just had to wait patiently. The situation in the north really confused him. When Bei Meng attacked the city, Fan Lingyue's strategy was impeccable. In a situation where the disadvantage was obvious, he was still able to maintain a situation of 6-4. However, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Fan Lingyue's current actions were more like a famous general, and not the world's most intelligent person who struck fear in the world. In other words, it was more than perfect, but not amazing enough. The ghost girl came over and looked at the scribbles on the ground. Although she didn't really understand, she understood what Ningchen was thinking. "You're already like this, and you still can't let go of these things?" The ghost girl opened her mouth and asked, very puzzled. She had witnessed the person in front of her turn from a young man in the prime of his life to his current appearance that was neither human nor ghost. If it was anyone else, they would have already collapsed. How would they have the heart to think about these things? Ningchen casually threw away the withered branch in his hand. He didn't answer and changed the topic, asking, "Ghost Girl, is your immortal body the same as that of the martial monarch of the Eternal Night cult?" Hearing this, the ghost girl shook her head and said, "They're not the same." "What do you mean?" Ningchen asked. The ghost girl thought for a moment, then said, "In this world there is no true immortal body. Although me, Underworld Child, and the Martial Monarch are not afraid of blades, swords, or palms, we can still be injured." Ning Chen listened carefully and didn't interrupt. This might be the key to dealing with the Eternal Night cult in the future, so he had to remember it carefully. The ghost girl continued, "For example, Underworld Child and I have the ghost origin or underworld origin. In addition to our special martial arts, ordinary injuries can be quickly healed. Even fatal injuries such as heart meridians and internal organs can be healed after a period of time as long as we meditate. As for the martial monarch of the Eternal Night cult, because he has an upper and lower dantian, when fighting he can defend and attack. As long as it's not a fatal injury. With the powerful recovery ability of the 3 disaster realm, he can fight and recover at the same time." The ghost girl's words gave Ning Chen a lot of shock, causing him to once again sink into deep thought. A three-disaster realm expert with an immortal body was a disaster for the Great Xia. Innate was different from nurture. They couldn't be killed by an army. If the Great Xia wanted to obtain the final victory, how to defeat the martial monarch was an unavoidable problem. Of course, it was still a bit early to think about that. Whether or not the Great Xia could defeat Bei Meng was still unknown. Just as Ning Chen was thinking, the ghost girl hesitated for a moment, then said, "Actually, there is another way to solve your body's problem." Ning Chen raised his head, astonishment on his face. He asked, "What way?" "Kill the underworld child and seize the underworld origin," the ghost girl slowly said. Ning Chen was startled, unable to come back to his senses. If you obtain the underworld origin, you can transform into an underworld body. The poison of the Yellow Springs flower will no longer be a threat. Furthermore, with the underworld origin, your internal organs that have been destroyed by the heavenly flames will quickly recover, the ghost girl explained. Ning Chen came back to his senses and frowned. "Aren't you and the underworld, child, the same cultivation? Why are you telling me this?" The ghost girl softly sighed. "You don't understand. This generation's underworld child is an anomaly. He has lost his mind and gone crazy. He doesn't have any concept of right or wrong. As long as he feels like it, he can do anything. The reason the underworld has fallen to its current state is largely because of his existence. The most terrifying thing is that this person's talent is too terrifying. Once he crosses the threshold of Xiantian, there'll be no one in this world who can keep him in check. It's truly lamentable that fellow cultivators aren't of the same mind." Ning Chen's expression was complicated. The ghost girl continued, "However, once you die, I will still take back the underworld origin. The things of the underworld will still have to return to the underworld." "Of course." Ning Chen nodded. In the next few days, Ning Chen continued to wait outside the Yin Yang tombs every night. Something had also begun to happen to the Yang tomb. Although the people who had entered hadn't died, none of them had been able to leave. They were all trapped inside. "Prepare yourselves. It's time for us to go in." On the fourth night, Ning Chen looked at the two tombs in the distance. Dao Kuei had taught him a secret art from the Taoist path. In the past, the Taoist path had been the master of formations and restrictions. The secret arts he had learned were mainly cultivation techniques. He had only briefly mentioned formations, so it had taken him 10 days to just barely understand what was going on with the Yin Yang tombs. If his guess wasn't wrong, these two tombs were connected by life and death. When the Yang tomb was in charge of life, the Yin tomb was in charge of death. A few days ago, the Yang tomb was in charge of life, while the Yin tomb was in charge of death. Now it was about time for that to change. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Yang tomb erupted into flames. Screams of death echoed for hundreds of kilometers. The ancient treasures of the great sects flew out and exploded, causing blood and bones to scatter in all directions, covering an area of 10 meters. "I'm out, haha." A supreme elder rushed out. However, before he could even smile, his entire body exploded. Flesh and blood fell like rain as broken bones flew in all directions, causing others to tremble in fear. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this." The Yang tomb trembled. Miserable screams rang out one after another before coming to an abrupt end. Finally, the tragedy began here. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, blooming with the final light of life. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. "Let's go." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Ghost Woman nodded. In the next moment, the palanquin carried the two of them into the Yin tomb. In an instant, Yin Qi filled the sky and engulfed them. The two of them didn't fear it at all. This Yin Qi was harmful to normal people, but it was useless to these two people whose bodies had long been abnormal. After entering the Yin tomb, Ghost Woman put away the palanquin and spread out her spiritual sense to carefully observe the surroundings. The Een tomb was very dark. Een wind rustled, and the damp walls were covered in years of wind and frost. Sword scars crisscrossed the walls, reflecting the intensity of the battle in the past. Who knew what the tomb's master had set up? Based on the scars on the walls, the two tombs had opened more than once and buried groups of geniuses. It's been at least 1,000 years. Ning Qin looked at the gray bones on the ground and sighed softly. 1,000 years had passed, and countless cultivators had been buried here. It was the same this time. Countless people were like moths flying into a flame, all for the sake of obtaining a lifetime's worth of fortune. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough to drive many crazy. The two of them kept walking forward. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Chen's heart suddenly turned cold. He looked up and saw countless gray ghosts floating out of the darkness. The Een wind whistled, and they were densely packed together. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Een spirits! The ghost girl's pupils shrank. She pulled Ning Chen and immediately opened a path for them. She watched as the rows of ghosts left. Something of extreme Een had finally appeared in this big tomb. It was not a good sign. Wherever the Een spirits passed by, everything ceased to exist. Everything was devoured cleanly. After countless years, these Een ghosts seemed to have developed spiritual intelligence. Their dark green eyes actually began to show traces of spirit. This tomb is probably more than 1,000 years old. We might be in trouble. Ghost Woman looked at the departing Een spirits and reminded them. Een spirits couldn't be formed in 1,000 years. If they were unlucky, this could be the tomb of an ancient sage from 10,000 years ago. Chapter 164. The recorded history of this world was not very long, at most 10,000 years. The truly glorious era began 1,000 years ago. As for what this world was like 10,000 years ago, only ancient legacies like the underworld, the Tao sect, and the Eternal Night cult knew. 10,000 years was a long time. Taoism was destroyed, the underworld was defeated, and countless great sects disappeared in the river of time. Not a trace of them was left. Eternal Night sect's strength could only be fully demonstrated at this time. This was a true immortal inheritance with a frightening foundation. Once upon a time, the underworld also controlled the ups and downs of the world. Unfortunately, it declined in the passage of time. The ghost girl carefully observed the surroundings and explained, "It takes a long time for an Een spirit to form. If I'm not wrong, this tomb is very likely the tomb of an ancient sage from 10,000 years ago." Ning Qin knew very little about what happened 10,000 years ago. The secret technique that Dao Kuei gave him did not mention this. Now that the ghost girl mentioned it, he could not help but be curious. What's an ancient sage? Ning Qin asked. It's a supreme expert who has cultivated to the peak of the Three Disasters realm. 10,000 years ago, such an existence would appear every 1 or 2,000 years. People called them sages. Later on, the peak of the Three Disasters realm did not appear for a long time, so people called them ancient sages. Now, the peak of the Three Disasters realm has not appeared for 10,000 years. Even this name has gradually been forgotten, the ghost girl answered seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. If this was true, then it was really troublesome. He did not know how powerful a peak of the Three Disasters realm was, but he had experienced the power of the Three Disasters realm. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. Previously, in the Battle of Meiji Mountain, he had used up all his tricks. With the help of the resentment on the Bloodvein sword, he had joined hands with Qing Ning, who was in the Khanate realm. In the end, he had used gunpowder and the sand sword lent by Yenqin Prince to barely suppress the abbot of Dui Temple. However, even so, he had not been able to kill this Buddha in the mortal world. A peak of the Three Disasters realm was already so terrifying, let alone a peak of the Three Disasters realm. No wonder no matter how many of the grand elders of the great sects came, they all died. They could not even protect the treasures of their sections. Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled and the void trembled. The entire tomb shook violently. Obviously, other than them, many great sects and clans had also discovered some clues and began to join forces to attack the tomb. Under the fierce attacks, strange dark runes appeared in the tomb, flickering in and out of existence, turning all the attacks into nothing. "Let's leave quickly," said the ghostly woman under the red veil. Her eyes flashed with light. "Yes," Ning Chin replied. Now that the tomb was reborn, there would definitely be people from the aristocratic clans who would be able to barge in. This wasn't good news for them. The two of them moved forward quickly. Along the way, they encountered two more spirits. The second time, they didn't manage to avoid them in time and caused a lot of trouble. Ghost Lady pushed Ning Chin to the side and blocked all the spirits on her own. The spirits weren't particularly powerful, but normal attacks were completely ineffective against them. The ghost woman didn't want to waste any time, so she forcibly used her origin ghost flame to burn away hundreds of spirits. After using the origin ghost flame, the ghost woman was a bit tired. She softly reminded Ning Chin, "The spirits in the tomb have already matured. You can't use your Jin Qi. Be careful." Ning Chin nodded, his expression grave. The ghost woman's constitution was special, but it was still so difficult for her to deal with these spirits. One could imagine how miserable the grand elders of the great sects had been. The tomb's rebirth wouldn't be long. Once the cycle of life and death changed, this place would definitely become even more terrifying. They had to hurry. The two of them continued forward. After a long time, 7 doors appeared in front of them. 4 of them were already open. It seemed that many people had come here in the past 10,000 years. The stone rooms behind the first 3 doors were empty. Clearly, the items had been taken away. Only the 4th stone room had its door wide open, but the items were still there. Behind the door, the entire stone room was dyed red with blood. The ground was covered in white bones, looking extremely miserable. There was no doubt that the people who had opened this stone room were the grand elders of the great sects who had entered a few days ago. Unfortunately, they had all died here. It was unknown what terrifying things had happened here. Broken swords, broken cauldrons, broken spears. None of the treasures of the great sects were intact. They had all been destroyed here. It had to be known that some of the most powerful treasures could barely resist a Sciention expert under the full power of a peak 9th rank expert. Even if their offensive power wasn't enough, they should still be able to protect their lives. There was a medicinal plant in the stone room. It was in the shape of a human, growing among the white bones. Its medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. It was extremely extraordinary. A humanoid king medicine. The ghost woman's eyes flashed with shock. Ning Chin glanced at it, but didn't enter. Instead, he walked toward the 7th door. This king medicine wasn't so easy to obtain. Even if the tomb's owner was reborn, if he wanted to take it away, he would have to pay a great price. The grand elders of the great sects would quickly arrive. He couldn't waste time here. Seeing that Ning Chin wasn't moved, the ghost woman immediately advised, "This king medicine is useful to you. You can't give it up like this. It's too late. Finding the heavenly tomes is more important." Ning Chin continued to walk forward without looking back. Even though he felt that this heavenly tomes was not the supreme scroll, he couldn't jump to conclusions without seeing it with his own eyes. He had promised Dao Kuei that he would do his best to find the void scroll. As long as he was alive, he couldn't go back on his word. The ghost woman glanced at the king medicine and then at the departing Ning Chin. Her figure flashed, and she charged into the stone room. At this time, Ning Chin had also arrived in front of the 7th door. He reached out to push it, but as expected, it didn't budge. Ning Chin didn't take out the black sword from behind his wheelchair. Instead, he activated the life scroll and slashed down. With a loud bang, the door trembled. A 3-meter sword mark appeared, but the door still didn't open. As expected, Ning Chin frowned. The marks on the 7 doors were all different. It was clear that every time the great tomb appeared, there would always be people trying to open the 7 doors. Although the owner of the great tomb wasn't a kind person, he wasn't a ruthless person. In the 9 deaths, there was still a chance of survival. That was why 3 of the doors had already been taken away. According to the marks and the final result, there was a pattern to the opening of the doors. It should be that after the first door was opened, the next door would be opened. The bad news was that no one knew the order of the 7 doors, so they had to try. The good news was that there were only 3 doors left that hadn't been opened yet. The probability was 1 in 3. You, it seems that someone got here before us. At this time, a devilish figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he gave off a strong pressure. His blue armor shone with a cold and evil light. His handsome face had an emotionless smile. The person who came was an anomaly from hell, Underworld Child. Underworld Child. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. He had never met Underworld Child before. However, there wouldn't be a second person with such an evil and cold aura in this world. Behind Underworld Child, a girl with dim eyes stood there. Although she looked young, the aura on her body was unusually vast. She didn't lose to an upper sky. The aura of the Yellow Springs flower. Pitiful person. Underworld Child looked at the black-clothed figure in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The cold arc made people feel cold all over. You, help him free himself. Yes. The girl accepted the order. In the next moment, her feet moved. Her figure turned into a white shadow as she slammed her palm down. Boom! The sword and palm collided. Ning Chen only felt a huge force coming from his ink sword. He couldn't dissolve it in time and was immediately pushed back 3 meters. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood. It dripped onto his black clothes. The black clothes and black blood slowly merged together. Ning Chen didn't feel much pain. With his current body, it wouldn't be easy to die, even if he wanted to. Oh! Underworld Child touched his lips with his finger. The smile on his handsome face grew wider. It was as if he had seen a prey that made him happy. You moved again. Her palm was majestic. She came at him again. The ink sword in Ning Chen's hand hummed. Frost floated. He met it with his sword. With a loud clang, dust flew around the 2 of them. A crack appeared between the 2 of them. It extended a few meters. At this moment, a red figure flashed across the battlefield. She appeared in front of the 2 of them and sent you flying with a palm. Are you okay? Ghost Girl asked softly. I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head. You landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. The corner of her mouth was red. Her lifeless eyes didn't have the slightest ripple. It was unknown what she felt. What kind of relationship is this? Friendship? Love? Or is it a stupid favor? Underworld Child smiled lightly. Is there a difference to you? Also, you violated the rules of the underworld again. You're using a living person as a puppet. Ghost Girl said coldly. Underworld Child smiled lightly. Rules are only used by the weak to restrict each other. It's a hypocritical method to prevent the other party from gaining more benefits. Rules have no effect on the strong. Ghost Girl frowned. She glanced at the path they came from. It was a bit strange. It had been so long. Why was there no movement at all? What are you waiting for? Those people who came in. It's a pity that they can't come. Underworld Child said. Ghost Woman's expression changed as she asked, You killed all of them? The weak always have to depend on the strong's mood. Unfortunately, I just happen to be in a bad mood. Underworld Child said indifferently. You're crazy. Ghost Girl suppressed the shock in her heart and mocked. In this world, there's only a fine line between a crazy person and a smart person. But there are too many idiots who think they're smart, and too few who are truly smart. The stupidity of the majority causes the minority to not be recognized. My beloved fellow cultivator, Your stupidity makes my heart ache." Underworld Child held his chest with regret. Ning Chun was tired of hearing this. The sword in his hand moved, and a dazzling silver light shot towards Underworld Child's chest. "There's no point in saying more. Let's see who's the real deal." "As you wish." Underworld Child smiled coldly. A blue light flashed from his right hand, and with a clang, it met the tip of the ink sword. Chapter 165. The moment Ning Chen and Underworld Child clashed, Ghost Girl and you also stepped forward and started fighting. The battle between the four of them immediately turned incandescent. Every move was merciless and aimed directly at the vital points, full of murderous intent. Facing Underworld Child, Ning Chen could no longer hold back. He unleashed all of his skills. The moment his sword moved, it caused a snowstorm that filled the sky. Both sides had no more leeway. Between the strong moves, there was only an exchange of injuries. Although Ning Chen was not at his peak state, he had 2 heavenly books and an immortal body created by the Yellow Springs flower. He was not at a disadvantage at all. The 4 of them were not normal people. 2 of them were from the underworld. One was a living dead, and the other was a living puppet. Sword moves and palm attacks landed on their bodies, causing blood to splatter. However, it was an even more intense battle. There was no hatred or resentment. Between the 4 of them, it was far from the hatred of life and death. However, every move was fatal and merciless. At this time, there were not many wise. Just like Underworld Child who had lost his mind, any actions that were not accepted by the world might be because of a momentary thought. Ning Chen would not explain anything. Before confirming whether the heavenly book inside was the void scroll, he would not be courteous to anyone. The 4 of them fought fiercely. As the sword and palm clashed, their injuries became more and more serious. However, no one fell. Even if the sword chi penetrated their bodies and the palm attacks pierced their hearts, there was no other injury except for the blood flowing from the corner of their mouths. Among the 4 of them, Yu was the one with the highest cultivation. She was infinitely close to an 8. However, in a real battle, the difference in foundation and experience was gradually revealed. Ning Chen, Ghost Girl, and Underworld Child were undoubtedly the strongest people below an 8. Although Yu was not bad, she was still slightly inferior to the 3 of them. When the battle reached the most intense moment, the moment the 4 of them crossed each other, Ghost Girl used her incantation and showed the strange martial arts of the underworld. Ghost Desolation Art, 100 Ghosts Confinement Sky. 100 ghosts appeared, trapping the sky and locking the earth. You could not dodge in time and was trapped by the 100 ghosts. In a short gap, Ghost Girl freed her hand. She raised her palm and slammed it on Underworld Child's chi. A piece of underworld origin flew out and was caught by Ning Chen. At the same time, the black sword condensed into frost and pierced Underworld Child's heart without mercy. The Devil Cultivator was injured and became even more crazy. He slapped both of them, flew out, and vomited blood. Ha! His crazy laughter shook people's hearts. Dark blue flames rose around the Underworld Child's body, forming an extremely strong pressure in the dark space. Ghost Desolation Art, Soul Severing. The Ghost Girl condensed her technique, and cold ghost chi filled the sky. Her slender hand carried the power of 10,000 caddies as it pressed toward the Ghost Girl. With a hong sound, their extreme moves collided. The 2 individuals both took 2 steps back. Their bodies dyed in vermilion. A flying feather, heaven and earth, 1 sword. In that instant, the sword that was heading straight for him split into 100,000, and the 100,000 condensed into 1. It pierced into Underworld Child's heart meridian through the same wound as before. Blood sprayed out and dyed the body of the ink sword red. Underworld flames burned the heavens. The burning sky underworld flame rose and spread out with a loud bang. Ning Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was directly sent flying 30 meters away, and black blood splattered all over the ground. The ghost lady was also affected by the nether flame. She retreated a few steps before stabilizing her body. At this moment, the 100 ghosts were engulfed by the underworld flames and quickly dissipated. Yu escaped and immediately came to Underworld Child's side. Yu, let's go. Underworld Child smiled faintly. With a light step, he disappeared behind the blue flames. Yu followed and disappeared as well. Ning Qin and the ghost lady's expressions were solemn. Even this couldn't kill him. This Underworld Child was truly terrifying. In the next moment, Ning Chen's chest tightened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked exhausted. The ghost lady immediately went forward. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, and wisps of ghost qi guided the underworld poison from Ning Chen's body into her mouth. It temporarily suppressed the poison that could explode at any time. You can't use your true qi anymore, the ghost lady warned. Although she could cure the underworld flower's poison, there was a limit. Once the underworld flower's poison spread, even a deity would be powerless. Ning Qin nodded and softly agreed. Leave the rest to me. With that, the ghost lady walked in front of one of the doors. She flipped her hand and slammed her palm on the door. A violent vibration sounded. The door shook, but it was still firmly shut. No, it's not that. Ning Qin spoke and reminded. Hearing that, the ghost lady looked at the remaining 2 doors. Under Ning Chen's signal, she walked to the door in the middle. She raised her cultivation to the peak, and the ghost qi in the sky crashed into the door. In the shocking explosion, the door was blasted open. The scene that had been sealed for 10,000 years finally appeared in front of them. Be careful! Ning Chen's expression changed. He slammed his wheelchair and instantly came in front of the ghost lady. He only had time to push her away before he felt his chest sink and a sharp pain came. The headless horseman's spear pierced through Ning Chen's heart. Black blood spilled out. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, 3 more spears slashed down. The yin qi was dense and threatening. Ning Qin ignored the spears in his chest. He condensed his left hand and caught the spear that was slashing down. At the same time, he waved his ink sword and swept away the remaining 2 headless horsemen. The familiar scene made Ning Chen's heart tremble. This time it was not an illusion. That meant that the Yin soldiers and headless horsemen he encountered in the underworld had existed before. Things were different now. Ning Chen was no longer the beginner of martial arts. However, facing these headless horsemen, he still felt a heavy pressure. In the stone room, a golden piece of paper floated above the stone platform. It was obviously the heavenly book that the 2 of them were looking for. The 4 headless horsemen cooperated well. Each of them was at the peak of the 9th stage. They firmly blocked the way forward. I'll hold them back. You go and get the heavenly book, Ning Chen said solemnly as he cut the spear in his chest. Be careful, Ghost Woman instructed, and then she took a step forward and flashed out swiftly. The spear was waved in an attempt to block the way forward. However, the ink sword condensed into frost. The sword's power was shocking. It slashed out a huge ravine that was 10 feet long. The ghost lady took the opportunity to charge in. She came before the heavenly book and grabbed it. Retreat! Ning Qin covered the ghost lady and came out. He waved his sword and made a prompt decision. The ghost lady was not a sloppy person. She also sent out a palm and quickly retreated. The sword and palm moved together. With a loud bang, they blocked the 4 headless horsemen's steps. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the ghost palanquin flew through the night sky, quickly heading north. An hour before daybreak, the 2 of them finally returned to the underworld. After Ning Qin returned, he immediately went into seclusion to heal. The ghost lady stood guard at his side, helping to transfer the small piece of nether spring that she had taken from the underworld child into his body. The nether spring was too small. It was less than a fifth of its original size. The underworld child had protected the nether spring within the vortex in his dantian. Although the ghost lady's palm had shattered the nether spring, she had only managed to force out a small piece. 2 days later, Ning Qin finally suppressed his injuries. Unfortunately, the nether spring was too small. It was far from enough to heal his organs that had been damaged by the heavenly flame. Actually, we can try to open the last 2 gates. Perhaps there will be a way to solve your body's problem, suggested the ghost lady. There were 7 gates in the Yin tomb, and this heavenly tome was only ranked 5th. That meant there was something even more incredible behind the last 2 gates. There's no need. Ning Qin shook his head and continued. Right now, no one knows when the 2 tombs will switch between life and death, when it will start, when it will end, and if there's a pattern to it. Furthermore, the 4 gatekeepers that have appeared this time are monsters that can't be killed. If a Xiantian realm existence comes out of the last 2, we won't even have a chance to escape. But your injuries... The ghost lady was a bit worried. It's fine. With this underworld spring, the yellow spring's flower's poison won't spread for now. It's actually pretty good to have an undying body. The heavens have already treated me well, said Ning Chen with a faint smile. The people of the underworld never believe in the heavens, sighed the ghost lady. Actually, I don't believe in it either. Ning Chen smiled. All right, now that you have the heaven and earth scrolls, you should try to break through to the Xiantian realm. I'm fine for now, so don't worry. The ghost lady nodded. Be careful. I might be in seclusion for a long time this time. If there's nothing important, don't leave the underworld. Ning Qin smiled and didn't reply. Half a day later, the ghost lady entered seclusion in the deepest part of the underworld. She sealed off the surrounding 5 kilometers and wouldn't come out until she reached the Xiantian realm. That night, Ning Chen left in the ghost sedan chair. When he stepped into one of the Grand Xia cities, he heard the most shocking news. Yang City had been breached. More than half of the 90,000 Imperial Army soldiers had died. The Red training camp had been completely annihilated, and less than 10,000 Azure Sparrow camp soldiers were left. Just 2 days ago, Northern Meng, who had been using the strategy of exhausting the enemy, suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yang City. Left with no choice, the 90,000 Imperial Army soldiers and 40,000 city guards all went into battle to defend the city. However, something unexpected happened. After Northern Meng's army, more than 1,000 catapults were transported to the front of the city. They lined up in a row and crazily threw huge black pots into the city. No one would have thought that these black pots would become the nightmare of the Grand Xia's Imperial Army and city guards. After the pots broke, black water flowed out and continuously spread. No one knew what this black water was. It was only when the sky was filled with fire arrows that the nightmare truly began. The black water started to burn crazily. Once a person came into contact with it, the fire could no longer be extinguished. He would be burned alive. The black water couldn't flow out of the city walls and could only flow into the city. The fire also spread rapidly along with the pots that were continuously thrown into the city. It couldn't be stopped. The fire in Yang City burned for an entire day. It could be seen clearly from 100 kilometers away. Yang City was in a miserable state. The Imperial Army had suffered heavy casualties and lost the city walls. In the battle that happened 1 day later, they were defeated again. In this battle, Northern Meng also suffered heavy casualties. Their army of 250,000 was reduced to less than 200,000. However, the most important 100,000 steel cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry suffered very few casualties. Compared to the importance of the outcome of this battle, this price was completely acceptable. Under the night sky, the ghost sedan chair streaked across the night sky and rushed towards the north. 2 hours later, Ning Qin arrived at Yang City. Looking at the scorched earth, his heart was abnormally heavy. At a corner of the city wall, there were still some remnants of armor that hadn't been completely burned. Ning Chen went forward and picked up a piece of armor. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Crude oil. Chapter 166. The shock in Ning Chen's heart was unparalleled. The ghost palanquin swept past and rushed towards Jialing City. Crude oil was discovered very early in the history of Huaxia, but it was only used in modern times. One of the reasons was that these things were usually buried deep underground and not easy to extract. When he came to this world, he tried his best to avoid the appearance of things that surpassed the era. Every era had its own specific path of civilization, and he didn't want to destroy it casually. Things like gunpowder and crude oil, once they appeared in war, they would destroy the balance and cause more destruction. Great Xia had crude oil. This was something he knew long ago. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, many changes in thinking couldn't be done overnight. Just like the appearance of gunpowder in Huaxia, it was only used to make firecrackers in the beginning. When someone thought of using it in war, it was unknown how many years later it would be. It wasn't rare for ordinary people to discover this thing. In the past, Huaxia was even discovered and recorded in the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, discovery and use were two different things. From the Eastern Han Dynasty to the use of crude oil, it took more than 1,000 years. When it was used in war, it was only close to 100 or 200 years. Simply put, people's thinking and knowledge were limited. Just like the Marquis of Great Xia, he almost didn't have the chance to see these things with his own eyes. Even if he occasionally heard about it, he wouldn't take it to heart, let alone use it in war. And the people who discovered crude oil weren't at the level of Marquis, so it was even more impossible for them to think in this direction. The ghost palanquin came to Jialing City. A few days ago, Northern Meng launched a surprise attack and took down this city. During those days, he was unconscious in the underworld and didn't know about this news. Jialing City was close to a mountain, and its geographical location wasn't important. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the target of Northern Meng's attack. After Ning Chen came to the city, he didn't stop at all and directly rushed to the several camps where Northern Meng's army had been stationed in the past. The campsite required for a 250,000-strong army was enormous. Ning Chen checked for nearly 2 hours and finally found some unusual signs. In the camp closest to Mount Li, will marks were 1 inch into the ground. Obviously, they had pulled something very heavy. Ning Chen followed the marks into the mountain. At the place with the most will marks, he saw a huge gully. The crude oil didn't flow much. Obviously, the surface part had been extracted. After looking at it, Ning Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. Without a doubt, Fan Lingyue already knew that there was crude oil here, which was why he didn't fire anywhere else but here. He had seen the crude oil residue in Jialing City before. It was different from the crude oil here. It flowed much better. Obviously, it had been processed simply. It wasn't surprising that Fan Lingyue knew that Jialing City had crude oil. After all, this wasn't a secret. Furthermore, Jialing City definitely wasn't the only place with crude oil in Grand Xia. If they sent more people to investigate and inquire, they would surely find something. However, just like what he said, discovering it and using it were two different things. Fan Lingyue discovered it and used it, becoming a calamity for Grand Xia. Although the might of crude oil was far more than that, Fan Lingyue had already used it in the war when no one took it seriously. Ning Chen felt a little helpless. If it was him, without the memories of the later generations, it was very likely that he wouldn't have thought of this step. War had its own knowledge, such as weapons, armors, and catapults. Before seeing the shocking scene of Yuyang City being burned down, who would have thought that this ordinary-looking Blackwater would have such great power? This battle was going to be difficult. Ning Chen sighed. After this defeat, the morale of Grand Xia would definitely fall to the lowest point. Defeat wasn't something that could be broken. What was terrifying was the continuous defeat. Ever since Great Xia and Northern Meng started fighting, Great Xia had never won and had always been defeated. First, it was the crushing defeat at Beijiang Plains. Then Yangue City was broken. Then it was the crushing defeat of Marquis Taiping's army. Next, it was Heaven's Gate that was broken. Today, Yiyang City was broken. This time, even the most elite imperial guards of Great Xia were defeated. The soldiers and commoners of Great Xia might very well have the thought that Great Xia might really not be able to defeat Northern Meng. Great Xia really couldn't defeat Northern Meng. This was something that absolutely no one would believe before the start of the war. However, today not only others, but even the commoners of Great Xia had started to believe this fact. The invincible Great Xia had really become a thing of the past. Everyone had overlooked a fact. Actually, in this battle of defending the city, the imperial guards of Great Xia had done well. Apart from being stunned by Northern Meng's sneak attack at the start and suffering heavy casualties in the battle of defending the city a day later, even without the protection of the city walls, they still showed strong combat strength. In the final battle, Northern Meng lost close to 60,000 soldiers. However, the number of imperial guards that died in this battle was less than half of Northern Meng's. Northern Meng had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Breaking the city was inevitable and no one could stop them. Unfortunately, Yiyang City was broken into such a pitiful state that no one would notice this fact. Fan Lingyue was a terrifying person. He knew how to scheme and scheme. He used the lives of 60,000 Northern Meng soldiers to open a path out of the city. After this battle, less than 10,000 soldiers were left defending the city. More than half of the 90,000 imperial guards were lost. The Red Training Camp was wiped out and the Green Sparrow Camp was basically destroyed. Of the 3 camps, only one was left. Along with Yiyang City being broken, it was a huge blow to their morale. 60,000 Northern Meng soldiers in exchange for Yang City, and the fear of the entire Great Xia was definitely worth it. Furthermore, Northern Meng's most important 100,000 iron cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry were perfectly fine. This was the true nightmare of Great Xia. Simply put, after this battle, Great Xia was in danger. The fall of a country was no longer a joke. Instead, it was a huge problem that everyone in the Emperor dynasty had to face. Weiyang Palace, Heavenly Mandate Hall, and Grand Scholars Manor. After the 3 most powerful people in Great Xia received the news of Yiyang City falling, they all fell into silence. Xia Mingri's brows were locked tight. He had already listened to Ning Chen's suggestion. If they could not win, they should try their best to drag it out until autumn. Who knew that even if Great Xia defended, they would still lose time after time. They could not win and could not defend. That advisor of Northern Meng was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. Great Xia was in a passive state. If this continued, they would really be wiped out. The assassinations in the imperial city continued to occur every few days. With the death of the 3rd prince, apart from the advisor of Northern Meng, no one knew how many people there were. The nobles in the imperial city were anxious every day, afraid that they would be the next to die. The imperial guards of the 6 camps were patrolling day and night, trying their best to find the assassins. However, the imperial city was too big. Previously, they had borrowed the power of the 3rd prince to sneak into the city. It was easier said than done to find them again. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun stood in front of the window and looked at the night sky. She had a complicated expression and did not speak for a long time. Qing Ning stood at the side and did not say a word, silently waiting. They also did not expect Great Xia to lose again. One Fan Lingyue had almost destroyed Great Xia. Just half a year ago, Great Xia was still the invincible dynasty. Today, who dared to say such words? There were no excuses or excuses. They just could not win. If only he was here, Qing Ning sighed softly. In this world, the only person who could compete with the military advisor of Beimeng was Ning Qin. There was no lack of smart people in Great Xia. However, the thinking of these 2 people had always exceeded everyone else by a large margin. They could no longer be described as simply smart. Zhang Sun looked out of the window and said slowly, "He has already sacrificed too much for Great Xia. If not for him, Great Xia would not have lasted until now. Let's leave the rest to fate." Hearing this, Qing Ning sighed again and did not speak. Outside Jialing City, Ning Chen did not stay for long. After a simple inspection, he left in the ghost sedan. Northern Meng had broken through an important defensive line of Great Xia. Now, it was up to Duke Jingwu and the rest to deal with it. He had stayed in the underworld for too long. His understanding of the war was only at the surface level. He was not clear about many details and could not think of a solution for a while. It was getting late. He had to go back as soon as possible. The ghost sedan flew past the north of Great Xia. Before dawn, he finally rushed back to the underworld. Ning Chen did not know if he would have a chance to see the light of day again in this life. However, there was always hope to survive. He could not go out during the day. Fortunately, he had obtained a piece of netherworld spring. He did not have to worry about the spread of the poison of the underworld flower and could try to cultivate. At first, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. He carefully circulated traces of vital energy in his body. When he felt that there was no change in his body, he tried to circulate more vital energy. However, when Ning Chen circulated 1/3 of his vital energy, the poison of the underworld flower showed signs of spreading again. Clearly, it had reached the limit of the netherworld spring. Ning Chen sighed. He had to give up temporarily. It seemed that the netherworld spring in his body was not enough to support his cultivation. Since he could not cultivate the scroll of life and scroll of earth, Ning Chen could only try to cultivate the scroll of heaven that he obtained from the Intomb. That golden page was with the ghost girl. However, he had memorized the mental cultivation method. Now, instead of carefully circulating the scroll of life and scroll of earth, he might as well try the scroll of heaven that he had no foundation in. Like the scroll of earth, the moves of the scroll of heaven could only be cultivated after reaching the Xiantian realm. Among all the heavenly books, except for the scroll of life, the rest did not focus on mental cultivation methods. The most important part was the few moves that were recorded after the mental cultivation method. Unfortunately, he could not cultivate them. The advantages and disadvantages of the heavenly books were very obvious. The scroll of life only had the mental cultivation method and basically no moves. Although he could cultivate the only move, it was frighteningly difficult. He estimated that he would not be able to cultivate it even if he practiced for another 10 years. As for the scroll of earth and scroll of heaven, only after reaching the Xiantian realm could he find out what was so special about them. After a while, faint blue lights lit up in the underworld. They were very weak, like fireflies in the dark, about to be extinguished at any time. Ning Chen cultivated the scroll of heaven for an entire day. Traces of vital energy gathered in his dantian, like a newborn baby, slowly but clearly growing. Chapter 167. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was enchanting. After a day of traveling, the Northern Meng army stopped and set up camp. Fan Lingyue got off his horse and looked at the approaching Grand Xia's imperial city. The fatigue in his eyes grew stronger. Coughing sounds came one after another, and blood stained his palm. Fan Lingyue glanced at it, and his expression was as calm as ever. Half a year had passed since the war started. The current situation seemed to be in Northern Meng's favor, but the truth was not as simple as it seemed. Northern Meng's greatest disadvantage was that they had no reinforcements. They had fought too deeply, and the reinforcements from the Northern Meng imperial court would not be able to rush over in a short time. Moreover, even if Northern Meng's cavalry broke through Grand Xia's imperial city, there were still many things to deal with. For example, the 300,000 soldiers that she had blocked outside Heaven's Gate and the reinforcements that were constantly gathering in Grand Xia. Unfortunately, she did not have that much time. The only thing she could do was to defeat Grand Xia while she was still alive. As for the future, Mingyu had to walk it himself. She believed that Ming Yu could walk it well. She had watched Ming Yu grow up and had stayed by his side for so long. He would not lose to anyone. She believed that Northern Meng would become stronger and stronger in Ming Yu's hands. Under the night sky, the coughing sounds became more and more intense. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground and dyed Grand Xia's soil red. In the barbarian king's palace, a figure was kneeling on the ground, waiting for the king's orders. Follow him secretly. The barbarian king stood in the hall with a complicated expression. Yes. The figure received the order and immediately disappeared. In the southern border of Grand Xia, a beautiful woman was walking on Grand Xia soil, searching as she walked. He was definitely not dead, but where was he? A man looked around in confusion, not knowing where to go. The vast Grand Xia was frighteningly large. A man walked day after day, searching for the figure in her heart. In the underworld, Ning Qin knew nothing about this. Perhaps he would occasionally think of that beautiful woman from the barbarian dynasty, but most of the time it would just flash by and be replaced by national affairs. No matter what era it was between a man and a woman, the woman's heart would always be filled by the other party. At most, the man would only think of that gentle smile when he was tired. Fairness between men and women had always been unrealistic since ancient times. Because of the difference in effort, women had sacrificed too much, while men had gained too much. There was no doubt that Ning Qin liked a man, but perhaps even he himself didn't know if liking and love were the same thing. In the underworld, Ning Qin only woke up on the 7th day. Inside his dantian, 2 extremely small cyclones were slowly rotating. Compared to the scroll of life and scroll of earth, they were still very weak. However, they could be considered to be in the initial stages of solidification. That day, during his battle with eunuch Pei, he had shattered one of the cyclones in his body and temporarily gained the strength to fight against a Xiantian expert. If he wanted to regain it now, it would not be as easy as cultivating the Heaven Scroll. He could not continue cultivating the Life Scroll and the Earth Scroll. He could only cultivate the Heaven Scroll and the martial arts of the Zhongsun lineage that he had destroyed. The underworld spring within his body could only support 1/3 of his true qi. Before the Heaven Scroll and the Zhongsun lineages, 2 cyclones grew stronger. He didn't need to worry. Outside the underworld, the Grand Xia situation was still as passive as ever. Forced to move out 2 more battalions, the remaining 40,000 soldiers in Yang City and the 2 battalions in Shilling City, a total of 160,000 soldiers were split into 2 groups to help each other. They had to stop the advance of the Northern Ming cavalry as soon as possible. The various forces of the Grand Xia were also moving to the north. Other than the loyal Marquis who was fighting against the Menyang Empire in the southeast and the Blackwater Army who was fighting against the Eternal Night cult in the west, the rest of the reinforcements were all moving north. Moving reinforcements required time. Right now, the most important thing was whether or not these forces in the north could delay the Northern Meng cavalry before the reinforcements arrived. Within the Grand Xia's imperial palace, a ghost palanquin drove past. The patrolling dragon guard immediately went up to stop it. "It's me." Ning Chen got off the palanquin in his wheelchair and took out the dragon guard talisman. "Marquis Wu." All the dragon guards immediately knelt down and respectfully bowed. "Get up." "Take me to see His Majesty," Ning Qin said calmly. Everyone got up and split into 2 sides. An Imperial Guard leader led the way in front, not daring to even breathe loudly. This was the newly appointed leader of the Dragon Guards. He had heard of the Marquis Jiming's reputation. Meeting him today, even though he was dressed in black, he still felt an indescribable pressure. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Marquis Jiming's reputation in the Grand Xia was too great. It could be said that the current Emperor Xia was single-handedly promoted by the Marquis Jiming. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Mingyue got off the dragon throne and looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated expression. In the Grand Xia, The person in front of him was the person he wanted to see the most, but also the person he didn't want to see the most. It wasn't that the emperor was narrow-minded, but that such a person would destroy the balance of power of the emperor. However, he knew that Ning Chen was not greedy for power. He was willing to sacrifice for the Grand Xia again and again because he valued relationships. Everyone in the world thought that the Marquis Jiming was a cruel and heartless person. At first, he also thought so. Later, he realized how ridiculous this thought was. The Weiyang Palace was the biggest weakness of the person in front of him, but also the place he couldn't touch the most. He had his own mother, but after ascending the throne, he also didn't dare to neglect the person in the Weiyang Palace. "Come back and help me," Xia Mingri said seriously. Ning Qin shook his head gently and said, "I can't be out for too long. I have to leave before dawn. I'm just here to remind your majesty that it's almost time for the wheat grains to ripen. If you want to know the route of the northern Ming army, you can start from there." Hearing this, Xia Mingri was stunned and asked, "But according to the report of the spies, the northern Ming army still has enough food. There's no need to prepare for it in the short term. This will depend on Jingwu Duke's ability. The northern Ming army has always been heavily guarded. However, after the battle at Yang City, the northern Ming army also lost a lot of people. Apart from 100,000 cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry, they only have 80,000 soldiers left. The northern Ming cavalry can run very fast, but the remaining 80,000 can't run that fast." At this point, Ning Chen thought for a while and continued, "As for the black oil in Yang City, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Just let the spies keep an eye on it. This kind of surprise attack can only be used once. If it really appears in the northern Ming army, just send a martial arts expert to burn it. This kind of thing is easy to burn and will spread quickly. At that time, the northern Ming army will be the ones to suffer. However, with the intelligence of the northern Ming military advisor, he shouldn't make such a mistake." Xia Mingyue listened seriously and didn't miss a single word. After Ning Qin finished, he asked, "Do you have any way to deal with the northern Ming's heavy cavalry?" This was a huge problem for the Great Xia. The western and northern battlefields of the Great Xia had been turned upside down by these heavy cavalry. "Yes, but it will be very difficult," Ning Qin said slowly. "What do you need?" Xia Mingri asked. 30,000 cavalry. The rest can't be explained in a few words. I will write down the specific methods in detail. However, there is one thing to note. Even if these cavalry are trained, they must be separated from the northern Ming's heavy cavalry. Otherwise, they won't have any chance," Ning Qin replied. Xia Mingri nodded and said, "Thank you." After explaining everything, Ning Qin didn't stay any longer and said, "Your Majesty, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first." After saying this, Ning Qin turned his wheelchair and walked towards the palace. Behind him, Xia Mingri sighed softly. His mood was even more complicated. Fortunately, there was still a Marquis Jiming in the Great Xia. Otherwise, who could contend with the military advisor of the northern Ming? Jiming, Marquis' manor. Ning Qin returned. Now, the Marquis' manor was no longer as lively as it used to be. In Weiyang Palace, although the two from the Heavenly Mandate Palace had been trying their best to maintain the Marquis' manor, it was only a matter of time before it fell. Lu Rua, she still stayed in the Marquis' manor. This beautiful courtesan had already regarded the Marquis' manor as her home. No matter how the manor changed, she would not leave. Ning Qin sat in his wheelchair and walked into the backyard. The huge backyard was empty and lifeless. Little Ming Yu's room was empty. The little girl who used to pester him to tell her stories had now returned to the northern Ming imperial court and continued to be the emperor. In the past, he always felt that little Ming Yu was too clingy. Now, without the little girl by his side, he always felt that something was missing. He had taught her to be benevolent and love the people. He also taught her to be decisive. He believed that Ming Yu would become a good emperor. The era of Ming you would always pass. The future of the Northern Ming and the Great Xia would be decided by Ming Yu's generation. Marquis, is that you? At this moment, outside the door, a soft voice asked with a bit of nervousness. Ning Chun turned around and looked at the beautiful figure at the door. A touch of warmth flashed in his eyes as he said, "It's me." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ruoxi's eyes suddenly became moist and tears unconsciously flowed down. After not seeing her for a month, Lu Ruoxi had lost a lot of weight and her beautiful face had a bit of sickly weakness. "Come here and push me around the courtyard," Ning Chen said with a smile. Compared to the other women he knew, Lu Ruoxi was undoubtedly the weakest. She had no background, no strength, and even needed to rely on a man to survive. In fact, most women in the world were like this. It was just that the women he had met before were too powerful. For example, Qing Ning, Xiao Miaoyu, Su Fian, and Fan Lingyue. However, there was only one Fan Lingyue in the world. Most people were still ordinary people. He had never thought of changing Lu Ruoxi. Being an ordinary person was good enough. She could live a peaceful life and not be involved in the storms of the outside world. "Marquis, are you going to leave this time?" Lu Ruoxi asked. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he softly said, "I came back to take a look." Lu Ruoxi understood what he meant. Her expression darkened, and she no longer spoke. Chapter 168. The two of them walked around the manor for a long time. Ning Chen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar manor, his mind filled with many thoughts. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for a year. Too many things had happened in this year. They seemed to be right in front of him, but when he thought about it carefully, they seemed so far away. Great Xia went from its peak to its decline. Emperor Xia died, and the world attacked Great Xia. This 1,000-year dynasty declined so quickly. In just a year, it had fallen to a precarious state. Great Xia being able to hold on for 1,000 years was already a miracle. In Chinese history, other than the distant Zhou dynasty, no other dynasty could last for more than 500 years, let alone 1,000 years. Great Xia's exhaustion had already shown signs. Just like the chaos of the 7 cities, he still didn't think that it was something that Prince Yu could do. However, this matter had happened a long time ago, and he didn't want to investigate it anymore. Many historical truths would eventually be buried in the darkness. Now that a new emperor had ascended the throne and the dust had settled, there was no point in investigating many things. Perhaps Great Xia still had more internal problems that hadn't appeared, but it was no longer important. Great Xia's decline was coincidental, but it was also inevitable. However, Fan Lingyue's appearance brought this day forward by 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Living in the same era as such a person was both fortunate and unfortunate. He didn't know whether Great Xia would fall or not, but he would try his best to stop it. As for the result, it wasn't something that he could decide. Fan Lingyue's greatest intelligence was that he was good at borrowing the power of the situation. There was a limit to a person's strength, and no matter how smart he was, he couldn't predict everything. However, as long as he grasped the situation and guided it, he could adjust the remaining details as needed. Great Xia's 1,000 years had buried too many hidden dangers. In this world, there weren't many people who would help others in need, but there were many who would kick them when they were down. Great Xia occupied the rich land of the Central Plains, and if possible, everyone wanted to take a bite out of it. Great Xia's strength was undeniable. Just Beimeng or Eternal Night cult alone wouldn't be a match for Great Xia. However, if the two sides worked together, it was enough to go against the invincible Great Xia. As for the desolate city, Du-Yi Temple, and the internal strife of Great Xia, they were all the result of Fan Lingyue's actions. Since the start of the war between the two dynasties, Great Xia had used up too much strength due to various internal and external reasons. Only when they officially fought with Beimeng did they realize that they did not have enough strength. Ning Chen was clear that Great Xia had lost their best chance, and every battle in the future would be even more difficult. under the bright moon. The two of them walked back to the inner courtyard. Ning Qin looked around and took one last look at the familiar manner of the Marquis. He said softly, "It's getting late. I still have to visit someone. Let's go." Lu Ruoxi's eyes darkened as she let go of the wheelchair and silently stepped aside. Ning Qin didn't say anything else. He summoned the ghost palanquin and left. Looking at the ghost palanquin gradually disappearing into the distance, Lu Ruoxi mustered up her courage and shouted with all her strength, "Marquis, if you have time, come back to the mansion more often." The words he shouted echoed throughout the mansion. Unfortunately, the people who were far away could no longer hear him. Or perhaps they heard him, but they didn't reply. The most difficult thing to repay in the world was love, because it was not something that could be repaid with hard work. It was just like how some people spent their entire lives trying to love someone, while others tried their best to forget someone. The will of the heavens was always playing tricks on people, and it was rare for it to be fulfilled. No one knew where love came from, but it went deeper. Hard work couldn't get it, and it couldn't get rid of it. Lu Ruoxi turned around and returned to her room. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they fell like rain. Ning Qin left decisively without any hesitation. His heart was like steel. In the Hao manner, the ghost palanquin came and shook off all the guards. "Everyone leave." Xiazi walked out and said, "Yes." The guards retreated and made way for the two of them. Ning Qin got out of the palanquin and looked at the man in front of him. "How have you been?" "How have you been?" Xiazi replied, "I'm sorry for what happened before." Ning Qin said seriously. Xiazi was silent for a moment before he said, "You didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to apologize to me." The result of that night was already the best. Great Xia could not afford to have the risk of a second coup to force him to abdicate. Hearing this, Ning Qin sighed in his heart. He knew very well that if it weren't for his arrow, Great Xia might have had another Xiantian expert. It wasn't easy to enter the Xiantian realm. If he failed once, the next attempt would be even more difficult. He didn't expect that Xiazi would risk his life to block that arrow for the third prince. He also didn't expect that Xiazi would enter the Xiantian realm at that moment. Unfortunately, that arrow changed everything. The night was intoxicating, and the gentle wind carried a faint chill. When it blew on the body, it was slightly cold. "Have you gone to see Mother?" Xiazi asked. "No." Ning Qin shook his head. "If you have time, then go. Mother hasn't left Weiyang Palace since your accident." Xiazi sighed. Ning Qin was silent and didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that he didn't dare to. His eldest grandson was the person he respected the most in this world. Even when he got into big trouble in the past, he wasn't this afraid. At most, he would be scolded, but this time was different. How could he dare to go in his current state? Xiazi saw Ning Chen's hesitation and said, "I don't know what happened to you after that day, but since you're still alive, you should go and report your safety. Let's wait a little longer." Ning Chen smiled tiredly and declined. Things weren't as simple as he thought. If he didn't go, Zhang Sun would know that he was still alive. Although he was worried, he didn't need to be afraid. If he went, then the truth would be revealed. At that time, Zhang Sun wouldn't be able to accept it. Xiazi didn't try to persuade him anymore. He walked into the room and soon came out with 2 jugs of wine. "Here." Xiazi threw a jug to him, then opened the lid and drank a mouthful. Ning Qin smiled and took off the black cloth covering his face. He also opened the lid and drank a mouthful. His face, which used to be delicate and pretty, had now been burned and corroded into a completely different appearance. Xiazi glanced at him and didn't say anything. He continued to drink the wine. Wine was the best thing to drown one's sorrows. It had been intoxicating since ancient times. A few days ago, when Sinew was helping Mother with her makeup, she noticed that a lot of Mother's hair had turned white. Unknowingly, Mother also started to grow old, Xiazi said as he drank. Ning Qin was silent. He drank the wine one mouthful at a time. He didn't feel anything. It was as if he was drinking water. Actually, Mother really hoped that you and Sinew could be together. Unfortunately, in the end, you still didn't agree, Xiaozi continued. Feelings can't be forced, Ningqin said as he drank a mouthful of wine. He had always believed that love was a matter between two people, and not a matchmaker's word from their parents. This was the biggest conflict between him and this world. It was also the only thing that he couldn't compromise on. The two of them drank more and more wine. They emptied jugs one after another. However, it wasn't that easy for a 9th-rank martial artist to get drunk. When the sky was about to brighten, Ningqin left. He sat on the ghost palanquin and returned to the underworld. An hour later, Xiaozi also stood up. He waved his hand to disperse the alcohol in his body and walked toward the imperial palace. Ascension Valley was on the eastern side of the Grand Xia. It was close to the edge of the continent. It was an unknown place with picturesque mountains and rivers. A large waterfall fell from the sky, splashing water 30 meters into the air. The mist was hazy and birds sang. It was like a paradise on earth. Outside Ascension Valley, a figure slowly walked over. Behind him was a simple sword rack. There were 5 different swords on it. Each step he took was the same distance, the same speed, and the same precision. In the Divine Continent, there are very few descriptions of Ascension Valley. This was a truly unknown place. There were far too many secrets buried within. When Prince Yen walked in, he immediately felt a strong pressure coming at him. Unfamiliar expert, this is not a place you should have come to. A cold voice rang out from the depths of the valley, warning him. I've come to ask for a drop of phoenix blood, said Grand Prince Yen calmly. Impossible. Please leave, replied the cold voice. Then I'll go get it myself, said Grand Prince Yen indifferently. How dare you? An angry voice came from the depths of Ascension Valley. The next moment, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. The wind and clouds changed. A huge palm formed and slammed down. Grand Prince Yen was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist, and a red sword flew out. It slashed the sky and scattered the wind and clouds. Rumble! The ground shook and cracked. A powerful aura filled the endless yellow soil. It was cold and dark. It was as if it did not belong to this world. A decaying body rushed out of the darkness. The power buried deep in Ascension Valley could not bear it any longer and walked out. The moment it appeared, the world suddenly darkened. The murky aura of impending death was bone-chilling. It was abnormally terrifying. It filled the world and made the sky turbid. The figure in the gray fog opened its eyes. The aura of death was so thick that it could not be dissolved. There was no trace of life. Most of the old monsters were buried in their coffins, but they were frightening. The space shook again and again, unable to contain their existence. Whoosh! Rain fell from the gray sky. The road started to become muddy. Gradually, a second figure climbed out of the ground, followed by a third, a fourth. There were 7 figures in a row. They were all shrouded in gray fog. The aura of death connected to the sky. They were facing off against the legendary figures of the Xia dynasty. Their auras were at their peak. The sky became darker and darker. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. 7 Xiantian lords, a terrifying lineup. This was the hidden trump card of the unknown lands. At this moment, they finally bared their bloody fangs. The 7 figures were peerlessly terrifying. They stood there like an endless black hole, devouring everything around them. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon appeared behind the 7 of them. A black ocean evolved with raging waves that reached a height of 300 meters. Stars fell one after another, but they couldn't even make a splash. This was a sea of death that annihilated all life. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to climb out for all eternity. Grand Prince Yen was as calm as usual. He waved his hand and a green sword appeared. Suddenly, green and red reflected each other. The sword, light, broke through the void. Chapter 169. When the 7 connate experts worked together, their power was earth-shattering. A black ocean trapped the sky and covered the stars. It was terrifying. Prince Yen held the green and red swords in his hands. One of them was covered in frost, while the other was covered in heat waves. He fought against the 7 without being at a disadvantage. In the Ascension Valley, the sky and earth were in turmoil. The collapse of the ground continued to spread. This was the most terrifying battle in the world. 8 connate experts working together was unimaginable. Among the 7 living fossils, there was no lack of old monsters in the 5th calamity. They were about to go through the 3 calamities. Their power was immeasurable. Prince Yen was not in a hurry. He waved his swords, stabbing, pointing, chopping, waving, and slashing. Every move was ordinary but terrifyingly accurate. The 7 people's attacks were stuck in a quagmire. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. No matter how fierce their attacks were, they could not go any further under the sharpness of the green and red swords. They could feel that the stranger in front of them had not reached the 3 calamities realm, but his combat power was indeed terrifying. The 2 swords' attributes were completely opposite. The 7 people had a hard time dealing with them. Plus, their emotions changed. Eventually, a flaw appeared. Green and red breath at the same time, absolute chi. Prince Yen waved his swords faster. Streaks of green and red swords flew out, breaking through the gap between the 7 people. In that instant, Prince Yan's figure flashed rapidly. He waved his sword, and his green robe disappeared. When he reappeared, the sword light was like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. He waved his sword 7 times. The 7 people flew backward and landed on the ground. They vomited red blood and were seriously injured. Prince Yen sheathed his sword and strode into the valley. The powerful and unshakable power made the 7 people unable to stand up. Not only were they injured, but they were also shocked. "Stranger, are you trying to provoke the anger of the Ascension Valley?" Deep in the valley, the cold voice threatened again. "Is it serious?" Prince Yan's expression did not change. He said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand sword flew out and turned into a stream of light that shot into the depths of Ascension Valley. In the next moment, the sand sword fell straight down. In a huge explosion, the sky and earth were turned upside down and sand filled the sky. The existence deep in the Ascension Valley was shocked. Then it was furious. A terrifying aura rose. It was about to come out. "Don't be rash." At this moment, another voice rang out from the depths of the Ascension Valley. "There's no need to lose half your life for a drop of phoenix blood. Give it to him. Phoenix blood is precious. How could it be given away so easily?" The voice from before said unwillingly, "The bigger picture is more important." "Don't bicker over a momentary mistake," someone advised. "Humph." A drop of dark red phoenix blood flew out from the depths of Ascension Valley and landed in front of Prince Yen. "Take it. I will personally settle this debt in the future. Anytime." Prince Yen put away the phoenix blood and said calmly. Since he had achieved his goal, Prince Yen didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the valley. When he passed by the 7 people who were heavily injured, he didn't stop at all. He didn't even look at them. A traitor who was willing to fall in order to live was too pitiful. Looking at the outstanding experts in front of them, a hint of shame flashed in the depths of the 7 people's eyes. Once upon a time, they were also respected experts in the human world. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. They couldn't turn back. Prince Yen left with the phoenix blood. Not long after he left, the sky rolled and a vast amount of righteous energy appeared. It condensed into an old figure and blocked his path. Prince Yan's expression changed for the first time. He asked, "You are?" "Ji Taisher," the headmaster replied. Prince Yan's eyes flashed. The headmaster was actually still alive. The power of the phoenix blood is too overbearing. Ordinary people can't use it directly. Only the righteous energy of the Confucian sect can neutralize it. Bring Ning Chen to the academy. After he finished speaking, the headmaster's body gradually dissipated and disappeared. Prince Yen stopped and thought for a moment. Then his body flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. 300 miles to the east of the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, banners were flying in the wind, and the hooves of the horses were rumbling. The black mass of the Xia dynasty cavalry was running continuously and getting into formation. They were practicing new battle tactics that had never appeared in the army before. None of the soldiers of the Xia dynasty knew why they were practicing these strange battle tactics. They also didn't know why they had to practice again at night after they finished practicing during the day. How is it? In the distance, Xia Zi glanced at the person beside him and asked. Ning Chen looked solemnly and thought about every detail. After a long time, he replied, "If possible, continue to reduce the weight of the horses. Our horses are not as good as those of Beimeng. The horses used by the 10,000 heavy cavalry are the best of the best. We can't be careless and must ensure that nothing goes wrong." "Okay," Xia Zi nodded and replied. Ning Chen's eyes were solemn. Now it seemed that there was no problem with the training. However, when it came to a real battle, the effect would depend on the coordination of the generals on the battlefield. Most importantly, they had to think of a way to separate the 10,000 heavy cavalry from Beimeng's 100,000 heavy cavalry. It was impossible for the Xia dynasty cavalry here to deal with Beimeng's heavy cavalry. If they were engulfed by the flood of 100,000 heavy cavalry, they would be devoured in an instant. However, it was easier said than done to separate the Beimeng cavalry from the heavy cavalry under Fan Lingyue's nose. 2 days ago, the barbarian king sent a letter saying that he can borrow 100,000 soldiers to help the Xia dynasty tide over this crisis. Xia Zi suddenly said. Ning Chen was startled and couldn't react for a moment. What did the barbarian king mean by this? He didn't believe that the barbarian dynasty would be so kind. Although the barbarian king had saved him and Qingning once in Nanjiang, that was because of Man. The barbarian king's personal actions had nothing to do with the barbarian dynasty or Great Xia. No matter when personal feelings and national affairs couldn't be mixed together. What condition? Ning Chen asked. The entire Nanjiang, Xia Zi replied. Ning Chen was speechless. The barbarian king really dared to ask for too much. What did Her Majesty say? Ning Chen asked. Her Majesty hasn't decided and is currently hesitating. She wants me to ask for your opinion, Xia Zi replied. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, Actually, there's nothing to hesitate about. Ceding land is absolutely out of the question. The Xia dynasty's territory was protected by generations of blood. Not to mention the entire Nanjiang, we can't give up even an inch of land. The precedent of ceding land definitely couldn't be set. The bloody lessons of Huaxia's history were still vivid in their minds. Those 100 years of darkness caused Huaxia, which had a civilization of 5,000 years, to lose all of its dignity. Even now, it was still paying for the humiliation of those years. Xia Zi was silent for a moment before saying, Her Majesty's hesitation is actually understandable. The current situation of Great Xia is indeed not optimistic. The successive defeats have greatly affected the morale of Great Xia's army. Furthermore, the military forces within Great Xia's territory are being restrained too much, especially by the Eternal Night cult. They suddenly have an additional 20,000 heavy cavalry. The Blackwater Army and the reinforcements from the various cities are having a hard time resisting them. They need to constantly transfer troops over. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible to borrow troops. We can ask His Majesty to send an important envoy to negotiate with them to show Great Xia sincerity. If possible, Prince Hua would be the best candidate. Since the barbarian king is willing to borrow troops, it means that he has the intention to negotiate. Any deal would be asking for a sky-high price and haggling on the ground. Other than ceding land, all other conditions can be discussed. The barbarian king has a small population and is lacking in resources. What they need the most is not land, but food, spices, and medicinal herbs. Coincidentally, Great Xia has plenty of these things. Moreover, the purpose of sending Prince Hua over is to remind the barbarian king that Great Xia does not have to borrow troops from the barbarian dynasty. Let the barbarian king guess. At this point, Ningchen paused and thought for a moment before continuing. As for true Pole Nation, send someone to inform Princess Miaoyu and cooperate with her to spread some rumors from the palace of true Pole Nation. It doesn't need to be too obvious. For this kind of thing, the more obscure the better. If it's too obvious, it will arouse suspicion. In addition, during the negotiation between the barbarian king and Prince Hua, he will definitely deliberately delay time to make Great Xia anxious. Therefore, we can send Prince Hua over with an imperial edict to set a time limit for the negotiation. With true Pole Nation waiting, the barbarian king won't dare to be too aggressive. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Xia Zi couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't know that Ning Chen was really only 17 years old, he would have suspected that the person beside him was an old fox who had lived for decades. I will tell Her Majesty these words. I just don't know if fourth imperial uncle will have any problems. After all, father has trapped him for 20 years. Xia Zi sighed softly. Ning Chen didn't say anything, but he believed that Prince Hua would agree. In the current situation, it was still too early to think about the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements. The outcome of the negotiation between the two dynasties was still unknown. Moreover, even if the barbarian king sent out his troops, it would still take 2 months for the 100,000 barbarian soldiers to arrive in the north of Great Xia. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench a present thirst. Too many changes could happen in 2 months. In the underworld, Prince Yen walked in and spread out his spiritual sense. However, he couldn't sense Ning Chen's aura. He couldn't help but frown. The entire underworld was empty. There wasn't a single person to be seen. Prince Yen continued to walk forward. When he sensed the restrictions in the depths of the underworld, he moved his feet and disappeared. This was the ghost woman's place of seclusion. Everything within a 10-mile radius was sealed. Prince Yen walked forward and touched the restriction. After a slight hesitation, he waved his hand and broke it. There were too many mechanisms and restrictions within a 10-mile radius. Unfortunately, in front of Prince Yen, they were like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. In less than 15 minutes, all the restrictions outside the ghost woman's stone room were broken. Prince Yen opened the stone door and saw the only person inside. His frown deepened. At this moment, the ghost woman had reached a critical moment in her cultivation. The aura around her was surging. The power of the Ghost Baron, the Earth Scroll, the Sky Scroll, and the Life Scroll that Ning Chen had given her were all sublimated to the extreme. She was constantly trying to break through the Xiantian barrier. Prince Yan's expression was cold. When he sensed the familiar aura of the Life Scroll, a cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. The Life Scroll. How could she have the power of the Life Scroll? In the sword rack, the red and green swords sensed Prince Yan's murderous intent and trembled violently. The swords had a sword aura. At this moment, they actually showed signs of flying out of their own accord. Prince Yen pressed his hands on the swords and said slowly, "Wait until dawn." Chapter 170. Time passed slowly. Prince Yen stood in the stone room, motionless, waiting for daybreak. In front of him, the ghost girl was at a crucial stage of cultivation. Her spiritual consciousness was tightly shut, and she knew nothing about the outside world. Prince Yen was a calm person and would not act rashly. That was why he decided to wait until daybreak. He knew very well that if Ning Chen didn't show up by daybreak, he would never come back. Outside the underworld, The ghost palanquin streaked across the night sky, rushing back. There were too many things that needed to be done today, and it took a lot of time. He hoped that he could make it in time. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. This was the last darkness before daybreak, and also the darkest moment of the night. The ghost palanquin sped across the northern part of the great Xia dynasty, leaving behind a flash of black light that could not be seen by the naked eye. Just as the ghost palanquin was about 10 miles away from the fog forest, the eastern sky quietly changed. Lightning appeared, and flames burned the sky, forming a terrifying, apocalyptic scene. In the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen's body was burning with flames. The bone-piercing pain attacked him again, as if he was being cut into pieces. After a while, the ghost palanquin rushed into the underworld. In the sky, the lightning dissipated and the flames disappeared. Everything returned to normal. In the underworld, Ning Chen activated the life scroll. Frost surged and quickly suppressed the flames around him. In a short moment, he experienced the transition of life and death again. Ning Chen breathed heavily, his heart throbbing. Luckily, he managed to make it back in time. In the depths of the underworld, Prince Yen, who had waited until the last moment, released his hands from the sword rack. The next moment, the green and red swords flew out automatically, drawing 2 brilliant streaks of light. The green and red swords were threatening. The ghost girl was in great danger. At this moment, Prince Yen moved and blocked the green and red swords. With a wave of his hand, he put the swords back on the rack. At the entrance of the underworld, Prince Yen walked over and looked at Ning Chen in the wheelchair. He did not ask anything and only said calmly, "You're injured. Don't run around." Seeing his senior, Ning Chen felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath and said, "I've finished some things." Prince Yen nodded slightly and said, "Come with me to the academy tonight." Ning Chen did not understand and asked, "Why are we going to the academy?" "You'll know when the time comes." Prince Yen answered. Ning Chen nodded as if he understood, but didn't ask any further. "Come with me." Prince Yen turned around and walked forward. Ning Chen followed and walked quietly behind him. The two of them walked into Ghost Lady's secluded meditation area. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before he understood what was going on. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Fortunately, he had returned in time. Otherwise, even if the ghost girl had managed to keep her life, her cultivation would have been forcefully interrupted and she would have gone mad. "You'll have to repay this favor," Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. "Senior, the debt isn't settled like this. You can't push all the blame onto me. It's only right for me to repay Senior's debt," Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was speechless. Was there such a thing? The two of them walked out of the stone room. Prince Yen pulled out his Jiga sword and stabbed it into the ground in front of the stone room. Then he left with Ning Chen. A single Jiga sword was more powerful than tens of thousands of restrictions. As long as one was not a Xiantian expert in the 3-disaster state, they would have to pay a price if they wanted to break through. Prince Yen was a reasonable man. He had destroyed all the restrictions within 10 li, so he returned her a Jiga sword. "When she comes out of seclusion, come and get the sword and return it to me," Prince Yen said. "Okay," Ning Chen agreed. At this moment, Ning Chen seemed to have thought of something. He asked, "Senior, there's a sword in the underworld. Do you want to take a look?" Prince Yen thought for a while and said, "Lead the way." Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked in front, towards the main hall of the underworld. At the shore of the Rua Shui, there was a bottomless boat. The two of them crossed the Rua Shui and walked into the main hall. In the spacious and majestic main hall, a blood-red demon blade and a purple-gold divine sword floated on a stone platform, exuding a powerful aura. Ning Chen pursed his lips subconsciously. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous. However, if it wasn't his, it wasn't his. There was no point in being jealous. Those who were content would be happy. It was fine if he was jealous of something like this. Prince Yen walked forward and reached out to touch the divine sword. Instantly, the blade and the sword hummed together, and a dazzling light rose rapidly, resisting the incoming attack. However, in front of absolute power, the blade and sword's resistance was useless. They could only let Prince Yan's hand pass through the layers of restrictions and touch the sword. The sword is not bad. Prince Yan retracted his hand and commented, "Can't we take it away?" Ning Qin asked in surprise, "We can take it away, but it doesn't want to go with me," Prince Yan said calmly. Ning Qin was helpless. All right, pretend that he didn't ask anything. He forgot that the senior was someone who could understand the sword aura. He probably couldn't do this, even if he practiced for another 100 years. After an hour, the two of them returned to the other side of the Rua Shui. When night fell, they left the underworld together and rushed towards the academy. In the academy, the headmaster was waiting outside the hut. He looked at Prince Yen walking in front of him and nodded. Prince Yen also looked at the old man in front of him. This was the first time he saw the headmaster in person. He was different from the previous incarnations. He couldn't feel any warrior's aura. Now it seemed that the headmaster was the most powerful person in the world. "Let's begin," the headmaster said. "Okay." Prince Yen replied. He opened his right hand, and a drop of blood flew out, floating in the void. Although it was only a drop, it seemed to have endless vitality. Ning Qin still didn't understand what was going on. He sat in the wheelchair, confused. The headmaster raised his finger. Suddenly the wind and clouds rolled. Vast and majestic noble spirit gathered from all directions and poured into the phoenix blood. It quickly dissolved the violent and fierce aura in it. At the same time, Prince Yen came to Ning Chen's side. He pointed his sword, and the congenital, genuine qi poured into his body continuously, completely dissolving the poison of the netherworld flower. Ning Chen's body decayed quickly. However, with the help of the poison of the netherworld flower, he regained feeling in his legs. A painful sound was heard. The poison of the netherworld flower quickly entered his spiritual sense and carried out the final transformation. At this moment, the headmaster guided the phoenix blood that had been purified by the noble spirit into the space between Ning Chen's eyebrows to protect his spiritual sense. The poison of the netherworld flower that had entered his spiritual sense was quickly burned by the hot phoenix blood. It couldn't go any further. The headmaster and Prince Yen stopped and stood aside, waiting for Ning Qin to wake up. His body can't be saved. We can only protect his spiritual sense first. Let's see if there's a chance when he reaches the congenital level, the headmaster said calmly. That's the only way. Prince Yen nodded. His internal organs had been completely burned. This was irreversible damage. In the world, there had never been any magic medicine that could regenerate the internal organs of mortals. Of course, it would be a different story if one reached the congenital level. The difference between mortals and celestial beings was much bigger than one could imagine. It was not only the difference in strength, but also in other aspects. The difference between congenital level and congenital level could only be understood by those who had reached the congenital level. The netherworld spring in his body is a disaster, not a blessing. It's better to take it out as soon as possible. The headmaster reminded them. The two juniors are fooling around. He should suffer a little. Prince Yen said, if he didn't have the netherworld body, taking the netherworld spring would do him no good. He believed that the ghost girl didn't do it on purpose. The two of them were just fooling around in desperation. In the world, all kinds of special bodies were unique. If they could be changed by a piece of the netherworld spring, then the special bodies would be worthless. For hours later, Ning Qin woke up. He looked at the two people in front of him blankly. His head was dizzy, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Headmaster, I'll take him to get something. I'll take my leave first. Prince Yen cupped his fists and bowed politely. Okay. The headmaster nodded and didn't stay. Prince Yen took Ning Chin away. They didn't return to the underworld. Instead, they went to the two tombs. Now, the two tombs had become forbidden areas in the southeast. No one dared to enter. Monsters were released from the Yin and Yang tombs. Even during the transition between life and death, they couldn't enter. Along the way, Ning Chin finally understood his current situation. Simply put, with the protection of the phoenix blood, he didn't have to worry about becoming a living dead. However, there was basically no possibility of curing this body. Prince Yen didn't mention the Netherworld Spring. He was determined to let Ning Chen suffer a little to teach him a lesson. The two of them came to the Yin and Yang tombs. Prince Yen glanced at the two tombs and said casually, "Pick one." Ning Chen was speechless, domineering. Seniors said that the king medicine was useful to him, but one wasn't enough. After so many days, he didn't know which tomb was for life and which tomb was for death. However, it seemed that Senior didn't care. The Yin tomb. Ning Chen still chose the Yin tomb. He felt that since the scroll of heaven was inside, there must be something even more incredible behind the two remaining doors. Prince Yen didn't say much. He walked to the entrance of the Yin tomb, split the Yin chi in the air with his sword, and walked in step by step. The Yin tomb, now, looked completely different. Yin spirits were everywhere. Every few steps would trigger a large restriction. Yin chi filled the air. It was a land of death. Needless to say, he obviously chose the wrong place. Fortunately, he had come with Prince Yen. The green and red swords danced in the air like two dark rainbows. They cut through the mist and cleared the obstacles in front of them quickly. Neither the Yin spirits nor the restrictions could stop them. Ning Chen walked behind them with his sword on his back. He was stunned. Awesome. He didn't know how many times he had seen this scene, but he was still shocked to see it again. When he and Ghost Girl came, they suffered a lot because of the Yin spirits. Not to mention, there were layers of restrictions and Yin chi blocking them now. After a while, four headless horsemen appeared in front of them. However, their enemies were no longer Ning Chen and Ghost Girl, but the legends of the Xia Kingdom. The green and red swords flashed. Before the four headless horsemen could make a move, they were split in half by the two rainbows. They fell to the ground with a bang. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In less than 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at the two unopened doors. Prince Yen glanced at the two doors in front of him. He grasped the green sword in his hand and slashed at one of the doors. With a loud bang, the door shattered. Amid the dust, a waterfall of mirror light flashed past, shining on the two of them. Chapter 171. The dazzling mirror light fell from the sky like a divine waterfall, illuminating the world. It was unstoppable. It came from the ancient past, crossing time and space. It was shocking. The green sword was illuminated by the mirror light, and its light dimmed. Almost at the same time, the red sword flew over. The green and red joined hands to block the mirror light. However, after a short pause, the two swords were sent flying and stabbed into the ground. Ning Chen was shocked. He saw the mirror light coming, but it was too late to dodge. Just then, Yen Qin Prince moved. His figure flashed, and he pulled out the abyss. The black sword light fell, creating a huge ravine that shook the world. The sword light and mirror light collided, causing the void to tremble. After a while, it could no longer withstand the terrifying power and shattered with a bang. In the violent storm, the green robe and black hair danced in the wind. He was as immovable as a mountain. Ning Chen came back to his senses and subconsciously looked behind the door. In the huge stone room, there was only an ancient mirror floating on a stone platform. It was simple and majestic, extraordinary and extraordinary. Yen Qin Prince walked in and broke the seal. He took the mirror and threw it over. Give it to someone. Ning Chen took the mirror and looked it over. He couldn't see anything special about it, so he put it away. He would study it in the future. A treasure valued by a sage at the Three Disasters realm must be extraordinary. However, he didn't need it. It would be good to give it to Man to protect her. The sixth door was broken. There was only one left. Yen-Qin Prince hesitated and didn't make a move. If he guessed correctly, the coffin of the tomb's owner was hidden behind the seventh door. However, it was at this moment that the seventh gate suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, the entire great necropolis changed. Everything reversed, and the eternal world of darkness vanished. Stars twinkled in the sky, and boundless light poured down from the nine heavens. A sigh came from the void. A blurry figure walked out. The world changed color. Tens of thousands of years couldn't hide his peerless beauty. One could feel that this was an invincible man. His body was tall and straight. His shoulder-length hair was as white as snow. The vicissitudes of life filled the air mercilessly. A hero in his twilight years was so clear. The aura of supremacy covered the entire starry sky. Rays of divine light fell from the sky and covered his body. The sage was in his twilight years, but he was still so brilliant that it made the world lose its color. It was hard to believe that this was the afterglow of his old age. The ancient realm suddenly moved, awakening from its slumber. Primal chaos surged, and circle after circle of ripples spread out. It flew out from Ning Chen's body and landed next to the man. It trembled as if it was weeping, expressing its endless longing. The man retracted his gaze and looked at the wailing ancient realm cultivator next to him. He sighed softly and reached out to touch the mirror, as if he were comforting an old friend. Strange scenes appeared in the void. Streak after streak of light began to condense. Under the setting sun, a woman was playing the zither. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was otherworldly. Only her fine black hair was already dyed with snow, her time having passed. Wavering moon. The ancient sage's body trembled. He suddenly turned his head back from tens of thousands of years away. The entire great tomb rumbled, and the stars continuously exploded. The dome of heaven bloomed with the most beautiful fireworks. A pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of time looked over through the primal chaos. The man took a step forward, crossing tens of thousands of li of starry sky. The stars in the ancient tomb world began to wither. Streak after streak of light streaked across the sky. More and more light streaked across the sky, becoming denser and denser. In the end, it was as if it was raining, dazzling the eyes. The heavens descended. The ancient sage's terror exceeded the scope of the world's imagination. With a single step, the entire world seemed to be destroyed. Stars fell. Heaven and earth trembled. It was a world-shocking scene, a terrifying sign. At this moment, the ancient sage seemed to be walking out of time and space. His blurry figure gradually revealed a corner of his clothes. The tattered black battle clothes emitted an unchanging coldness. Bloodstains were everywhere, a testament to the ancient sage's accomplishments in his life. The primal chaos gradually dissipated. A trace of white was exceptionally dazzling. This man who had once protected the common people, who was invincible in the heavens and earth, had truly aged. Even though his body was still tall and straight, it could not hide the whiteness of his hair. You said that you would return. Under the setting sun, the woman was already very tired. Her eyes were dim, as if she would reach the end of her life at any moment. The sound of the zither was bleak. The tears of the woman dripped onto the zither. Her beauty had faded away, yet she was unwilling to leave. Wavering moon. Seeing this scene, the primal chaos around the ancient sage exploded. An indomitable figure walked out. The heavens and earth rumbled. Thousands of rays of auspicious light shot out. With a single step, he crossed the starry sky and arrived in front of the painting in an instant. The man's body was trembling. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Although he didn't look old, he was no longer young. His hair was as white as snow. This was an indisputable fact. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. The woman's eyes dimmed as she stared into the distance. Gradually, she was filled with disappointment and despair. Her tears fell like rain, scattering her last hope. The person she had been waiting for would never return. Their fate had come to an end. 1,000 years of waiting had come to nothing. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the woman's face began to age. At the beginning, a gentle red light rose up and stopped the aging process. However, the woman's body began to disappear. Starlight scattered in all directions, and bit by bit, she disappeared from the world. At the end of reincarnation, did he ever think that in a distant place there was still a woman waiting silently for him? Was it a question, or was it reluctance? The final sound echoed through the great tomb. The ancient sage's expressions changed. Endless pain flashed through their eyes as they closed them. Their trembling hands tried to grab the painting, but the painting instantly shattered. The sound of the zither stopped. Time was merciless. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Everything vanished like smoke into thin air, unable to be retained. The ancient sage was so high and mighty. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary man who had lost his true love. His tears quietly fell. Heaven and earth fell silent. Even the stars didn't dare to shine again. A soft sigh echoed in the void. The sage Gemini did not say anything. He reached out and touched the guqin in front of the woman. The sorrow in his eyes was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The next moment, the body of the sage of old gradually began to disappear. A cold wind blew, and a desolate scene appeared. The ancient realm fell from the sky. Everything returned to normal. It was as if it had never appeared. Ning Qin took the ancient realm and sighed inside. What had just happened was just the ancient sage's afterimage and the ancient realm's imprint. However, he had still felt a pressure that surpassed the heavens and earth. Even such an existence was powerless in the face of the death of a woman. Time was merciless. No one could resist it. He didn't know what had happened 10,000 years ago. However, there was no doubt that the ancient sage had returned too late. He hadn't even been able to see his woman for the last time. The 7th door was already open. Within the stone room, there were 2 coffins, but they were both empty. To the ancient sage, the most important thing was still that woman. He hadn't been able to accompany her for a long time when she was alive, but after she died, he had to accompany her for a long time. "Let's go," said Imperial Prince Yin calmly. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded softly. The 2 of them left the Yin tomb and walked toward the Yang tomb. This time, Yen Qin didn't have Ning Qin follow him. He entered the Yang tomb himself. Since the Yin tomb contained the coffins of the ancient sage, then the Yang tomb was just a fake tomb. No one knew what dangers lay inside. An hour later, dawn arrived on the eastern horizon. Seeing that the night was about to pass, Yen Qin walked out. He waved his hand and brought Ning Qin with him. They flew north. Azure and red opened the path. The 2 of them were extremely fast. A dazzling ray of light appeared between heaven and earth. The moment the heavenly flame descended, another sword flew out from the sword rack. 3 swords appeared in the sky, blocking the heavenly flame. Light flashed through the fog forest. A moment later, the underworld gate opened and the 2 of them disappeared. The 3 swords were like rainbows as they entered the sword rack. Yen Qin waved his hand and sent the 2 king medicines to Ning Qin. "With the one you obtained before, you should be able to last for a while. You should use this time to cultivate. Try to reach the Xiantian realm as soon as possible," said Yen Qin. The power of the phoenix blood was constantly being consumed. The 3 king medicines were the best nourishment. As long as he could reach the Xiantian realm, there was still a chance. Ning Qin nodded and entered seclusion with the 3 king medicines. He was only at the mid-9th rank and was still very far from the Xiantian realm. He had to hurry. Yen Qin stayed in the underworld for 2 days before leaving. The rest of the road depended on Ningqin. He could only do so much. 3 days later, rumbling sounds came from the southeast. 2 large tombs slowly sank into the ground. The waves of fire and yin qi disappeared along with the tombs. Legends from 10,000 years ago would eventually fade away with time. Every era had its own legends. The past would never return. Before Ningqin entered seclusion, he had already explained everything to the Grand Xia. Success or failure depended on Xia Mingri's decision. The northern Ming army's sharpness grew sharper with each passing day. The 100,000 cavalry were invincible. Coupled with the 10,000 heavy cavalry's destructive power, the Grand Xia's defeat continued. The remaining 80,000 soldiers of the northern Ming army were basically there to clean up the mess and escort the provisions. As long as they didn't attack the city, they probably wouldn't be of any use for a long time. The 160,000 imperial guards chased from the front and back, desperately trying to stop the northern Ming army's advance. However, there were several times when the northern Ming cavalry broke through before they could form an encirclement. The strength of the imperial guards of the Grand Xia was well known. The northern Ming was also trying their best to avoid a direct confrontation. After all, this was the territory of the Grand Xia. For the northern Ming, without any reinforcements, the gains didn't make up for the losses. In the northern Ming camp, Fan Lingyue sat in her tent, frowning as she looked at the battle reports that had been sent over. The imperial guards of the Grand Xia were getting fewer and fewer. It seemed that the northern Ming army had shaken them off. However, she felt that things weren't so simple. "Men," said Fan Lingyue. "Present." A general walked in and respectfully waited for orders. "How far are we from the army behind us?" asked Fan Lingyue. 120 miles, replied the general. "Why are we so far?" Fan Lingyue frowned. 2 days ago, the imperial guards of the Great Xia were really tight. "The soldiers have been marching, and the troops behind us couldn't keep up," said the general nervously. "Useless." Fan Lingyue slammed the table and raged. "You didn't even report such an important matter. What's the use of having you?" The general was so frightened that he shivered. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Spare me." Chapter 172. The general was dragged out and given 20 beatings. Fan Lingyue walked in front of the map and looked at the location of the army, deep in thought. A few days ago, the Great Xia guards had been intercepting them, but their reaction was getting slower and slower. If this was a deceptive tactic, the goal was worth thinking about. She was confident that if they fought on the plains, the Beiming cavalry would not fear anyone. Great Xia's Jingwu Duke would also not choose to fight on the plains. The Great Xia guards were tight at the front and loose at the back. They were obviously trying to increase the distance between the Beiming army and them. As for their goal, it would be to split them up and destroy them or burn their rations. 120 miles was not enough for the Beiming cavalry to be left in the dust. There was not enough time, and the possibility of a battle was not high. Hence, their goal was obvious. Thinking about this, Fan Lingyue said, "Qing Wuyo." "Present." Qing Wuyo walked into the tent and said, respectfully, "Immediately bring 7,000 light cavalry over. Great Xia might be eyeing their rations." Fan Lingyue instructed with a serious expression. "Yes." Qing Wuyo accepted the order and left the tent. After Qing Wuyo left, Fan Lingyue stared at the map in front and continued to think. Beiming's rations could be considered sufficient. The central plains were rich, and the few cities that they had taken down all had large amounts of storage. Furthermore, their rations were sent in batches and were heavily guarded. Even if Great Xia wanted to take their rations, it would not be so simple. Actually, no matter the time, rations were the key to war. Great Xia's actions were not strange. However, Great Xia's Jingwu Duke was a person who used troops more than he was strange. Such a strategy was not his style. Fan Lingyue thought of a person, a lifelong rival. They were the people who knew each other the best in the world. Unfortunately, they were destined to be rivals. Fan Lingyue walked out of the tent and stood quietly in front of it, looking at the scenery of Great Xia. Her eyes were filled with determination. In a few more months, this prosperous land would no longer belong to Great Xia alone. When the Beimeng soldiers saw the beautiful figure in front of the tent, no one dared to disturb her. The night slowly passed, and when the sun shone down, a soldier rushed over on a horse. After dismounting, he quickly knelt down and said anxiously, reporting to the advisor, "The Great Xia army ambushed our rations, and 20% of our rations were destroyed. General Qing sent me to deliver the news." "Understood, you can leave." Fan Lingyue said indifferently. "Yes." The soldier withdrew and hurriedly left. Fan Lingyue's expression was the same as before without any change. Since he had already expected this, there was nothing to be surprised about. As the saying goes, before the three armies move, the provisions must move first. Destroying the enemy's supply lines or supply teams was indeed a good method. This time, Beimeng's army was different from before. The grain was sent in batches to prevent Great Xia from doing that. 20% of grain was not much, and it was worth it to prove Great Xia's goal. When the army was about to break camp, Qing Huio rushed back and reported the situation in detail. After listening, Fan Lingyue asked, "How long until the wheat grains in the north are harvested?" "In the next 3 to 5 days," Qing Huio replied. Fan Lingyue nodded. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said softly, "In the next few days, we have to step up our defenses. Great Xia will still have designs on our rations." "Why?" Qing Huio asked in confusion. Their wariness of the grain would only get tighter and tighter. Even if Great Xia succeeded in their sneak attack, they would have to pay a huge price, so there was no need for that. "They're forcing us to change our path," Fan Lingyue said calmly. Qing Huio did not understand, and Fan Lingyue did not explain further. She just followed the orders. She could basically confirm that the person behind this plan was Ningchen. The plan at the start was really good, using a series of attacks to disrupt Beimeng's formation, and then waiting for a chance to sneak attack their grain. The first sneak attack was something she did not notice in time, and it was also the only weakness of Beimeng. Unfortunately, Great Xia was not good enough at the last step, and they only destroyed 20% of their grain. Beimeng's grain was much more abundant than what Great Xia had expected. Losing 20% was not much. It was a very unfortunate step. If Beimeng did not have enough grain, this loss of grain might have forced her to change her path. The wheat grains in the north were ripe, and it was time to harvest. If she wanted to gather grain, there were only 2 paths she could choose. Due to the limited land in the southwest, the wheat grains were scattered, and it was too troublesome for the army to gather them. As for the wheat grains in the south and southeast, they were densely planted, and it was easy to gather the grain they wanted. Great Xia only needed to block one of the 2 paths, and the remaining path was not up to her to choose. The real problem was where Beimeng would go after harvesting the grain. Great Xia would definitely block the south, forcing them to go down the southwest path. Now, it did not seem like much. However, the southwest direction they were going was actually the northwest of Great Xia. The further south one went on the northwest path, the more mountains and hills there were. No matter the time, this was a terrain that cavalry did not want to encounter. The idea was not bad, and she looked very far ahead. However, there were always changes in the plan. Ning Chen was not in the army, and he could not do anything about these changes. There was never a perfect plan in the world, and any ingenious plan needed to be adjusted at the right time. Great Xia's Duke Jingwu was a genius at arranging troops, but in terms of scheming and scheming, he was still lacking. Now that Great Xia had made their move, it was time for her to respond. In the Great Xia Guards barracks, Duke Jingwu sat in his tent. Below him, the 6 generals sat on both sides, discussing future war matters. Now, The 160,000 guards had split into two groups to block the Beimeng army. On the other side, the blood-clad Marquis had taken a detour to the south to block the Beimeng army. Hearing the opinions of the generals, Duke Jingwu's brows were locked tight. Their current position was on the plains, and facing the Beimeng cavalry was not a wise decision. Although the great Xia Guards Legion Corps were the elites of the elites, facing the Beimeng cavalry on the plains, their chances of winning were slim. Beimeng did not have any reinforcements, so they were not willing to fight head-on. On the other hand, Great Xia had lost too many times and could not afford to lose again. In the current situation, Beimeng still had the advantage. The only force that Great Xia had that could go head-to-head with Beimeng was the 160,000 guards. However, they could not grasp the rout of the Beimeng army, and their blocking was too passive. Jiming Marquis had provided a good idea. However, it was very difficult to execute. Although they had gained a lot from this first sneak attack, they had also lost a lot. The Beimeng army reacted quickly, and with the help of the cavalry, they were much harder to deal with than expected. The first sneak attack could not be said to be a success or a failure. It could only be said that the result was not ideal. Duke, should we continue to send troops to block the Beimeng grain transport team? Asked a green-armored general. Continue, but be careful. Beimeng should have set up an ambush, reminded Duke Jingwu. I understand. The green-armored general cupped his fists. In the southern border of the Grand Xia, a beautiful girl was walking on the streets, asking for directions. Uncle, how do I get to Taiyue City? The girl was very likable, and her attitude was also not bad. The old man who was asking for directions enthusiastically pointed at her. He then asked, Miss, are you from the Grand Xia? Uncle, how did you know? Asked a man curiously. Haha, your attire is very unfamiliar. It doesn't seem like the customs of the Grand Xia, laughed the old man. Oh. A man looked at her attire. She had not paid much attention to it. Is this your first time in the southern border? Asked the old man. No, I've been here before. A man shook her head. The old man smiled and advised, Miss, since you've come to the southern border, you should change your attire. That will save you a lot of trouble. A man nodded thoughtfully. However, she hadn't run into any trouble. A man didn't know that any trouble she had run into had been taken care of by the people following her in secret. Otherwise, what kind of beautiful girl would be able to walk the streets safely for so many days? When she had no money, she would even randomly pick up silver. Picking it up once was luck. Picking it up twice was luck. Picking it up 3 times should be a bit suspicious. Half a day later, a man had changed out of her imperial attire. She had even taken off the bits and pieces of accessories on her head. Wearing a simple green dress, she once again began to walk and ask for directions. Aunt, how do I get to Taiyue City? What a beautiful girl. The old woman smiled. Thank you for your praise. How do I get to Taiyue City? A man continued to ask. Miss, why did you come out alone? Where's your family? The old woman held a man's hand as she asked. I came out to find someone. I snuck out. How do I get to Taiyue City? A man persistently asked. Come. Miss, my house is just next door. Come over and have a seat. It won't be too late to hurry on your way after drinking some tea. The old woman was delighted and enthusiastically pulled a man into an alley. A man felt a bit thirsty and obediently followed along. She didn't know that some alleys were called brothel alleys, and some aunts were called brothel keepers. The bodyguard following them in secret felt a headache coming on. Did this little princess not feel that something was wrong? That old woman's makeup was so bad that even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her. With a single glance, one could tell that she wasn't from a good family. Unfortunately, a man didn't feel anything. That was because she had never seen any brothel alleys. She also didn't know what a brothel keeper was. In the past, with the protection of the barbarian king, She rarely even left the barbarian palace. She didn't know anything about the outside world. Later, she secretly ran out with Ning Qin and came into contact with quite a few things. However, those were things that Ning Chen wanted her to see. "Come, miss, have some tea." The old woman poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Her smile was like a flower that had grown out of a bad flower. "Thank you, Ani." A man received the tea and politely said, "Is the person you're looking for in Taiyuan City?" The old woman sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. She took a sip and asked, "I don't know." A man shook her head. "Then what's the person you're looking for? What does he do?" The old woman beat around the bush. "He's called Ning Qin." A man replied. After saying that, she thought for a moment and continued with uncertainty, "I think he's Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis." Uft. Hearing this name, the old woman spat out the tea she hadn't swallowed.